Hello, everyone. This is the Thought Provoker. How's everyone doing? Just a heads up. To everyone who is here right now, just waiting for everyone else to join, and then I'll start. In the meantime, you can type whatever you want. You can chill, you can leave, whichever. You can leave, come back, whichever. For now, I'm just chilling. Nonetheless. Shifted reality. How are you, man?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm chill. Yourself?
I can't complain, my friend.
Okay. So you're doing okay. Cool.
Yes,
Thanks for joining.
Good, my friend. I am good.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Let me pause this. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's have a look at the comments. Black Hole says TP. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to have your mind blown away. Cool. Let's see. Xanophius Vazen says hello. Hello. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. If I haven't, sorry. Black Hole says I guess it's like midnight over there. Not yet. In roughly 2 hours it will be midnight. Lona Getting Stronger says 50 years old. Good one. Do you see what he's doing there? Shifted.
I do not.
Basically, for this live stream, all right, one of the topics is what should the age of consent be?
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. And he's saying 50 years old, sorry. So
gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Should it be 50 years old?
50? No, I wouldn't say 50,
You sure?
I'm sure. Are you sure?
I think 50 is too young.
50 is too young?
I'm kidding. Anyway.
Good God, what should it be then? Like 60?
Too young. I'm kidding. Anyway.
Oh wait, are you? Is this like a antinatalist inside joke.
No. Honestly, I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting Lone Again Stronger to say 50 years old. That just came out of nowhere. I was just playing along. But yeah,
Okay.
Black Hole says 20. Age of consent. Make sure I understand. What are you saying? Are you saying you think it should be 20, Black Hole? I don't get it. Xanuphius Vazen says 20. Okay, you think the age of consent should be 20. All right. Fair enough. JE says it should be 20 years old. People, if you want, you can come up. The link is in the live chat. The link is in the live chat. In the meantime, just give me 1 minute. Let me check something. Okay. Yeah, so like I was saying, the link is in the live chat. So if you want to come up and chill and talk about this, what should the age of consent be, then by all means, feel free to come up and chill. So what have you been up to today, Shifted?
Not too much, man. I was on a after we got off the other time, your last live stream.
Mhm.
Well, actually, I've been on a few live streams with some other channels I follow, some Christian channels and Christian conspiracy channels, or so like they're Christians, but they also look into conspiracy stuff.
Okay, cool.
And
cool.
it was, yeah, it was good, man. I got some subscribers out of it, and it is nice to talk to people who are to have people that have the kind of the same mindset. That's always a good thing too, to have. Like, I like both. Like, I don't want like an echo chamber where like everybody's just like
I understand what you're saying completely. I understand.
Yeah. So
Totally.
it was good, man. I think holy God, dude. I think I was on with them till like 4 a.m. here, 3 or 4. Like we were.
Wait, how many hours were you on, the other person's panel for?
Oh my God, dude. I think one was like 3 hours. The other one was like 6 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like we were getting deep, brother. We were going all in.
All right. Fair play, man.
Yeah, it was fun. Today's just been kind of a lazy day. I've just been chilling.
Nice.
Took care of the cats, and I helped my buddy work on his car for a little while, and then hop back into YouTube.
Nice. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with relaxing. Relaxing is a good thing. All right, don't let anyone try to guilt trip you or call you lazy for it. This is good for the body.
Noted. Yeah.
Yeah. You said noted. Joker.
How about you, man? What have you been up to?
I was relaxing.
Yeah.
Unapologetically, and then I decided to go to a GP. Basically, yeah, I just went to the GP. You know what a GP is?
I do not know.
It means group practice, but it can also mean group practice. I think it's something practitioner.
Oh,
general practitioner, like a doctor.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, yeah, basically because I have actually I prefer not to say, but let's just say I went to see one.
You went to the doctor. That's all you got to say. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Good.
It's because GP has two meanings. It can stand for general practitioner. It can also stand for group practice, which is like the building, the destination where the doctors are. But nonetheless.
No, I got you. Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good to go get checked up and make sure everything's
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Nonetheless, It should be. So a lot of you are saying 20 years old in the comments. Okay. You know, when you really think about it, 18 isn't really. This idea that 18 is an adult is literally a social construct. Who decided to make 18 an adult? You know? What do you
Yeah,
think?
I don't know.
What do
I
you like?
agree.
It literally has teen in it. 18. You
Yeah,
know? So it's literally a social construct. Oh, 18's an adult. No, it's not.
yeah. 18.
20, you
Yeah.
20 or 25. You know, depending on what you want to focus on. If you want to focus on what was it, the frontal lobe or what was it that they
Frontal cortex.
yeah, frontal cortex, yeah. People say it fully develops at the age of 25, right? Something
Yeah.
like that.
For males, it's 25. I don't know what it is for females, but yeah.
Isn't it the same across both genders or it differs?
I thought it was different with females, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah. So Miss LR, sorry, Miss L Rose, excuse me, says 25 when the brain is fully developed, right? I feel that goes for both genders. Yeah, it goes for both genders. So yeah, did someone tell you that it's 25 for men specifically?
Yeah, I was in a live stream and they were saying 25 for males, and then I think they might have said it was another age for women, but like I
Interesting.
said, I'm not 100% on that.
That's
So
fine. That's fine.
yeah.
Let's see. Loner Getting Stronger says, nah, for real, it should be at least 25 because the longer people wait, the less children they will have and the less likely they will have children. Okay. Interesting. Interesting point. You may have a point.
What's that?
No, I was talking about Loner Getting Stronger's point. I was saying he may have a point.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say 25.
It could also backfire in the sense that it will make people more rebellious against, this sort of law where, the age of consent is 25,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Whew! Yeah.
It could.
Let's see. JE says 18 is too young to label someone an adult. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, it's literally in the name 18. If you say yeah, it's like saying literally 18, A space teen. Could you, yeah. 18 is not an adult. But yeah, it shouldn't be 18. I don't think, 18 is an adult. I don't know who decided that 18 is an adult, but nonetheless, why do you think someone decided that 18 is a legal adult? Do you think there was an agenda behind that?
There very well could have been, man. Yeah, because I'll speak for myself. When I was 18, dude, I was not ready to be an adult. I can tell you that.
Right, and it's because being 18 isn't an adult to begin with.
It's not. It really isn't. If you think about it, it's really not. Like, you're just coming out of like the 13, 14, 15. Okay, you're kind of getting a little bit more life knowledge, but you still have a ways to go. Like, that's a bit too, like, well, here in the US, 18-year-olds can buy cigarettes, but you got to be 21 to buy alcohol.
Right. It's weird.
Right? Yeah.
Like, what? That's so backwards. It really just shows you, like, they're really exposing how, these are really just social constructs.
What's really sick about it, brother, is some states in my country, 16 is the age of consent, which
that's in over 30 states in the United States.
Yeah, to me, that's a big problem. That means
think about it. 18 is not an adult. Like, imagine having the age of consent as 16.
That's just disgusting, dude. Like, what I mean by that is you can have a 60-year-old. I'm not gonna say the word, but I think we both know what we mean by that. Person have sex with a 16-year. Like, come on, dude. That's really sick, dude. I'll tell you what. If I have a 16-year-old daughter and I found out a 60-year-old man was pursuing her, I'd probably end up in prison. I'll leave it at that.
I see. I see. And then you'll probably ask for Jesus Christ, Basically, you'll accept him as your Lord and Savior, and boom, you'll be fine. I think that's how it works.
I already have, so it wouldn't be.
There you go. I get what you're saying. That would be very, very weird. A 60-year-old, going after a 16-year-old. Like, whew. Nonetheless,
I wouldn't have a problem being in prison. If I were in prison for that, I would have no problem with it, and I'm pretty sure Jesus wouldn't have a problem with it either.
For those of you who are watching, for context, in case you just walked in, what he's referring to is if he were to have a daughter and a 60-year-old man were to basically try to pursue his 16-year-old daughter, then, Shifted would have an issue with that and would probably risk going prison for that. That's what he's saying. Just for I would clarify for the audience in case, they take what you say out of context.
You got to put it. Context is everything. Yep.
Yep. Nonetheless, if anyone, just to remind everyone, anyone's allowed to come up. If you want to come up and talk about this, by all means, feel free to come up. Even you, D Prophet, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to talk about this. The link is in the live chat, so if you want to come up, feel free to do so. Please do not be nervous if this is your first time. Don't be nervous. Imagine my panel as, you going to someone's friend's house and you're just sitting on a sofa, just relaxing. Just imagine that. This is not some police room where you're being interrogated, so rest assured. Anyway. Let's see. Oh yeah, I read this one. Yeah, Miss L. Rose says 25 when the brain is fully developed. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That is fair enough. I'd say at least 20 or 25. You can't go wrong with either. One thing's for sure, 20 is definitely. It's not a teenager, that's for sure. If a number has the word teen in it, it's not an adult. So I don't know who decided that 18 should be, considered an adult, unless my theory is that it's probably for financial reasons, to basically get like super young people to work, for the economy. Do you think that's probably why?
Yeah, I would imagine there's some kind of nefarious agenda behind that. Yeah.
Do you think it had something to do with finances, because the younger people work, it's basically for the sake of the economy.
Yeah.
But the quicker that they can get money in, maybe.
Oh man, I think the cops are looking for you, brother.
Good one, bro. But they're actually looking for you.
Oh, is that right? In the UK?
Oh, it's funny you say that because who says I'm in the UK?
Oh, where are you at? You in
I'm in San Diego, dude.
You're over in Nepal or
Sri
Lanka.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
What's up? So TP, if you don't mind me asking, what's the age of consent in the United Kingdom?
The United Kingdom, 16. That's the age of consent here. Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah, noted. Let me read some comments. JE says, I think people have said that 18 is when the frontal lobe develops to a decent amount to where someone can start to make decisions. Well, yeah. Still not an adult, though. JE says it's between 25 and 30, as in, when the frontal lobe fully develops. Okay. Black Hole says, why not just be responsible on your own without all the regulations, which makes people screwy in the first place? What?
He's saying, I know what he's saying. He's saying that let everybody make their own choice of when they feel they're at the point to give consent instead of it being regulated by the government.
Is there? I guess. Okay. Well, I guess one could call that a slippery slope. I don't know.
Oh, that's very slippery.
Mm. There are some people at the age of 12 who think they can drive, and some can.
Yeah, I was driving at 13. I mean, so
yeah. It's just one of those things. Like people, it really just shows you how, people develop at quicker rates than others.
right.
Some people can drive at such a very, very early age and all this other stuff.
Yeah. Well, if
I
you go
guess
back,
these laws are put in for protection, I guess.
well, that to your point, yeah. If you go back in time, there was no regulations on what age a man could court a woman.
Yeah.
So, in a way, I guess, not that I'm pro government, but I mean, at least they're not allowing, Anyways, that can go down a huge. People were really sick. We'll leave it at that, dude.
Yeah, no, noted. Loner getting stronger. I assume you're talking. You're basically referring to like some men who were grooming back in the day.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like they could court. They could have a planned arranged marriage with a younger female who's
because they feel like they can train them to be their wives or something like that.
Yeah. There was no restrictions back in the day, man. It was, we're in an age where like we have government telling us what we can't, these rules that exist now, they didn't exist. Yeah.
So Loner getting stronger says 16 is too young to have a license, or like a driving license. What do you think of that? I'm shifted.
I guess that's situational based. Like if you have a 16-year-old who's been properly trained how to operate a motor vehicle, then I'd be okay with it. But if you have a random 16-year-old who's never driven a car, but then again, they still have to pass their, I don't know what you have in the UK, but over here it's a DMV test to get your license. So you have to take a test.
Okay.
You have to pass an eye exam, a written exam, and you have to go out with an instructor on the road who sits in the passenger seat, and you have to drive the vehicle according to his standards. And if you pass, you get your license.
Noted.
Yeah. I don't know. What's the rules there for driving? Like, what do you have to do to get your license?
To be honest, I don't know. Probably 16 as well. You probably have to be 16.
Yeah, but do you have to take a test?
Hold on a second. So, can you hear me?
Yep.
So, so it says here in the UK you can apply for a provisional driving license when you are 15 years and 9 months old. However, you generally cannot drive on public roads until you are 17.
Okay, so it's a little different. Over here, you can get a learner's permit, and then if you get that, you can drive with a learner's permit. But you have to have an adult with a license in the passenger.
Wait. When you say learner's permit, are you talking about the provisional driving license?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. No, I was just checking if that was the same. Okay. So how old do you have to be to get a provisional driver's license in
I believe
the United States?
When I did, I believe it was 15.
Okay. All right. Same here in the UK.
Yeah, you can drive for a year with another licensed driver in your car, and then I think at 16 you can apply for your license. Yeah.
So 16 in the United States you can drive, right? You can start driving on public. Okay, because over here, according to online, it says 17, but nonetheless.
Okay, it could be 17. It could have changed. Yeah, I'm talking about when
I mean in the UK it's 17.
Oh, in the UK, okay.
to be allowed to drive on public roads, you have to be
Okay.
17.
Noted.
Nonetheless, Patsy Cline says, "Are we talking about sexual consent or what?" Yes, we're talking about sexual consent. For everyone watching, yes, we are talking about sexual consent. Miss L. Rose says 18 is too young. At 18, I didn't even know who I was. Yeah. It's almost like there was an agenda to consider 18 as a legal adult. My theory again is because of money, probably because of economy reasons. It's like how there's this pressure for people at the age of 18 to move out, so that the government can make more money or something like that. Nonetheless,
No, you're right, man. Like, a lot. The culture here is when you hit 18, your parents expect you to either help with the rent, the bills, or move out, get a job. Like
which is BS, man. You should never charge your children rent. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you choose to have children, you put them in your home. You should never charge them rent, not by force. If you charge them rent and they're okay with, as long as it's not by force, cool. But if you're doing it by force, then that's wrong.
Yeah, I remember when I turned 18, my dad, he did force me. I won't lie, he did.
I like your honesty.
Say it again.
I said I like your honesty.
Yeah, I mean, well, so he did and he didn't. Like he wanted me to either like go to college, get a job, which I was. It was an interesting time because I was in the middle of deciding what I wanted to do, and so he wanted me to pay rent, and I did, but he wasn't going to kick me out if I didn't.
So what were there consequences, if you decided that you weren't going to pay rent, if he wasn't going to kick you out, what was he going to do instead?
Not much of anything. If I'm honest, I think because a thing with me, man, I was a nomad. Like I was never home. I was always out with my friends skateboarding. Okay. Like I was never home. So like,
all right.
He rarely saw me because I was always out doing stuff, partying and playing music and all that. But he what's the word? I can't think of the word, but he propositioned it to me. Yeah, he was like, he gave me a proposition of giving him a certain amount of money to maintain the household, but it wasn't like, if you don't do this, then
you'll be homeless.
No, well, he knew I wouldn't be because I had like 10 different places I could go because I had friends, I had family, I had my mom. He wasn't trying to hold anything against me, but he did want financial help. Right.
Okay.
So,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, if he didn't force you, then okay. But if he had forced you, then obviously that would be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Exactly. Well, what I would do is I would like buy groceries and like I would help him out with other things, and yeah, okay, that's cool.
So let's see. Xanuphius Vazen says the age of consent is already 9 in Iraq as of now, and you already know why. They love pedophiles. No. I did it. I said it like that deliberately based on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
No. Don't freak out. It's okay. But yeah, just a heads up. He spelt it like that deliberately, because anyway.
Noted. Yeah.
I love how, what, I should sell T-shirts saying noted, since that's.
Dude, I was just, it's funny you said that. I was literally going to recommend that to you. You should do that.
You know what? I'm going to consider it. I think I'm going to sell T-shirts to my audience, and it says noted on those T-shirts. Since, people are liking my catchphrase.
I'll buy one if you do it. So
awesome shift in reality.
and I'll wear it. I'll promise you. I'll send you a picture of me wearing it in public.
Nice. Awesome, man. Thank you. They love pity flies. Just want more power, whatever. Noted. Oh, by the way, Shifted, thanks for the translation nonetheless. I'm just messing with you. No, but
Man,
you
that's
don't need
what
to
I'm here
apologize.
for.
Honestly, it's okay. It's okay. And it's
Yeah.
not bad. You can say, if I'm being honest, you can say pedophiles. That's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, I know. I didn't know if that was a misspelling and you were trying to like work it out, or if you knew what he was referring to, which you did.
Yeah,
so.
no, I knew exactly what he was referring to. I just deliberately said it the way he spelled it. But nonetheless, damn 9. Good God, man. Let me confirm this. 9 years old in Iraq. The age of consent. Let me look this up. Age of consent in Iraq. Iraq's new law. What? Wait a minute. No, hold on a second. I want to make sure I got this correct. Age of consent in Asia. Let's have a look. Iraq. Okay, so I don't know where you got 9 from. As I'm looking here, I'm looking at Iraq. It says the age of consent in Iraq is set at 15, regardless of gender and or sexual orientation. Quote, any person who's sexually never mind, that part's not important. The point is it says 15. Hold on a second. Blah blah blah. Yeah. It literally says 15, so nonetheless. D Prophet says the Prophet. I'm laughing because his name's D Prophet, and then he types in the Prophet Muhammad. But anyway, so D Prophet says the Prophet Muhammad says the age of consent is 4. Where? For where? That's the thing. Like, for where? But nonetheless.
So I think in I'm not going to claim to know everything about Islam, but I think according to the historic account of Muhammad, I believe he did take children as wives.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to offend anybody who's Islam here, but from what I've heard,
I'll say it, man.
From what I heard, I believe he did do that. Yeah.
Okay. Damn, 4 is mad. Hold on a second. Okay, let's move on. D Prophet says the age of consent is 16. I think in most U.S. states. Yeah, you're right. In over 30 states, the age of consent is 16 in the United States. In over 30 states, the rest are like 17 or 18. Nonetheless, Lona getting stronger says a 60-year-old man couldn't even get it up. Well, there is some truth to that. Personally, if I reach the age of 60, I'll still be able to get out. But anyway. Oh, I know that.
Damn. This guy.
Yeah. As for you, dude, pray that you'll still be able to get it up at the age of 60.
I don't even think I'm gonna be concerned about that at 60, but
You're
I'm gonna be
probably
too busy like building up my dream car or something. I'm not gonna be worried
Okay.
about that, dude.
All right.
Or like collecting my vintage guitar collection.
Okay, you're still gonna be playing guitar at the age, until at the age of 60, yeah?
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
Johnny.
I'll be
All right,
playing
Johnny
guitar
Cash.
till I die, dude.
Okay, cool. Hey, you know Johnny Cash?
Yeah.
What age did he die?
Oh god, I remember when it was 2004 or 3.
No, but what age did he die?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do the math here.
Okay. No, noted.
I think he was old, dude. I think he was like 70, maybe. He was pretty old.
Okay.
He was old, yeah.
70. Okay. And
Actually,
still playing guitar.
I did I remember this. I think I was in 11th grade or 10th, and when he died, I went up in front of my class and I played a song on guitar for him as you would a tribute, if you would. A tribute, yeah.
Okay.
For a mark in my school grade.
Okay. And this was in what, middle school?
High school.
High school. Okay. All right. Noted. Nice.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I think it was 10th grade or something like that. Yeah,
cool.
That was good. Yeah.
Nice.
He's a great artist, dude. Really good. Yeah.
I heard the only song I've heard of his was "I Hurt Myself." That one was a really good one. I liked it. Very sensational,
Oh, dude, he's got a lot of good, even like the deep cuts. If you like, my wife, she's from the South, so she's country. There's a lot of good songs that he wrote. Yeah.
All right, cool.
You like country?
Wait, let me quickly read this one. Sorry. JE says the US is a breeding pond of PDFs. Thoughts?
Man.
You can also say no comment if you prefer. I don't want to.
As an American, I have to agree with him. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I hate to say it, but he has a point, or she. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So JE is a dude.
Okay, he has a point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Patsy Cline says, but as far as brain development is concerned, I will say 25. Okay. Well, there you go. JE says, hey, D Prophet and Patsy. There you go. JE says, would you date a 25-year-old Patsy? You know what? Quick side note. This is nothing major, right? But when it comes to like using commas versus not using comma, because JE didn't use a comma here, it sounds like he's saying, would you date a 25-year-old Patsy? As in if Patsy were 25 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I caught it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how this is the huge difference a comma makes. But nonetheless, just thought it was interesting. It's like he's asking me, would you date a 25-year-old Patsy? As in if Patsy were 25. But if you had put a comma, then it would sound like, would you date a 25-year-old Patsy? As in like asking Patsy. Yeah. The power of commas, people.
The power of commas, yep. A comma makes all the difference, man.
It makes a huge difference. But
or even a semicolon. He could have used a semicolon.
Yeah. Semicolon. Just even that term sounds funny. Miss L. Rose says, I heard for neurodivergent people, the brain only finishes developing at around 27 to 30. Okay.
I say semicolon, I meant semicomma. My bad, dude.
You can say colon.
Why did I say colon? Dude. Semicolon? What?
Yeah, that's fine, dude. You can say semicolon, right? Dude. It's fine.
What is it? Say semicomma, right?
Semicolon. Semicolon. That's
what
fine.
Is it?
You're American. That's fine.
Is it colon or comma? It's colon.
Wait,
yeah.
What are we talking about now at this point?
A semicolon.
Yeah, semicolon. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a thing. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's a colon. There's a colon and there's a semicolon.
Okay, I thought I said it wrong. Okay, never mind. Yeah,
I don't know how Americans say it. Do they say colon, or whatever, dude? I don't know, man.
No, anyway, it's semicolon.
Yeah, semicolon. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The more you know. Actually, you can just just for future references, right? If you just type in on Google, right, semicolon, semicolon, pronunciation, then you can just press a particular button and it will just say it, and you'll be able to hear it.
Yeah, I've used Google Translate for.
Do they do they use an American accent when you?
You can.
Because over here, when I'm searching for certain pronunciations, we use the voice is a British accent, of course.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Over there, when you search for pronunciation, is it in American?
It's American usually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Xenophius Vazen says, "Hell, I am 18 years old right now, and it is like whatever, but you shall definitely not have everything be figured out at that number all of a sudden, just like they expect you to. 20 should be good. Yeah, 20 at the very least. 20, if not 25.
So TP, if I may ask, what got you thinking about this topic?
Honestly, just for entertainment.
Okay.
Literally. Straight to the point. Entertainment.
Well, like, how did it come to you? Like, were you just like, I'm gonna talk about age of consent?
Yeah, just for an idea of what live stream to do.
Okay, hey, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Patsy Klein says, "Nah, Jay, I would feel like a fish out of water with a 25-year-old man-child. Too much water under my bridge." Wow, she said man-child. Ha! Hilarious. Why did she have to do 25-year-old men like that?
I mean, she's not wrong. There's a lot of men-child in America, so
men-children, right? Noted.
Yeah, note that, dude. Put it on a post-it. Yeah.
Yeah, noted. Jay, you know what? Next time I'll do a live stream, instead of putting myself as the Thought Provoker, I'll just change my name to Noted for the sake of the live stream.
If you would do that, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah. Might. JE says, "Lol, Patsy, fair enough." Xenophius Vazen says, "So what about if you reach ages 113 to 119? Now it is elderly teenager." Nice. An elderly teenager. That's hilarious. Shaylin says, "Age of consent 25 when prefrontal cortex is fully developed. Adult age 21." All right. So Shaylin says he thinks the age of consent should be 25. All right. I've heard someone on a previous live stream of mine say that they think it should be 26 in the United States specifically. But anyway, something along those lines. Patsy Klein says noted, but the way she says it is noted. Like she's constipated. I'm kidding. Anyway, I'm joking, Patsy. Spanta. It's because she tries to imitate me when I say noted, but she says it in a completely different way. But anyway.
Yeah, she tries. It's cool.
Yeah. Dan Patrick says, "What's going on, my guy? What's going on, man? Not much. We're just doing a live stream about age of consent, and afterwards we're going to talk about marriage, prenups, and alimony."
Oh, do they have alimony in your country, man?
I haven't. I imagine so.
Really? Okay, I was just curious.
I understand. Yeah.
I need to take a trip over to the UK so I can familiarize myself. Where would you recommend going as an American tourist in the UK? Where should I go?
London.
London?
Yeah, because they're just nice, buildings and whatnot. Just more to do.
How's the music scene there?
Depends on your taste.
I like rock and roll, baby.
Okay, I mean, we have everything. So
Okay, cool,
mhm.
man. I thought about going to Ireland first to check out the coast.
Okay, yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah.
hmm Oh, by the way, so just a heads up, in the UK, it says commonly referred to as spousal maintenance. You can call it either. So alimony, payments in the UK, commonly referred to as spousal maintenance.
Spousal maintenance. Oh my god.
Welcome to the UK, dude.
Good god, dude.
hmm Yeah. Laugh it up, buddy.
That's what it. I mean, dude, that's what it is, man.
Spousal maintenance.
Gee, what's child support? Child maintenance? Like,
Let's see. Let's see. Support in the UK. Yeah, child maintenance.
wow, I called it.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys got to use your fancy words over there in Britain.
Oh yeah. Instead of saying napkins, we say serviette.
Yeah, instead of cup of tea, it's spot of tea. Yeah.
Yeah, we say cup of tea. Hey. So shifted. Would you care for a serviette?
Would I care for serviette?
Would you care for a serviette?
What is a serviette?
A napkin.
A napkin?
Yeah.
We call it paper towels here, brother.
Paper towels, dude. I'm kidding.
Well, we have both. We have napkins, which what you just said, and we have paper towels.
All right.
Yeah.
Paper towels, dude.
Napkins are for like a picnic. If you're going to picnic, pass out some napkins. But for your flat, as you would say, you would have paper towels.
Oh, noted. Dan Patrick says, I'll say the age of 21 is better because 18, you're still a teenager. Facts. Literally, it's in the name. 18, you're a teenager. If your age has teen in it, yeah, you're not an adult.
Yo, Dan, I love your name, by the way. Dan Patrick, the fuck is you on with your face ass?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. People are very creative with these names, huh?
I love it.
Mm.
Shout out to Dan Patrick, the fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Good thing I'm not reading every single word of his name each time he comments. I'm just going to say Dan Patrick.
I'd like you to read it at least once.
Okay, no problem. The next time he comments, I'll do that. Prepare for absolute cringe when I attempt to read it. Anyway,
noted.
Miss L. Rose says, oh my gosh, somebody said the Prophet Muhammad says the age of consent is 4. What the hell? Yuck. Even in the Bible, though, Mary was 13 and engaged. Jeez. Religion, eh? No, I'm kidding. Perpetual Pleasurist, welcome back. It's very simple. All it would require is a legal form for anyone over the age of 14 to voluntarily fill out to formally state they are the age of consent and get put on file as such. By the way, Perpetual Pleasurist, you are more than welcome to come on my panel if you feel like it.
Yeah, PP, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Cool. He continues to say, and without that form filled out, the default can just stay 17 or 18. Okay. So you believe that 14. I'll read it again. It says it's very simple. All it would require is a legal form for anyone over the age of 14 to voluntarily fill out to formally state they are the age of consent and get put on file as such. And without that form filled out, the default can just stay 17 or 18. What do you think of this whole take?
Geez. I mean, he has
you
a
can
point.
Be brutally honest.
No, he does have a point. I know what he's saying. It's legal paperwork that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, he's PP's very articulate with his words, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're very, very, very. Shaylin says 16 is a young, dumb kid. Noted. Perpetual Pleasure says not at all complicated. Not at all complicated. Yep. Patsy Klein says sexual. You know what? Before I read Patsy Klein's comment, I will tell you this. There is one reason why, obviously, besides entertainment, another reason why I wanted to make this live stream is because there's so much controversy when it comes to, people dating others of a certain age, where people get judged. Like, oh, you're dating this age, or you're dating that age. Oh, gross. And it's like, this is why I make this live stream, is so that we can have a universal agreement, so that no one gets judged for dating a certain age. Because when it comes to age of consent, it varies from country to country. As long as age of consent is different from country to country, there's always going to be situations where it doesn't matter what age you're dating, people are always going to judge. If you're dating an 18-year-old, people will judge, but you could be dating a 20-year-old, people will still judge. So it's like, where do we draw the line? And so that's what influenced me to make these live streams, especially about age of consent. Perpetual Pleasurist.
Hello, bro.
Hello. No, I'll stop now. How are you?
Hello.
Shifted. What's up, PP? What's up?
Reference, but anyway.
Hey, Shifted. How's it going, man?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
Groovy like a good 80s movie.
Say that again.
I'm feeling groovy like a good 80s movie.
Nice. I love a good 80s movie, man. For sure.
That's right, dude.
So you guys are like a few years from retirement, huh? No, I'm kidding.
Wow, this guy, dude. You got jokes, dog. I see you.
Yeah, I've got jokes, mate. I've got more jokes than you've got. And let me not go there.
But yeah, you guys can see why I hate Islam so much. Obviously, that insane Muhammad nut job.
Oh, right. In reference to the Prophet's comment, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but that's a legit thing. Like, he actually mentions that in the Quran. It's either in the Quran or the other text. I'm pretty sure it's the Quran itself where he says that. Because, I mean, it's known from the history that he did something along those lines, or he specifically did that. Like, he got with females that were clearly prepubescent, underage, and I mean, think about it. You have an entire world of people following this fucker. So, what does that tell you?
Noted.
Exactly. That's what I was telling you, TP. There's something where he did do that. I don't know if it's in the Quran or if it's in something else, but I've heard about it.
That just adds like insult to injury, because even if he hadn't done that, the teachings are still diabolical in and of themselves, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that he specifically is mentioned to also have done that makes it like 10 times worse.
Like rubbing salt in the wound.
Exactly.
Wow. So, PP, let me ask you.
I'm just gonna be honest, man. 4 is wild.
It's disgusting. It's insane, man. It's fucked up. Fucked in the head.
Yeah, that's something we can all universally agree on. Oh, wait, I forgot. There are some people in this world that would probably think 4 is okay.
And those motherfuckers need to be in prison.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the thing is, if anyone who's sane, really, they will understand that the puberty has to be reached and has to be a thing happening. And past that, like the prepubescent thing is there's so many layers of warps to that that it's like where to even begin? How warped and fucked up that is. I mean, think about it though. Realistically, in the world we're living in, there's entire movements pushing for that to become the age of consent range. The prepubescent range is actually a thing that's going on. You hear about the MAPs and all this type of shit. So just like everything else, what was the it's coming down the pipeline.
What was the
what's that?
The prepubescent range, what was it?
So are you talking about the MAP thing?
No, the prepubescent range, like the age ranges, is from which age to which age?
Prepubescent, the reason I say over 14 is because basically as far as I know, biologically by that age, in terms of people being able to voluntarily fill out a consent form if they want to, they don't have to, but they can. So is because 14 and above is where puberty has for sure already is ongoing. It's like happening. In other words, you're outside of prepubescent range at that age range, basically 14 to 15. You're no longer prepubescent at that level, definitely 15 and above for sure. I'm not sure about 14 100%, but that's why I say over 14 with a consent form like that. And then the standard, if somebody doesn't fill that out, it's
Do you
just, of
mean
course,
14 and
17 to
over,
18.
or literally just over 14?
I mean, literally over 14.
Okay,
But
okay.
like if people determine something else scientifically or biologically, maybe 14, but I would say 15 and over makes more sense.
Okay.
In the sense of, 15 to 17, people can voluntarily fill out a form, depending on what state you're in. I mean, some states they have it 17 and above, but and then just the standard is if you don't, it's 18. Because really that way it would solve so many problems. Because I know as a teenager I wanted to have sex with like all my hot teachers and stuff, man, and it really pissed me off that I
Oh,
couldn't.
you had
So I
those
was like,
fantasies, huh?
I would have jumped on a form like that like it's nobody's fucking business. I would have fucking
Okay.
filled that out like instantly, man. If I
At
had the
what
chance.
age would you have filled that out?
Dude, I would have fucking filled that out at 12 or earlier personally if I had the ability to
Okay.
do it. That's just me speaking for myself, but
Noted.
yeah, like
Who knows? You probably could be speaking for Shifted as well.
yeah, who knows?
No.
You didn't have any hot teachers where you're like, oh.
No, I was too busy playing Pokemon cards and skateboarding.
Okay, so he's shifted
Playing
reality.
baseball.
We've determined he's not shifted trousers at least. There we go.
Shifted.
I was an outdoor kid, dude. I was outside like all day, every day. Like I didn't even
Dude,
think about.
I would literally like almost 100% of my day be brooding on all the teachers I wanted to have sex with. Like that was like almost like
Good
90
God,
to
dude.
95% of my thinking was I was a teenager. Like I was
Wow.
obsessed. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I knew people like that. Yeah, to me personally, I was too busy with like, I was teaching myself how to play guitar. I was playing sports. I was skateboarding. Like I didn't have time for that.
Well, I mean, I was doing that stuff also. I was skateboarding, sports, everything, but it was just like in my head the whole time. I was obsessing on which, I wanted to have sex with this or that teacher, and I was just really pissed that I couldn't. But yeah, I was doing the other stuff. I was always thinking about it.
Don't get it twisted. Like I was dating like the hottest chick in my middle school and high school, so like I already had that need met. Maybe that's why.
I always thought that teachers that were like in their 20s or 30s or older were way hotter than the girls my own age. Like, yeah, I was attracted to some girls that were my age as a teenager, but I thought like the teachers were way fucking hotter to me.
Like you were attracted to
I had very little
that
interest in people
looking
my age.
skin.
Dude, you didn't. So in San Diego, we had some really hot Latina chicks, brother. I'll just leave it at that.
I knew you were going to say Latina chicks.
There you go.
So PP, let me ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
Yeah. So for Islam, what do you think about the argument that the violent side of it is the jihads, but like Islam itself is a peaceful religion?
No, that's also bullshit. The Islam belief itself is also not at all peaceful. I mean, the Quran isn't a peaceful book. Like, if somebody's going to say any version of Islam that's peaceful is not Islam that's following the Quran or the book. In other words, it's a man-made, concocted, modern version of Islam that isn't actually Islam. So, in other words, it can't really accurately be called Islam if it's anything peaceful whatsoever. Like, for example, let's go to the most extreme, most peaceful example of an Islamic branch of practice. So in like Albania and Bulgaria, I believe those countries have a decently high population of Muslim people, but they have the most secular version of Islam out of the entire world. And Indonesia also to some extent, but I think in Albania and Bulgaria, it seems like their version of Islam is the most moderate of all. Especially I think Albania, if I'm not mistaken. But basically in those countries, or no, maybe it's Bosnia Herzegovina. Yeah, it's Bosnia. That's what it is. So they basically have like a cultural Islam in name only type practice where they're basically referred to as Muslim, but they don't hound women over, not wearing the stuff over their heads or
like
not
the
following the
hijabs.
religions or whatever. It's basically they're just Islamic in name. That's it. But they don't actually practice the teachings really for the most part. It's because when the Ottoman Empire took over those areas, people were basically force converted to Islam back in the day, and they've just kind of continued it on as a cultural thing. That's about it. But they don't really, very few take it seriously in the region in terms of an actual belief system. So but in that case, though, it's not really Islam because they're not really actually practicing what the book teaches. So, like,
yeah, I agree. You're right. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, Yeah.
I was wondering if you knew that. I knew that, but I was wondering if you knew that.
Right. I mean, so this whole idea that Islam itself is a religion of peace is absolute total bullshit. Verifiable absolute total bullshit. Because if a text says you need to do this or else, wear this stuff over your face or head, or else a guy has the right to do this to you and harm you, there's nothing peaceful about that. There's nothing peaceful about a guy being allowed to harass or hound a female for not fucking wearing dark shit that's gonna fucking make her roast alive in the sun. Like, there's nothing peaceful about any of that. So if somebody's going to
Speak,
say that's peaceful, they're lying. That's that simple.
Speaking of this whole Islam stuff, so okay, you guys heard of Dubai, right? So basically, I came across this video on TikTok of this woman. She's British, and she was basically telling her story about what happened to her in Dubai. Basically, she got gang raped, and basically she was saying how after she reported it, damn it. I saw it on TikTok. What else did she say? What, it was something along the lines of basically, she mentioned how, let me put it like this. She mentioned how like there were women who would basically get in trouble for, like simply reporting that they got raped and stuff like that. Have you heard of stuff like that?
So,
Like
like,
I'd have
I
to
think
watch it again.
I know what you're talking about, though. I know the trend you're talking about, where
Yeah,
basically, if you're in those countries, you
something
don't
about
get
going to
justice.
prison for, like the
Yeah,
rape victims going to prison or something
right.
like that, or
You
getting in
don't,
trouble.
because in
Yeah,
Islam, you're the one that's, if you're a female, you're the one that's punished if you get raped or assaulted by
yeah,
men.
something about
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
the
them getting
reason.
punished.
And this
The
is the reason
rape.
why all these fucking violent monkey men, I call them monkey men because this is how they behave. Okay. It has nothing to do with race. Let's be very clear. Their behavior is monkey man behavior. So you could be
Mm,
any race and have monkey man behavior. I call them that because in my opinion, they're subhuman in behavior and
mm,
psychology. When they go to Europe and all these other places, so, Britain, France, wherever the fuck they go, Sweden, and then they end up assaulting and raping these women. They do this because in almost every case they're Islamic Muslim individuals who are told in the Quran that they have free range to do that to women who are especially non-Muslim, non-Islamic women. They
Yep.
they
Yep.
basically
Yep.
so they can do it technically also within their fold to Islamic women, but there's a little bit more of a regulation. It's like, oh, you can do that if you're their husband or if you're their guardian or something, but if it's a woman in general who isn't Muslim, basically she's free range, she's automatically your property. You can do whatever you want with her. That's what they're taught. So if these guys are taught this and they genuinely believe a woman walking on the street is literally nothing more than just a prostitute they can do whatever they want with, right?
mm.
Then basically what are they going to do? Of course they're going to gang, right? Like, of course that's what they're going to do if that's what their belief system is teaching them. What the fuck else are they going to do? Like, this is why I really despise Islam, and it pisses me off when people call that what I just said. Or I should say, and that's why I don't personally mind when people call me an Islamophobe, if that's what they want to call it. I'm not afraid of Muslims at all. It's just disgust. What Islamo disgusto, I guess, would be a more accurate term versus phobe. It's like it's not fear,
Islamo
it's disgust.
Islamo
It's like that's
disgusto.
disgusting. Yeah, I'm an Islamo disgusto. So it's like that's
Mhm.
more accurate to say
It's really
because who
sick that apparently the rape victims are the ones getting punished. Like, what the hell in Dubai? Like, what?
Yeah. That's why it's so dangerous for women to go to those places because they're literally seen, especially if they're not wearing the things over their face and not with a husband or
She
whatever.
was also stating, the same woman, the British woman I was talking about, she was also stating that the police were basically like laughing at her and stuff like that.
Yeah, because the police are also Muslims, Islamic, who believe that she should be assaulted that way. They believe this.
That story sounds so sick. Like, what
So
kind of
here's the thing.
police?
This is what pisses so many people off when they talk to some like idiot, like fantasy brained person who doesn't understand Islam correctly. They're like, "Oh, this is just a one off. It's just these individuals behaving like this." It's
One
like,
off.
even if they're not directly doing this, their belief tells them that they can at any time. So literally their belief tells them at any time they have this right by God to assault women that way. So whether they're directly doing it or not, it's just a matter of time before they end up doing it. Like, eventually somebody's going to act on their beliefs and teachings at some point.
Yeah,
So it's
giving
like,
someone permission to do that stuff alone is problematic.
Yeah, so it's like if you know that the people living next to you, if they have that belief system, are authorized and they believe they're authorized by God to literally rape your wife or daughter or female, girlfriend or whatever anytime that they see her alone and gang swarm her and everything else, if you know that they have the ability authorized by God in their brains to do that, of course you're not going to trust them around your wife or girlfriend or kids or families. Of course you're going to be paranoid of them because you're going to be like, these are people who at any time can just act on that teaching. Whereas if you don't have that as a teaching or a belief, if you believe the opposite, like you have no, like in the US, for example, if you're a secular person or if you're a Christian or if you're any other ideology or whatever, you know that for a fact if somebody gets assaulted, if somebody sexually assaults somebody else, it's for certain a crime in both the eyes of the divine entity that you're supposedly worshiping, and it's a crime in the eyes of society also, and it's a clear obvious criminal act. So you don't have this go ahead thumbs up that they have in Islam to do those things. That's the
Mhm.
difference. So like even if somebody may be a criminal and everybody technically has the potential to do these things, they don't have a religious backing in doing so. They don't have an encouragement to do so religiously or politically. That's the difference. In Islam, they have every single political and religious encouragement to assault women who are not Muslim women.
Mhm.
So this is what people need to understand about Islam so that they're not fucking doofuses. And this is why they need to understand this is the reason your countries are getting invaded by these people and women keep getting assaulted in these countries because you're inviting in people who believe they can rape your women religiously, and that's what they
Speaking of
believe.
that, so the woman also mentioned that apparently, um, another woman got punished, right? Because even though she was married, she got raped, and so she was the one who ended up getting punished due to quote unquote having sex outside of her marriage. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, well, she was raped by someone who wasn't her husband.
Basically, this British woman mentioned about like other of another woman basically being punished or in trouble because even though she was married, she got raped, um, probably by someone else, but because of the fact that she had because it was outside of her marriage, she was the one being punished.
Right. So
It's
basically,
bizarre.
that's how fucked up it is. They're literally living according to
Is
how
what I'm saying making
most.
sense? Basically, she's the one
Yeah.
getting punished because she had sex outside of her marriage, even though she's the one who got raped outside the marriage. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
your clarification makes sense. Obviously, the act itself is nightmarish and doesn't make sense, but it makes
Mhm.
sense in the sense of historically, the majority of the world operated on that principle. Even outside of Islam, most of the world operated on the principle that it was more the woman's fault than the guy's fault if she got assaulted or raped. This is actually the case in through a lot of Europe historically up until recently as well. It's really diabolical. But Islam, they're like the worst version of that because in other countries and other regions, they had to basically, concoct and justify reasons why it was the woman's fault. Whereas in Islam, it's just built right into the belief system. It's automatically her fault for not, behaving as this perfect 100% just in a corner, closed off individual entirely. Like it's just the degrees of blame they put on women are absolutely insane. That's why I say it's a female abuse religion, and it's psychotic for someone who's supposedly, especially psychotic for someone who claims to be on the left to support or be okay with any type of Islam at all, because it's literally gazillions of fucking times worse than any hyper conservative Christian regime could ever fucking be, ever. Like
Mm.
it's insane. It's weird to me. It's so bizarre to me, and it shows the stupidity of people. How so many far leftist nut jobs, and obviously I'm not talking about left or right here in terms of what I promote, but so many far leftist nut jobs, they have the psychology of, oh yes, let's go against the patriarchy and Christianity and all these fucking fucked up conservative things. Yeah, good idea. So that includes, and especially includes at the top of that fucking list, go against Islam and every version of it all the way, all the time, because that's the worst form of insane, crazy nut job hyper conservatism you'll ever encounter. Way worse than any Christian regime could ever be by a lot,
Mm.
right? So
Mhm,
it's
mhm.
like, at least within the
Noted.
Christian folds, they don't have an authorization to do that. Like, yeah, somebody might try to concoct something. Oh, here's my interpretation of this, that, and the other. Therefore, blah blah blah. But That's the only way they can pull that off. In Islam, it's right there in the text. It's saying, yes, you have the authorization to do this, especially if they're not Muslim women. They're your property. You can do whatever you want with them. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, you can.
Sounds sick, man.
It
Right,
is
yeah,
sick. It's
that's
disgusting.
sick. Someone commented. Wait, let me read your comment. Perpetual pleasures, and I'm going to try and speed through these comments because I don't want to miss out on anyone. In fact, let me go to this. So Patsy Klein says, wait, hold on, no, the one before that. Patsy Klein says sexual consent at 18. I believe if they can vote, they should have consent at 18 too. Thoughts?
Voting and consent is two separate things.
Okay.
Is that what she said? I'm sorry, did I read it wrong?
No, she said basically she's saying she believes it should be 18. Sexual consent at 18, I believe. If they can vote,
obviously they should be one and the same. I mean, let's sure. The reason it's called the age of majority for a reason. The age of majority because the majority of human beings are matured to functional adult levels at the age of 18. Majority, not everybody. Some people are not until they're 25 or over. And that's why it's called the age of majority versus, and that's actually the main reason why it's not later, like 20, 21, 25, because most people at 18 are actually functionally mature and to adulthood to be able to make decisions, in terms of their own bodies, at least in terms of who goes into them or who they penetrate or whatever. Whereas, there's outliers, but I mean, if you're basing things on the outliers, then yeah, you literally have to take it all the way to like 26, 27, maybe even close to 30 if you're going to account for all the neurodivergence and stuff. So yeah.
Could you imagine a world where the age of consent was 30? People would be pissed.
That'd be pretty fucked up.
People would rebel. Holy crap. So many laws broken.
So would it be the women that would rage more, or would it be the men that would rage?
Probably
more?
the
men that would rage more,
the men. Yeah, the men, yeah, definitely. The sight of that kind of world.
Fuck, I was raging as a teenager, man, like 12 on up. I was always fucking pissed that I couldn't have sex with, anyone who was over 18 and stuff like that. I was like, this is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard.
Hold on. TP, when was, at what age were you, and you don't have to answer if you don't want, what age were you sexually cognizant, if I may put it that way?
Probably, what, as in like, when was I aware that I could be aroused?
Yeah. Okay.
In that case, I would say probably 9.
Good God, dude.
Probably 8 or 9 years old. Yeah, there was this teacher I had, right?
Wow, what's up with these teachers?
No. No. Let me explain. So when let me see, what was it? Yeah, let me see. Let's say I was probably 9 years old, roughly, and I had this teacher. I'm not gonna say her name, but she was my maths teacher, and I was obviously her best student, right? And where am I going with this?
I wonder why.
This is gonna sound weird to everyone because but it is what it is. But I couldn't stop looking at her feet. Yeah, she had very.
You said her feet?
Yeah, her feet. I couldn't stop looking at her feet during math class.
So you got a foot fetish?
Yeah, I've got a foot fetish. I love pretty feet.
Okay.
Hey, there you go, man. Yippee!
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that aside, yeah, I couldn't stop looking at him. But despite that, I was still focused in class and I was doing well. And yeah, she was very good to me. Like, she would even ask me to like stay over after class, just to basically treat me. Nothing like that. But basically,
oh no, you already fucked up.
Give me treats. No, treat me as in give me treats like sweets or whatever.
Sweets. Okay, is that
nothing,
what you want to call it?
No, nothing more. Is that what you want to call it? Let's just say she was very good to me.
You lucky bastard. Lucky bastard.
Okay, hold on.
Damn it.
So, my point is, you said 9 years old. Is that what you said, TV?
Roughly 9, yeah.
Wow.
I was very good at maths. Very good at maths.
And I would imagine so.
She thought I was really good, and she would hold me behind class and basically give me treats. because of how good I was.
Okay.
Nothing more than that. Don't worry.
If you say so, but okay.
If you say so.
But so my point is, so TP said 9. Perpetual, what about you? When was your age of sexual cognizant?
All right, I'm speaking 100% just for myself here. I'm not even joking. For me, it was at least 5.
Good
least
God,
5.
dude.
For me, in terms of for me
5 years
personally, sexually feeling aroused by women who were adults, yes, I was noticing these things at 5 onwards. So and I was
Bro.
very happy with that myself. I'm
Okay,
not speaking for anybody else, just myself alone. That's it. All right.
No judgment.
5 years old.
Okay,
Yes, no
Oh.
exaggeration.
no judgment, but let me ask you a question. Where did you grow up at?
I grew up in
You don't
Flint,
have to say
Michigan.
it.
Flint, Michigan is where I grew up.
Michigan?
Yeah, Flint, Michigan specifically.
Flint. Oh God, dude. That water there is absolute trash, right?
Well, it did become trash at a certain point. Yeah. Before that, it wasn't like too insanely bad, but like around like 2014 onwards, which I moved out before that happened, it became really terrible. But yeah,
Good for you.
Yes, definitely not an ideal place as far as water goes. But no, I was very cognizant of all that stuff when I was young. I was, like I said, for me, I would have filled out if there was a form available to me at that young. I would fill it out personally and just get going, get rocking.
Okay, so we got 9 years old for TP. We got 5 years old for Perpetual. Jeez. I'll tell you, for me, it was probably
20. I'm kidding.
20.
I'm kidding. Go on.
So for me, I think it would have been like 13. So what I'm saying is that look at the disparity here of like the age of each individual person coming to recognize their own sexuality. Like so what's going on here? Like why is the age so dispersed? If we're all human, we all should have it around the same time, right?
Well, the thing is, it's like people's psychologies are so different. I noticed for me that was one of the things I had trouble relating to in others. I was like, when I was a young kid, I didn't understand. Well, it's like I understood, but I couldn't relate to it, right? It's like because I wanted to have sex with like all these females especially the adult females, even when I was really young, and not being able to always pissed me off because I was like, well, but these adult guys are allowed to, so I would definitely be fully cognizant and wanting to do that, and I wouldn't regret it afterwards. Like
you had the fear of missing out, brother.
I was missing out. Like I was like missing out as a kid myself personally. I was like, God damn it, this fucking society sucks. Fuck this bullshit.
Hold that thought, everyone. Patsy Cline is in the building. Patsy Cline, how are you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I always have to ask that question.
That's okay. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Just say, get to the Chamber of Secrets.
Get to the Chamber of Secrets.
Get to the Chamber of... crap. I butchered it. Say it one more time. I'm going to try and imitate.
Get
to the Chamber of Secrets.
With all due respect, don't try to imitate a Southern woman's accent, brother.
Oh, you know what? I thought I was pretty good at it, but you know what shifted? You know what shifted? You know what? Shift outside. No, I'm joking. Anyway, continue. I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding.
I'm saying I'm married to it, so I know.
You call it. I'm married to it.
Not it. To well, the accent is what I mean.
It's too late. You're getting a divorce.
I fucked up.
We both fucked up. Anyway,
we're proud of ourselves.
You got cut out. Sorry, StreamYard didn't want to hear the last part. What'd you say? Hello. Testing.
We're Southern players proud of our Southern accent.
You're proud of your Southern accent. It's basically being proud of where you're from. Nice. Okay. Let's see.
You're not gonna ask me when I was what was the last question you were trying to talk to everybody about?
Yes. When were you first sexually aroused?
Oh yeah. Now we're talking about just like you think somebody's good looking or or actual sex.
No, we're talking about like doing
just the tingly feeling downstairs. That's sexual arousal.
I would say 17 or 18.
See, there you go. So 17, 18. 13 for me, 5 for Perpetual.
Hold up. Patsy Cline, did you say 17 or 18?
Right.
Oh wow! So for Perpetual Pleasures, it was 5. For me, it was 9. For
Oh,
Shift,
so I'm sorry, I got it backwards. You're 9, he's 5. I'm 13, she's 17.
yeah, I was laughing at the 5 part. That was hilarious. Like that's so young. That's
I think
Perpetual
PP
Pleasures,
got
you're
a
something
little
else,
bit
man.
of a what's the word? Very interested in the opposite sex.
Yes.
Hence,
Yeah.
he's living up to his name.
Nothing wrong with that,
Excessively
brother.
so.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I might have thought, somebody was a little boy was cute in junior high or something, but it wasn't like, go after him or anything. Like,
Mm. Did you find any teachers attractive?
I had a science teacher in the 6th grade. He was a male. He was a man.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking, God, I was 12 then.
Yeah. We all have fantasies about teachers.
Yeah, I remember thinking, man.
Speak for yourself, but okay.
Really?
But he was a good looking man, and I remember thinking, man, what's that? That's a science teacher?
Was he Southern himself?
Oh no, I don't remember being Southern, but But
Hold on, shifted. You've never had any fantasies or about any of your teachers when you were a kid,
Nah. To be honest,
or was sexually aroused by any of your teachers?
no. To be
Okay.
honest, brother. Yeah, just
Okay.
that's a hard no.
He
'cause
shifted reality.
I already had the females in my grade that were interested in me, so I didn't really need to.
But you
look
were
at
never aroused by any of your teachers.
Well, that's my point. Like, if I hadn't gotten attention from my age group, maybe I could have been.
Oh,
But
okay.
since I was already getting
But
attention,
both could coincide. Like you could get attention from the girls of your age group at the time when you were a kid, whilst being sexually aroused.
so you're talking
by
about
some
like
of your teachers.
a menage a trois with
No,
like
no. I'm not talking. I'm not even talking. I'm not even talking about sex. I'm just saying two things can be true at the same time. You can find girls in your class attractive, but you could also be sexually aroused by at least one of your teachers as well.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough. It's not. It wasn't a case. It wasn't something that happened to me, but I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
My teachers were more so like a parental figure. Like,
okay.
I wasn't thinking of them like that. It was more so like, I got to go to school and listen to them talk.
Noted. Noted. Let me see the comments. Shaylin says PP plunging in since he was a kid.
Why is he saying perpetual penis polisher?
What the where is that?
It's in the chat, dude.
Wait, hold on, where is it?
I think that's the greatest name ever.
Lona Getting Stronger says at perpetual penis polisher. Perpetual penis polisher, thanks to Sharon Stone from Basic Instinct. Oh,
dude, I remember that movie. Yep.
I remember. Yeah,
it had what's his name? What's the actor's name from Falling Down? Michael Douglas or Kirk Douglas. Kirk Douglas. Yeah, great movie. And Sharon Stone was in that.
No, that was Michael.
It was Michael. Michael. Yeah. Kirk Douglas was his father. Yeah. Michael Douglas. Yeah. Great movie. Yeah.
JE says give Patsy 50% commission on the t-shirts TP. She earned it.
Yes, there you go.
Jesus Christ. 50.
Yeah, because I was the one that told you about it in the first place. I was the one that said noted.
About the idea about t-shirts.
Yeah, I brought it up to you and I said, man, you ought to make a t-shirt or something.
Okay. That'd be a great t-shirt.
How long ago was this?
Probably about a year at least ago.
Good Lord. Was this on my panel?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You know what? I'll keep that in mind, Patsy.
Have on the t-shirt a piece of toilet paper with the pen writing on it.
No, you gotta put PP
You know
on the
what?
back.
We should make T-shirts called TP and PP, or it should say
We totally
Yeah.
should. I would love that.
That's perfect.
Dude,
Yeah.
I would buy that shirt. I would totally buy it. Yeah.
yeah, or it can say, "Would you care for some TP for your PP?"
There's so many things we can do with that. It's great.
And on the back of the T-shirt, it could say, "Milady."
Oh my god.
My
Wait, that
lady-
doesn't make sense because Milady
lady-
doesn't have PP. Anyway,
No, it's you're saying to the lady. That's fucking hilarious.
That
No,
is
and
wi-
nowadays it'd make especially hilarious sense because with all the LGBTQ stuff.
Yeah,
Right? So like, my
yeah.
lady, would you like?
oh my god, that would be hilarious and just random.
That's a TP.
Yes. So unfortunately, I can't ask Patsy that question. I can only ask Shifted and Perpetual Pleasures, because they have PPs. But anyway, yeah.
You're
So
damn right, I do.
So yeah, you're damn right. Yeah. I bet after this conversation, you probably want to shift out of reality. Anyway.
No, I'm good, brother. I'm fine with my reality. I'm good.
All right. I like this convo. Okay, so for this moment, let me speed through the comments because I don't want to miss out. Let's see. Wait, can you translate plunging in? Is it what I think it is?
It is, yeah. It is.
Is it basically
You know what a plunger?
wait, let me be as discreet as possible. Is it shooting swimmers inside?
Not necessarily. Plunging is like so over here in America, if our toilets get clogged, we have a thing called a plunger, which plunges out whatever,
Wait. Is it because you have that fetish, Perpetual Pleasure, so you plunge in so that you can get it out?
There's so many layers to that statement of Shaw, and it's freaking
Layers.
hilarious. There's so many layers.
And when you plunge too, you're going up and down, out, in and out, plunge.
In and out.
Yeah, you're unclogging. So
Yeah.
you want to unclog her, dude?
Unclog her. Another T-shirt idea. Anyway, no, I'm not gonna make that T-shirt. That's for you lot to make. Anyway,
You lot, yeah, you lot.
yes, over in the UK we say you lot. You guys say yow. Anyway, y'all better recognize. Anyway,
Y'all better recognize, motherfucker.
yeah. Wait, Perpetual Pleasures. Is the reason you're muted because you're plunging in right now?
That's fucking
Y'all are so
hilarious.
stupid.
PP had to do a quick plunging.
He's
when I
not
was in
done.
high
Let him
school-
mute. Let him mute.
funny-
He's not done.
What's funny in high school though, I actually literally had to get a hall pass because I had to wank off in the bathroom as I was so turned on. by it. That's so. I mean, obviously that wasn't the reason listed on paper, but that's the actual reason I needed it. So.
Good God, brother. I hope you use the toilet at least. Use the toilet or the urinal. Use the urinal.
That's funny.
This guy, you know what? You're probably one of a few Americans I know who uses the British term wanking instead of jacking off, dude.
Wanking's way more funny sounding. Wanking sounds fucking hilarious, man.
And it sounds
Wankers.
more. It sounds
Bloody
more
wanker.
fitting.
You bloody wanker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was
But
the guy
isn't
Santos
wanker-
Spinacci. Santos Spinacci says that. He sounds fucking funny when he says it.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
the
Americans.
vernacular though for wanker is like a fucking a jack off, like a fucking
Yeah, it's the British version of like a jack off guy, basically. Like a
Jag
wanker,
off?
Like
yeah.
in British culture, they associate it with like a loser, basically, like a guy who has no
Loner.
success. He just wanks off and he
Loner
doesn't
getting
have success.
stronger says
That's kind of the
TP and
idea.
PP, tiny penis and penis pumper. Oh, you know what? I got to change my name.
I have a much better version than that.
You know what? He should change it from tiny to I don't know, tall. Or I don't know. I need something else. Yeah, tiny doesn't do me justice. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. Nonetheless,
Gargantuous. There you go.
gargantuous. If only my name was GP. Wait, what did you say? You said gigant. What?
No, gargantuous.
Gargantuous.
Check out my
yeah.
version. My version's way better.
Wait, hold on. Perpetual Pleasure says Turbo. This dude. You know what? If only I could super chat you. But yeah, Perpetual Pleasure says Turbo Penis and Pinprick Pulverizer.
Pulverizer.
All right.
You
Yeah, can we swap?
pulverize?
Can we swap names, please?
When's the last time you've pulverized, TP?
Wait a minute. Hold
Sorry,
on. Are you trying to say I'm quick in bed, dude?
No.
No, the Pinprick Pulverizer, that was referring to
Turbo.
me.
No, Turbo Penis. You trying to say I'm quick? Oh no. You know I'm taking a break from this one.
No, pulverizing means to like absolutely destroy, right?
I don't care about the pulverizer part. He said Turbo Penis.
Oh, it's like
He's
fast.
trying to
yeah,
say I'm
okay,
quick in
yeah.
bed. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding.
Hey, you better
Frank-
you better handle that, dude.
Handle it. Joker. Lona getting stronger is laughing his ass off. All right, let me speed through the comments. Oh, I'm not helping myself. I said speed through. Yeah, I'm not helping. Anyway,
Dude, it's too late. You can't go back, brother.
you can't go back, Joker. Woo! Look at these comments. Is 18 too young to label someone idol? Yeah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's true. Lona getting stronger says, not with a TP at 60, you couldn't get it up.
As long as you're healthy, you could though easily. I plan to be able to get it up well into my 80s or 90s.
Oh, PP is definitely gonna get it up till like 100. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sounds like you have personal experience.
Hey, what are you trying to say, dude? Huh?
Hey, man, you said PP's got it up. How do you know, brother?
No, I said he probably. I can imagine he probably will still get it up at the age of 100 because of, his personality. I don't know.
I think
his
we
confidence.
all will. I think we'll all be just fine.
Well,
it's called Viagra, dude.
Patsy doesn't have one, so she won't be able to get it up.
Well, there's a whole dietary regime. If you follow it, you'll be just fine.
Mm. Patsy Cline. What's your nickname, Patsy?
My nigga?
What?
On YouTube or in real life?
Your nickname, just anywhere.
I don't have a nickname. Well, baby, I guess. I don't know.
Baby. Oh, okay. How original. No, I'm kidding.
Well, and
It
somebody
is
called
what
me-
it is. A
and
nickname's a
my
nickname.
former husband used to call me Sweet Pea.
Oh, Sweetie Pea.
Sweet Pea, yeah.
Sweet
Oh.
pea. That's a southern thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Uh,
Let me see. Excuse me. Are the people? Loho says, TP, you must have a ton of notes since you always say noted. Yeah, I've got a notes app and I use it regularly. Perpetual Pleasurist says, Patsy, you would make the hottest teacher ever. Well, there you go.
It's the Van Halen song, "Hot for Teacher."
yeah.
You know that song, PP?
Oh yes, very much so.
Great song. Great song.
JE says, lol, I'm not American, Lona, but your point still stands. JE says, agreed, Miss L. Rose. Oh, right, in reference to this comment, Miss L. Rose says, people who kick their kids out at 18 just shows that they never wanted children, because how can you expect a child to make adult decisions? Yeah, or teenager, yeah, in this case.
Great
Yeah.
point.
Mm-hmm. Whew. Honestly, people who want children, I think they should consider getting dolls or action figures, instead of getting actual human babies, because at least with dolls and action figures, you can return them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think about?
Actually, a really good point. Actually,
Yeah. Parents who decide to have children, they're no different from their children playing with dolls or action figures. They might as well get, adult action figures or dolls themselves,
May as
so
well.
they can return. Yeah.
Well, the way they're making, robots now, they might actually end up doing that.
Yeah, they could get robot.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they could get robot babies and just look after them, and then return them whenever they feel like it.
Yeah. And they wouldn't
Mhm.
be pissing and shitting all over the place.
Patsy Cline says, "I feel like I'm 45 though." Okay, noted. It's cool. It's cool. JE, I read that. I read this one. JE says, "I know, right? Those poor 25-year-old men." Read this one. Patsy Cline says, "Ireland is definitely a place to see. It is known to be gorgeous. It's on my bucket list for travel." All right, so that's the next place you're visiting. Is that correct, Patsy?
It might not be the next place, but I'd like it to be one before I pass away, before I die.
Okay, Ireland. Nice. Cool. Perpetual Pleasurer says, "You can see why he Islam so much." Yeah, noted. Shifted Reality says that Patsy Cline saying here, Ireland is a bucket list. Lona Getting Stronger says, at JE, where are you from? I imagine JE is going to say prefer not to say. But anyway. Miss L. Rose says, "Oh my word." Lona Getting Stronger says, "Perpetual penis polish in the chat." Yeah. Do you polish it? No, I'm joking. We move on. Forget I asked that question. Anyway, Patsy, could you imagine someone actually polishing it? But anyway, Patsy Cline says, "For."
No comment. No comment.
No comment. Yeah. Patsy Cline says, "Sorry, I can't get over that. Like, imagine if someone actually does that. Like it's a bowling ball." Nonetheless.
That's why I said no comment.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't think anyone actually does that in real life. Miss L. Rose says, "I mean, 4-year-old is a baby." Yeah, that's a freaking baby, man. Toddler, whatever you want to call it. Whew, religion is something else. Miss L. Rose says, "Are the people in that religion aware of this? I can't believe this." I mean, I'll let PP answer that.
Are the people in that religion aware of this? I can't believe. Well, it depends on who they are. The majority of the adult men are aware of this. Yes. The women and children may not be aware of it, and also the cultural Islamic people probably are not aware of it. Who've never read the Quran, who just go through the motions and have that as their culture of going through the motions and stuff. They probably don't know about it, but the ones who actually seriously practice it definitely know about it for sure, 100%.
Cool. Patsy Cline says, "I had a male science teacher in the 6th grade, and I thought he was hot." Cool.
So to on the Islam thing, that's really what gives religion a bad name. Not Islam. I'm not saying Islam is the reason, but that what's going on there with the that's not everybody. Like everybody does not believe that. Like Perpetual said, the ones who truly follow the Quran, they know, right? But that doesn't mean everybody who's religious agrees with that. Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the way you said the Quran is funny. It's hilarious.
No disrespect. No
Quran, tomato.
Quran.
Tomato, right?
Oh, that is hilarious. The Quran.
Quran.
How do you say it, Perpetual Pleasurous? How do you say it?
Oh, I normally just say Quran, but Quran. I mean, Quran just makes me crack up because it makes me think of the Michigander accent. King Kanye, Michigander, Quran. We're gonna Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh god,
it's just funny. I grew up in Michigan, so tons of people talk like that.
Michigan.
You know, it'd be a good conversation. Is there any Muslims in the chat? Just curious, because that'd be a good conversation.
Be a very dark conversation because they always try to stand up for it with really dumbass points, like that are even worse than the traditional.
That'd be interesting if a Muslim came up, for a change, so we could talk about that because we
Well,
did talk about.
it is interesting because one of the pastors I watch, he actually debated a Muslim. I don't know if they're, what do they call it, priest, whatever they call them, and he broke down all the points we're talking about. He broke them down, and from what I saw, like there was really no argument. It was just they kind of deflect it. They, like.
Would you ever become a if you had no religion and Islam came to you and and said, "How would you like to be a Muslim?" What would you say? Shifted.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
He could take out the Muslims any day, bro. Philosophically and otherwise, not a problem. They have like the least. They have the shakiest, shittiest, lousiest fucking foundation of any belief system on the planet by far.
It's interesting that it's so widespread. Yeah, you're right. But
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, you're right. I totally agree with you on that statement. Yeah.
and it's so obvious why most of the adult men take to it. It's because it gives them free range with women. That's why. That's the reason they do it.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what they're brought up to believe. Yeah.
Caleb Kerr says, I added. Okay, so Caleb Kerr firstly says, yeah, Islam is violent, but I
never
added,
downplay that around here, bro. We never have downplayed that at all.
I added the text without finishing on accident. I was going to say that I'm tired of people downplaying Christianity's violent history spread as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time on my channel.
Oh, yeah.
There's
most of the time we talk about Christianity, but yeah.
In fact, most of the time we talk about that. Honestly,
Yeah,
we
most
probably
of the
probably don't talk about Islam enough. Honestly, in terms of how fucked up it is.
Good point. We don't talk about it enough, probably. Factually, anyway. Christianity is talked about more than Islam, would you say, in general?
Yeah, I mean the dark aspects of Christianity definitely are talked a lot more about, more commonly. It seems like in a lot of things. I mean, I don't know. I feel like in my channel I've given pretty equal emphasis to the dark sides of all three of the big ones: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. But it really depends on the channel what's emphasized more. But the way I look at it is like, you can only cover so much ground within each piece of content, whether it's live or a video. You only have so much time. So it's like, yeah, if we're gonna go into every single fucking branch that has horrible fucked up issues, that's
Noted.
That's a 12-hour thing in and of itself to cover all of them, basically.
Well, so I will say the difference is in Christianity, there's no written word that says the things that they're saying. So people who decide to proclaim to be Christian and they completely do the opposite of what Christ taught, they're not Christians.
Right. So that, like what I said, like even within the most extreme examples within Christianity, they really had to fucking stretch and warp and twist and interpret and stuff to try and justify, harming women and children, these types of things. They could basically scratch up something from the Old Testament and blah, 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 blah. But the point is, it's not the way it is in Islam, where it's like in your face, you have the right to do this. Boom, there it is. It's, you have to really mind fuck yourself to concoct why you can abuse people in sexual ways, like if you're any type of actual Christian at all, and especially Christian, what to speak of the other stuff. But I mean, I've seen it done. I've seen people have done that, but it seems like a good example of that is like what we were talking about. Like in a lot of the far left fold, they'll go on and on about, they'll go on about those rare, not very common subsets of Christianity where people do try to justify that kind of fucked up shit, but they'll like never talk about Islam and how significantly more fucked up it is than that. Like, right? Because they're going to be like, oh yes, this guy, mind fucked himself to interpret a scripture in a really warped way, which like no other Christians do that for the most part. But this other guy who's Islamic, it's like, well, he's just following what his book says to do. Right, versus what the other people are not following. So like literally, if you're not exactly, if you're not treating women as pieces of meat, you're not actually following what the Islamic book teaches you as a guy. Like basically that's what I'm trying to get at. Like you're actually going against Islam if you're not treating women who are not Muslim as basically just property you can do whatever you want with.
Exactly.
If you're not doing that, you're actually not following Islam. You're not following.
Well, yeah, dude. That's why the Bible actually there's a verse where like they come to Jesus and like, hey, I proclaimed your name, this, that, and the other. And Christ is like, I never knew you. Depart from me. You said you were a Christian, but you really didn't follow me. So no, you're not a Christian. So like, there's that dichotomy, or is that the right word? Whatever, like where Christians don't promote that, and if you decide to do that and proclaim Jesus, you're not a true Christian. As opposed to in Islam, it's actually written in there that they should do that.
Yeah, and in Islam, Allah, their version of Allah is like, he's literally like, yes, the more people you've killed in my name, the more women you've tormented in my name, if they're non-Muslim women, the more you've done this, blah 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 blah, the more you've pleased me. The less you have done this, the less pleasing you are to me. That's literally how it is for Allah in the Quran. He's like,
Yeah,
the more you
yeah,
go around tyrannize, terrorize, lie, steal until you're the majority power, and then tyrannize and terrorize, that's
yeah,
the most pleasing stuff to Allah. And so it's like,
right,
if you're not
right,
doing those things and you're a moderate Islam, you're, according to the Quran, you're less pleasing to Allah as a moderate Islam, basically,
right.
Muslim.
And that's completely opposite of what Jesus spoke to. So that's why
Right.
it's like, it's not, yeah, no, it's completely different. It's completely different. Like you can't group, oh, religion, okay, yeah, but like Christians and Islams are not the same. It's not the same
Yeah,
thing.
and there's, like, I would say there's also a big difference between, like we've gone on these live chats ad nauseum. We've gone into the distinction between, okay, discussing philosophical points that have holes in them, philosophically speaking, or may, versus, okay, what does the book teach people to do as the standard principles, right? And so that's where there's a totally different dichotomy there. It's like, okay, yeah, philosophical interpretation of what stuff means and what's really being indicated, in reference to the nature of a being is one's topic. And then the separate topic is, okay, what is this book directly telling people today, right now, to do currently? Right. And if it's like basically, well, with Islam, it's been telling people to do the same exact thing the whole fucking time from 630 some AD up until today. The message has remained the same: take over the entire world, forcefully make it Islamic. If they, try to convince them to convert to Islam, if they don't convert, forcefully convert them over or kill them, basically. Take their women, do what you want with them. If they take to Islam, they'll have the only extra protection they'll have as women is that they'll be able to have legal protection under their husband or their, brother or whatever. That's it. That's the only additional right you have as a woman, really. If you're a married woman versus a woman who's unmarried or a woman who doesn't wear the thing over her head or whatever the fuck else, the message has remained consistent the entire fucking time. Like, it hasn't changed in terms of tyrannize the world, take it all over, forcefully make it Islamic, right? Whereas the Christian message has majorly been, even from the old New Testament onwards, the message was, hey, do your best to try and be a decent, good quality person, blah, 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 blah. Yes, there was a lot of crazy teachings also attached to, like, do all this other stuff. That's why a lot of people don't accept Paul, because of what he said about witches, sorcerers, whatever the fuck. Point being, there was no built into it, hey, you need to or are supposed to tyrannize the world with this and force them to do this. And there was no authorization. Yes, you have the right to treat women like this anywhere in that scripture, right? It was more like, the most extreme you see is basically like people who, practice magic or this or that or whatever, and that's where the whole burning alive at the stake thing. But as far as I could tell, I didn't see anything in the New Testament, especially there. Yeah, there's some dark shit in the Old Testament, but at least in the New Testament, there was nothing saying, hey, it's okay to treat women like that, or anything that's
Exactly.
like a thumbs up for that type of shit. Like,
Exactly.
you don't see that anywhere, right?
It's not there. And to be fair, like I've known some Muslims who were really good people and they really just wanted to know God. But the problem is they're not really being honest with themselves when they read their book. Like they're good people and they want to just know the creator, which I respect the heck out of that. And that's great. But like, really, really dissect what you believe in. Like you have to, like, I studied the Bible for 10 years to really come to the conclusion that I believe in Jesus Christ. Well, some of these Muslims that are really good people, they just really didn't study their book, like to really, do you know what your book
if
says?
I may interject, do you so PP and Shifted, you guys want to address this comment if you want?
So this is actually interesting. If you could be more specific, Kalen Care, because what we're talking about is something very legitimate in the sense of, like, we've ad nauseum on these live streams already went inside and out with, like, talking to Shifted Reality about all of the philosophical holes we see in the traditional Christianity, me, Patsy, and TB. So we've pretty much beat that dead horse about 5 times over. Like, it's at this point, there's not really any reason to focus much more on that in terms of, like, the Christian issues and stuff, at least right now, because we've really already gone and done that. So right now, the reason we're focusing so much on Islam is that we can all agree that no matter how bad, I mean, no matter how bad what you find, even in the Old Testament, let's take it to the fullest extreme. Even in the Old Testament, Yahweh only specifically authorized that terrible treatment to people, as fucked up as it was, and it is incredibly fucked up, against very specific groups. And most traditional Christians interpret that to mean that it was only in those particular cases that it was okay for those people to be wiped out all the way top to bottom, because in their idea, whether this is true or not, is that basically that particular group in that city within Canaan at the time was that specific group only, whereas the kids all the way through the adults were contaminated with this totally demonic psychology, whatever gene. There's all sorts of different versions of it, but the point is, what differentiates that from Islam is that in Islam, it's anyone and everyone who isn't specifically Islamic, they are fit to be killed, take them off the face of the planet, period. There's no additional context of like anything else. It's just everyone everywhere who isn't specifically pro-Islam, pro-Muslim is fit to be killed, is fit to be tyrannized, is fit to be enslaved. It's a full clean sweep ideology. Whereas the Old Testament God, as bad as it is, he's still not as bad as Allah in Islam, is the point I'm trying to make. Even as bad as he is, and of course Shifted doesn't agree with that, but the point I'm making is within the Old Testament and New Testament, there's room for debating, okay, what is actually meant by this? What is Yahweh actually meaning by this? What is the actual intent? Whereas in Islam, it's very clear cut. It's very much Allah commands you to tyrannize other groups. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you don't tyrannize other groups and force them into Islam, then you're not doing your full duty as a Muslim. You're basically lukewarm as a Muslim. But whereas in the entire world of Christianity and Judaism, there's not really anything like that. Where if you're not literally tyrannizing other groups, you're failing as a Christian for not tyrannizing other groups. There's no narrative that explicitly states that in particular. It's like, yeah, some people do tyrannize other groups and use their Christianity or Judaism to try and justify it, but it's not this be all end all that literally is the distinguisher of your Christianity or Judaism. So I hope what I'm saying is making sense, and maybe
it is,
what I'm
PP.
saying?
And Caleb, if you want to come up to the panel, feel free. If you want to discuss
feel
that.
free. Feel free.
But yeah, so the difference is what PP said is he's exactly right. Like, you can't get around that. That's what it is. And
Exactly.
and when it comes to the Old Testament, there are reasons if you decide to really understand where the Christian God was coming from, you come to realize there are reasons why he said what he said and did what he did. Regardless, that's besides the point. But
yeah,
there's never, in the Old or New, there's never anything that says that it's okay just to do that, because they do not what PP said. Yeah.
So here's the thing. Let's do this is a great time to do the if you had to choose thing that TP likes to do a lot. It's like if I was forced to
would you
choose,
rather?
if there was no other option available to me and I had to choose between Yahweh ruling over reality and my life and everything else and Allah ruling over reality in my life, I would choose Yahweh any day of the fucking week. If I had to choose between the two, right? If there was no other choice, I would choose Yahweh every single time, and I would never choose Allah, because
as would I. Yeah.
Yes. And for obviously for different reasons, but in this, it basically, if you're comparing the two, it's like Allah is significantly more tyrannical, more diabolical, more evil than Yahweh is, as evil as Yahweh is in my perception and processing of what he says. So I think most people would also feel the same if they were to read both books, the Old Testament and New Testament and the Quran. Allah is significantly a more tyrannical, diabolical figure than even Yahweh is. With Yahweh, you at least have wiggle room on things and potentials for things, whereas Allah, there's no wiggle room. It's like, you do this or else, fuck you, basically.
Well,
Like,
maybe not PP. You got to remember, PP, that there is an ultimatum there involved.
that's what I'm saying. There is an
Hell
ultimatum,
hanging over your head. Wait a minute.
but it's
You
not
got to
as
remember
extreme
that.
as
So there's a
Islam
certain
is.
amount of tyrannical nature there, anyway, because you
Oh,
could
for
have
sure.
that
And like
idea
I
of
said,
hell hanging up.
right,
You do
that's
have
why
the
we.
idea of hell hanging over your head, so there is a tyrannical element there.
But in Islam, it's way worse.
Well,
So
I
their
agree.
version,
I agree. It's not forced on you
yeah,
by other people
correct.
in Islam. I mean, it is forced on you in Islam by other people. In
In
Christianity,
Islam,
it's forced on you by people, but
right.
it's hanging over your head with what God said would happen.
Correct.
God and
So
the Bible
Well,
says.
the
that's
thing
why I
is,
say in Islam it's far darker because like you have not only do you have also the hell threat as well within Islam if you're not Muslim, but you're literally dealing with a being that if you're in other words, within Islam, there's not even you don't even have the availability the way they do in like the Christian fold to like surrender to Christ and have the sweeping forgiveness take place in your life. And you don't even have that available to you in Islam.
Mm,
Like at least within Christianity, as fucked up as Yahweh is, which I've talked about right, left, and center,
mm,
you have there's at least some degree of
mm.
of easier wiggle room to escape eternal hellfire and horror and all this other type of stuff. Whereas Islam,
Yeah,
you
but
don't even have that available to
yeah,
you as an option.
and that's because of the people doing it to the other people
Right.
that
Exactly.
aren't agreeing. Um, that's I'm talking about society, Islamic society doing
Yeah.
that to anybody that doesn't agree with them.
But it's also in the Islamic book itself, the Quran too, as well. That's so the society behaves that way based on the Quran, in
Right.
particular. Whereas the reason why in the Christian world and the Judaic world, people were able to escape and have some sort of wiggle room out of directly what the book says word for word, is because their narrative of the being they're dealing with, at least the narrative that they have of the being, in terms of their perception of the being, is that this being is a more understanding, more reasonable entity, whether he is or not. Whereas in Islam, even the narrative of Allah is that Allah is a totally unreasonable cosmic prick. Like there's no reasoning with Allah. There's no wiggle room to have a conversation with him to like interpret things. It's just you either
So it's like
follow
you
what he
think Allah
says
is
or
more
else.
closed-minded, basically.
By a far, he's in the narratives. He's way more closed-minded of an entity,
All
right?
right, all right.
So
So,
yeah, a
PP,
lot worse.
so just for clarification, just religion aside for a brief moment, regarding the age of consent. So, I want to ask all three of you, even though we did mention it before, but so I'll start with Shifty. What do you think the age of consent should be?
I would say 21 would be
Okay,
I'd say
all right,
21.
all right, 21.
Yeah.
Perpetual Pleasurist. What do you think the age of consent should be?
Like I said, I would say the document fill out version is mine basically. I think the standard should remain 17 or 18 depending on the state, and it should be available to people who are 15 and above if they fill out a form that says they're the age of consent.
Okay, interesting. So the standard age of consent should be 17 or 18, and age of consent should be allowed to, you know, base should be. Say that again about the 14 part. Say that again.
So as long as they're over 14, in other words, 15 and above. And I personally would be okay if it was lowered to 13 or 14. But I'm just saying, I think most people would agree that 15 or above, a person could voluntarily decide to fill out a legal form that says, as long as it's voluntary and they're not coerced, and that would be part of the form, you're not being coerced into blah blah blah. You as they
Would a
fill it out,
parent would a
I'm the
parent
age
have
of
to be beside
consent.
them? Would a parent
No,
have to
they
be
could do
beside
this
them? Okay.
independent of parental approval, actually. So
Okay.
basically, um, basically that would solidify that obviously all the same laws would apply. So obviously they couldn't be raped or assaulted. It would still have to be consensual. But the idea is they have the legal ability to consent with that form in the sense of 15 or above.
Mhm.
And they could do that at any time, but this would be available to anyone who's 15 and older. And I think that would help society by a lot because it would prevent a lot of these weird, stupid fucking cases where you have a horny teenager who obviously desired to, and clearly, according to what they themselves said to, police or investigators, they themselves said that they consented to the female, who was, seductive or attractive to them or whatever. And they even will say that they instigated it. The teenager male instigated the instance. But then, in spite of all of that, just because only for no other reason other than the fact that he was under 18, she ends up in prison and facing all these legal consequences, even though he 100% says to police that he consented to it, and he feels and knows that he
Mhm.
did consent to it. It's like, so what the fuck is she being locked up for? Oh, that's right, because on paper, he doesn't have the legal right to consent at 15. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, ever. Like,
Okay.
there's so many cases like that that are popping up, though. You see all over the place, and people are hounding, oh my god, they're so disgusting. There's like even ladies in their young 20s and shit like this. It's like, give me a fucking break. The
So it's like,
15
female teachers who have sex with, their, young teenage
Yeah, and I'm
boys,
saying, and I'm
students.
talking specifically the cases where the teenage male says from his end that he consented to it. Where
Uh-huh.
he doesn't say that she forced him into anything else like that. So in other words, all the police have is, oh, but the fact remains the same. She agreed to have sex, even though he was 100% consenting to it. Even though she was over 18. So it's literally just this catch-22 like
Uh,
gotcha thing.
okay.
And then you'll see this giant comment sections of people hounding on this female teacher for, having consensual sex with a male who obviously consented to it. It's like it's
Uh,
and when I see so many of these things and they're just hounding and like they're trying to paint this picture that she's this evil, diabolical, nasty fucking thing. It's like, do you have any idea how many young teenage men are jealous as fuck of that guy? The fact who would have paid money almost to have sex with that teacher? Come on, give me a fucking break. It's like
uh,
this is the world
yeah,
we live
a
in.
lot of dudes are like, yeah, you're right. Like they're cheering him on. They're saying,
That's
"Get
what I'm saying.
some, get
This is
some,
different
get
from
some." Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
and it's so obvious to tell the difference that it's so different from cases where the individual, whether they were male or female, but especially in the case of males, was clearly obviously forced or pushed into it or threatened in some way or whatever, right? But it's extremely the exception rather than the norm. I mean, let's just fucking be real. Especially if you're a guy, you're the one with the pecker that penetrates. You're not the one with the other way around, right? So like you obviously to some degree in some way shape or form if there's no threat hanging over your head, right, especially if there's no threat, because if you're threatened it's really hard to actually get aroused anyway. If you're this is the like if you're a guy, most cases of guys having sex with female teachers are actually consensual. If they're let's just be real, like it's not, people can go on all day, oh it's not consensual because they don't have the legal age of consent, in place, but it's like, but psychologically, consciousness wise, in thought, in feeling, it was consensual. And if anybody's saying otherwise, they're fucking lying in most of these cases. The only exceptions would be like if the teacher threatened him with something like blackmail. If you do this or else, I'm gonna do this, right? Or like she held a knife to his throat. Get hard or else I'm gonna slit your throat. Or was
Yeah.
something where there's an actual threat from her end to him. It's only in those cases that it's actual non-consensual assault of some kind. If
Mhm.
there's any type of, he has to voluntarily agree and do stuff, and there's no point at where she's holding him or forcing him to do anything, no blackmail, it's consensual. Like that, you can't say that that's not consensual if there's, because he can just not do it, he can just walk out, he can just not do the act, and right, he has to actually be aroused to do the act. So obviously that's consensual. You can't call that non-consensual just based on, oh, they don't have the, so that's the problem in the world that would be eliminated by what I'm suggesting. It really would. It would just be
Okay,
gone as a thing, not a problem.
okay, okay. I appreciate you going into it. So, just so we're clear, so you think the age of consent should be either 17 or 18. At the same time, you also think that people ages 15 or over should be allowed to sign a form, you know, basically filling out that form that they can basically consent to having sex.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's 15 or over, correct?
Yep. 15 or over.
All right, cool. Patsy Cline, what do you think the age of consent should be?
I'm sticking with 18.
18. Okay. All right. Cool. Interesting. For me, what does the thought provoker think the age of consent should be? Hmm. I mean, firstly, I want to say perpetual pleasure is your idea. It's not bad, you know. I don't. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm open to it. That idea. Like, okay, because people, you know, of those ages can consent. Like, I get it. But
Well, I
nonetheless.
know this from firsthand experience too. I literally know ladies personally in my own life that have that their lives were made a living hell, where literally they actually had clearly consensual sex with
Mhm.
someone who they thought was 18 or above. They wholeheartedly believed they were 18 or above, and just because after the fact they found out that the neighbor basically sent their kid over to entrap them, in that they ended up spending like, a huge amount of time in prison, like 10 to 15 years in prison over a consensual sex act where there was no force, there was no threat, there was no
No
blackmail,
coercion. Yeah.
nothing at all. It was just, oh, because he doesn't have the legal, and she finds out, oh shit, he's actually 14 and not 18. Oh fuck. And then the police hound her and, do all these like trick questions and stuff. And of
Mhm.
course, being the type of, she doesn't understand the principle of not talking to the police. She was kind of young and dumb. So, so now her life is basically ruined. And now when she gets out, there's nowhere that'll house her anywhere. Like female sex offenders or female sex offenders listed as such, there's literally no housing for them anywhere, especially in the place that I live here. So, like, I've known multiple women who are really good quality women who this has happened to, where it's consensual sex, but they got locked up because the individual wasn't 18 yet. But what they described was so obviously a consensual thing, it's not even funny. And it's just really pisses me off when I hear it because it's like, it was just a moneymaker for the legal system to keep them locked up as long as possible, right? There's no reason they should have been locked up in comparison to other people who are actually assaulting people non-consensually but are walking home free everywhere on the streets, right?
Mm.
It's just
Okay.
nuts. It's crazy, man.
Okay. So I will say this: I am open. Your idea about regarding the age of consent, I'm open to the idea. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying I'm definitely open to it because teenagers can consent to a lot of things. Like for example, there are a lot of things that teenagers can do, like driving at the age of 12 and this and that. My dad's done it, but anyway, I think Shifted. You even said you drove at the age of 13, right?
Nah, well, illegally I drove at the age of 12, 13, but
Oh, okay.
legally I couldn't drive till 15.
Oh, okay. All right.
The
Cool.
one element that I'm thinking of when I bring 18 into picture when I answer my question is because what 14 or 15-year-old is going to be thinking about, do I have a condom? Do I have birth control?
Mm,
Am I prepared? They're not going to be saying that. They're not going to be thinking about that.
mhm.
An 18-year-old will have the cognizance to know that they should be prepared for that.
They're gonna be more considerate.
Exactly. They're going to be thinking about what they're doing more
Mhm.
at 18
Just
and the
more
ramifications
responsible.
of what could happen if they weren't protected and the outcome of that.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's
Well.
why I said 18. Definitely.
Okay. Fair. There are some very, very young teenagers who don't even know the consequences of sex. So what ends up happening is, pregnancy takes place, and it's like, well, they didn't know that a baby comes out. Some parents, I don't know if you know, but some parents lie to their children about how babies come out and whatnot
But
instead of telling
not
them
only
the truth.
that, they might be aware that it could happen, but they don't really grasp the what do you call it, the weight of something like that. They
Like the
don't grasp.
importance, like how important it is.
Yeah, they don't grasp that.
I'm still thinking about which age of consent. For me, I don't know. I don't. For me, it's like you can tell by my attitude. It's like if someone says 18, I don't see. I don't have a problem with it. You know. I don't know. I don't mind. It's like if you say 20, I'll be like okay. If you say 18, I'll be okay. I mean, I'll be like okay. I don't really have a set age of consent at the moment. I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. 18. I have no problem with 18 or 20. Huh. Would you guys rather it be the age of consent be 20 or 18?
I'd personally rather it be 20.
Definitely
Okay.
18 for sure.
Oh, okay, so Shifted says 20, Perpetual Pleasure says 18. Like, as in, like, would you rather? Okay. And
I mean, this goes back to. I'm sorry, TP.
No,
Go ahead.
no. No, go on.
Well, the reason I asked that question of when we all noticed sexual stuff is because everybody's different, right? Everybody comes to age at a different, biologically speaking. We all come to that realization at different points in time in our life. So I would say 21 would be a good baseline to be like, okay, that person definitely knows whether or not they want to give their body over to somebody else. At 21, at least you know that. At
Okay.
18, well, at 18, I will say, yeah, you will know that, but you're still kind of young. You're a teenager still, so it's kind of debatable. Some 18-year-olds are more mature than others, right? So it's like, but
Basically, a quote unquote unseasoned adult.
yeah, unseasoned, exactly. Yeah,
Let me just say that when
perfect
I was
word, brother. Perfect word. Yeah.
Thank you.
let me just say when I was 17 or 18, which is just like I say, that was when I really became aware. You know, the first thing I thought of when I got around a guy, and we were like parked or somewhere, the first thing in my head was, uh, this is, this could be dangerous. You know, that was the first thing that was going through my head. You know,
What age?
and that didn't go through my head until I was about 17 or 18. You know, so,
Okay.
I just really didn't grasp the significance and the
Important.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
weight of that situation.
The weight of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
until I was 17 or 18 years old. You know,
Yeah.
and just
So
like I say, just like I got with somebody with a guy. That's the first thing that was going through my head when we started touching each other. I said,
yeah,
red flags.
yeah, exactly. She's right.
Immediately.
So what's Patsy saying? Until you grasp the weight of what you're doing, you shouldn't have the ability to consent. And
Yeah.
that's completely, yeah, I 100%
That's
agree
what I'm
with that.
saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
good thing. Thanks, Shetty, for thinking along with me on that.
Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Cool. Noted. Yeah. Let me see for the comments. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Tadariusun?
Tadariusun is how I always pronounce it. Tadariusun.
Okay.
Tadariusun or
Tadariusun
Tadariusun. Yeah.
says, they will lie and you will gladly, unknowingly believe them. What do you guys think he's referencing?
Gladly lie. I'm trying to figure out who the lie. I think
So to datarism, who's they? That's the first question.
I think he might be. I'm not sure. I'll have to get a clarification on who he's referring to.
Yeah, just clarify on Tadaria.
But
I have to go back and look at what was going on when he said it.
Yeah,
if he's still here, he'll probably clarify. But nonetheless, go on, PB.
But I'm trying to, because I could have sworn it's obvious that Kalem Care was not present for a lot of the stuff we talked about here and elsewhere, because I think they seem to be missing a key point here. Like at least from my end personally, just because on this specific point right here, comparing it to Islam, just because on this point me and Shifted are agreeing, has absolutely zero to do with all of the horrors I literally look at my two most recent fucking videos, for crying out loud. I regularly call out within Old Testament Yahweh worship and Christianity and all of these other things on a regular fucking basis. So this thing where that's like, oh, because I'm not right at this exact moment calling out those specific things in particular, where I do that everywhere else all the time, a lot of the time, means that, oh, somehow I am minimizing the horrors of Christianity or Old Testament Yahweh worship. Hell no. This is the type of weird shit that me and TB talk about a lot. It's like, just because in one single chat, one single discussion, one single point of agreement, you're not specifically focusing on that exact point of the horrors of Yahweh or Christianity or whatever, that doesn't mean that there's any minimization in my thoughts or emotions or feelings about the horrors of those things at all. But I'm just trying to make clear that Islam, whatever our disagreements are, me and Shifted on other things, it's very, very sensible to me and anyone who's sane. And anybody, look at the world. It's just basic sense. You can just see that Islam is far worse of a cultural and ideological thing. Whatever disagreements we have and whatever the history was, that's just fucking basic sense to me. Like, you don't even need to be very deep about it. Like, you can just see it. It's not even like, go to any Christian country, any place, and look how you're treated as a woman compared to how you're treated as a woman in an Islamic country. Look at just compare the two.
So Kalen, let's make it clear. I'm a Christian. Perpetual Petralist is not. So we disagree on that, but we both can come together in the fact that Yeah, kids should not be victimized. That's what we're saying.
Yes, kids and women should not be victimized. Neither of them. Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me plug this in. Okay. Come on. What? Where is the comment? Okay, let me start from here. JE says it should be 20. Cool. I don't mind it being 20, to be honest. Yeah, I don't mind. For now, I'll probably say, man. Yeah, I'll go with 20. Although
Well, I mean,
someone,
you could say 19, but you're still a teenager at 19.
yeah,
So
that's true. The thing
Yeah.
is, I'll say 20, but if someone says 18, I'm not going to be against that either. I'm just giving a number. I'll probably say
so
20.
TP, let me throw a wrench in this if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Let's say that, and I know you're not going to. We've established this, and I agree with you, by the way. But let's just say you had a 19-year-old daughter who was talking to a 40-year-old,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
he wanted to have sex with your 19-year-old daughter.
Okay.
I would imagine, and I'm not no judgment here. I would
Okay.
imagine you'd have a problem with that.
Okay. So here's my thing. So basically 19 is damn near 20. So there's a 20-year difference. But in this case, if she's 19, there's a 21-year-old. There's a 21-year difference. Would I have a problem with that? I would definitely question the intentions of the dude who wants to pursue my hypothetical 19-year-old daughter. I would definitely question it. But what ultimately matters is if he is, and I'm just saying this for now, I would say what ultimately matters is he a good man, and is he going to, treat my daughter with love and respect? Does he have well intentions, As long as
So
he's a good man.
So you're willing to disregard age if he's a good person towards your hypothetical daughter?
My 19-year-old daughter, are we assuming that my hypothetical 19-year-old daughter is legally an adult?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is what I mean. Like, if we're assuming that she's legally an adult, she can make her own decisions, pays taxes, blah 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 blah. She can make all these decisions, right? And a 40-year-old man were to approach her. I'm thinking of this off the spot, by the way, just so you know. I'm just improvising.
Welcome to my life. Our last live streams.
We say that last part?
Our last live streams where we were talking about certain things off the cuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know how you're feeling. Yeah.
For me, I guess what I'm saying is if a 40-year-old man were to approach my hypothetical 19-year-old legally adult daughter, I'd basically have a conversation with him, regarding his intentions with my daughter. And if I find out he's a good man, then great, fantastic, I wish them all the best. And as long as they consent to each other, being with each other, then I wish them all the best.
So the question would be, why is a 40-year-old man looking at a 19-year-old though?
But that's why I would probably ask that too. Or maybe instead I'll just ask, why are you interested in my daughter? Instead of asking, why are you after a 19? I'll just ask, what is it about my daughter that you love about her?
Right. So do you really think a 40-year-old can connect with a 19-year-old?
I think that they are at completely different stages in life. Is it possible that they can have some things in common? Yeah, maybe in terms of intellect, but as far as, old TV shows they used to watch, they are they are in completely different stages. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine? Imagine the 40-year-old asking the 19-year-old, "Hey, do you remember SpongeBob?" And they say no.
So what could they possibly have in common?
Just having intellectual conversations, like interests, certain interests, like certain TV shows, certain activities, certain sports.
Well, you just said that the TV show thing would be completely out of range.
Yeah, well, no, for it depends on the TV show though, like SpongeBob, for example.
Well, hold on. What does TV have to do with it though? I mean,
no, because we're talking about. You said what could they? What was your question? Something about what do they have in common?
Yeah, what could a 40-year-old man possibly have in common with a 19-year-old female?
Again, certain interests. Maybe they might be into the same type of music. Maybe they might be into the same type of sports. It could be anything.
So that begs the question: is he just conforming to what she likes, or like that generational gap is so large that
it really is? It really is.
Yeah. So it begs the question: why can't he find a 40-year-old woman to get with instead of a fucking teenager?
So instead of a 19-year-old, in this case, probably because of the fact that men tend to go for younger women because of fertility.
So if he hasn't had kids yet and he can't meet somebody his age, that's a problem. Not necessarily. Well, okay, I won't say it's a problem, but that means he's failed with his own age group.
Okay.
So he's looking for the younger generation that's more naive that he can.
But the thing is, isn't there something about if a man goes, pursues a younger woman, so that he can have kids with a younger woman, there's something about just better fertility or something like that, isn't there?
So I'll tell you this, TP. If there's a 40-year-old guy who's interested in my 19-year-old daughter just for the fact for him to procreate, I'm gonna fuck him up because I'm like, no, it's not happening.
All right, cool.
I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm trying to I'm trying to understand your side of it. So yeah.
If I was a dad or a parent, as long as things are consensual, if they're the legal age of consent and it's consensual, I am 100% fine with it. As long as it's consensual on both ends, I would have zero issues with it. It doesn't matter what the inner agendas or this or that. As long as the person treated my daughter well and she was never abused by him, emotionally, verbally, or otherwise, treated her well, consensual, I would be 100% fine with it. I would have zero issues if I was.
So there's no line. Is there a line in the sand for you?
Or but the thing is,
no. If it's consensual, there is no line in the sand for me at all. In fact, because especially if he treats her well and he doesn't abuse her and she likes him and she has a great life with him, why would I have an issue with that? Like, for my standard is he treating her well and do they have a good life together and is she consenting to what they're doing and is she wanting it to happen? Then who the fuck am I to get pissed off at that? That's kind of psychotic.
It seems like your main concern. It seems like your main concern is how, because of the age gap, he could potentially take advantage of her due to her being an inexperienced adult.
I just think it's really weird if a man of that age has an interest in a teenager, dude. I just
so that's solely your issue, is the fact that you just find the age gap thing weird rather than being concerned about. So it's not about, for you, it's not about him potentially taking advantage of your hypothetical 19-year-old daughter.
I just think that it's completely weird, and if this guy's interested in a 19-year-old girl, I would ask, why can't you find a girl your age?
Okay, so that's what this is about for you. So it's not about being concerned about him potentially taking advantage. It's not about that.
Well, first off, I wouldn't allow it, to be honest. I wouldn't allow it.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, so just so I'm clear, because some people, the reason why they think the age gap is weird is due to the worry that the 40-year-old man would take advantage of the 19-year-old woman. So I'm asking but it seems like for you, that's not the case. It's not about that. That's not your concern.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So maybe his intentions are not nefarious. Okay, maybe he just literally likes my daughter and she's 19 and he's 40. Okay, maybe he's not having any ill intentions other than he just
what if he's just a really good, decent man and who cares?
I'm sorry. I still have a problem with it.
Don't
I just
apologize. It's fine. It's a preference. You know, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
no,
understand
I'm not
where
good
you're
with it.
coming from. Yeah, okay. And so I'm trying
Yeah.
to understand if it's because you're concerned about him taking advantage of your daughter, or is it just simply the age alone is just off-putting for you?
It just seems like that's not natural. Like it should be. If he's 40 years old and he can't find even a 30-year-old, even 28, why are you going after a 19-year-old? Like that to me, that has the P word. The P
So
word
shifted.
to me
So
is,
okay, yeah. So PDF for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shifted. What if a 60-year-old were to go out with a 35-year-old?
Well, that's different. A 35-year-old woman's already completely reached maturity and they know exactly what they're doing and they're not, I still think that's, again, that's, I mean, okay, if the woman's okay with that and, if that's what she wants to do, I don't know. I don't know any 35-year-old woman that would go for a 60-year-old, but I mean, I suppose it's possible. But I would say, but a 35-year-old woman is a lot different from a 19-year-old girl. There's a big difference there.
Let me respond to this. Miss L Rose says no TP, no a 40-year-old and a teenager. I'm not saying I'm for or against it, to be honest. Like a 40-year-old specifically going out with a 19-year-old.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Man, this is where I come from. It's like, why would we be the ones hounded if literally it's another sentient person, in this case, our hypothetical daughter, voluntarily, consensually deciding to be with a guy that we may not individually have our personal opinion of, okay, for whatever reason, we don't idealize that age combo or whatever. Like for me, that's not a thing anyway. But even if we did, it's like, why would we be the ones held on emotional trial for doing something wrong? Because they have 100% legal right anyway. So why would we beat ourselves over the head emotionally over
I think
something we
if you
literally
had
have
a
no control
daughter,
over
you might
anyway?
think different.
I definitely would not think different. I've thought about this many times over, actually, if I had a daughter, because my standard would be, how well does he treat her? How happy is she? Like, if the answer is he's abusive to her and he treats her bad, yeah, then I would fuck the guy up. Then I would, get on his case and hound him.
So you wouldn't question why a 40-year-old guy would go for a teenager, dude? You wouldn't question that?
Of course I wouldn't, because it's obvious to me. Any guy of any age, if there's an attractive girl that's an adult attractive girl of any
But just
age of
because he's
adulthood.
attracted doesn't mean it's okay, dude.
And
there's nothing wrong
this
with
right
okay,
here.
hold on. This is weird because there's nothing wrong with a guy being attracted to a female, because here's what I'm saying. It's hypocritical to claim that there's something wrong with a guy being attracted to a girl who's actually physically attractive. Of course he's going to be physically attracted unless he's psychotic or he has something wrong with his brain. Of
Okay,
course
hold on.
if she's attractive, you're going to find her
dude.
attractive.
No, dude. That's not true. I'm not attracted to a teenager, brother.
Okay, I'm not saying everybody is for sure. What I'm saying is there's nothing
Shifted, so that there's
abnormal.
no confusion. Can you say 19-year-olds so that people don't go all over the place and think, oh, they're talking about 13 and 14-year-olds, even though yes, a teenager is a teenager, but just for context, so there's no. Let's stick with 19 years old.
What's the question?
No. I'm saying, can we, instead of saying teenager, just specifically let's focus on 19 years old. So there's
it's still a teenager.
Yes, I'm not arguing that. I'm sure even PP understands. I'm saying for context so that people, because when you say teenager, that could mean 13 years old, 14, and we're not talking about.
What you're saying
I don't
is
see a
something
difference between 13 and 19. There's not much of a difference there.
What Shifted is going into, he's emphasizing this is actually kind of its own different separate thing. So what he's saying is he's claiming basically that there's some moral wrongness involved in someone who's, let's say, even 60, who finds a woman who, let's say, is 18 or 19 sexually attractive. Like, there's not anything wrong with that, finding a woman at that age sexually attractive.
I completely disagree with that, brother.
That's
the problem, dude.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that there's verifiable evidence showing that there's nothing wrong with that, because that 60-year-old may have every single good intention towards her on top of being sexually attracted to her, and he might treat her better than anybody ever treated her in her whole life. How is that a wrong thing?
Ethically, that is completely wrong.
Hold on. I've actually seen this. Let me explain this. I've seen this in real life play out. I know personal friends of mine who I know personally, both of them, really good quality people. One was literally 18. The other one was literally in his 60s, and they were dating and were really happy with each other. So two of the nicest people I've ever met. Neither of them regretted it. They were totally on cloud nine. It was a great fucking relationship. So what are you talking about that there's this inherent immorality there? There isn't, bro.
That
you're
sounds
creating something out of thin air.
Come on, bro. What define a pedophile to me, please. Then
That's referring to someone who's prepubescent under the age of consent. This is exactly what we're talking about.
okay, so
what
by
I'm
the
saying
law,
is that's
okay,
a different thing from someone who's an adult. 18 and 19 is an
that
adult.
doesn't make sense though. If somebody's 60 attracted to an 18-year-old, that guy's got problems, dude.
No, he doesn't, because they're an adult. He's attracted to an adult sexually.
Oh my god,
They're
dude.
not a
Are you
child.
serious, bro? Are you so you're
Wait,
okay
wait,
with
wait,
that?
hold on, shift it.
They're an
Let me-
adult that he's attracted to.
Shift it.
They're
shift
not
it,
a minor
shift
that
it.
he's attracted to.
Oh,
Shift it.
good
No, wait,
God,
hold on. What? So, do you think it's do you think that it's ethically? Do you think it's wrong simply because of the age gap? And we're simply in this context. We're simply talking about just being sexually
dude,
finding a 19-year-old woman sexually attractive.
I think most people would agree a 60-year-old should not be with a fucking 19-year-old.
No. Let's say just simply finding them sexually attractive, not pursuing, but just
Okay,
finding.
let me ask it this way.
Okay, hold
Let's
on.
put it in
You're talking
perspective.
biologically speaking.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, what
Yeah,
do
he's
you
talking
mean?
about not necessarily if he would do it or not, but
But no, I'm not. So let me make something clear. So if a 40-year-old man, or in Perpetual Pleasure's case, he mentioned 60, whichever. Let's say a 60-year-old man finds sees a 19-year-old woman and says, "Oh, she looks, she is sexually attractive." Would you say that's unethical?
That's weird, dude. That's really weird. I'll say
No,
that.
What is it? Okay, you think it's weird? Okay.
so you're saying that 60-year-old.
But is it unethical? Is it to you? Is that unethical?
I would say so, because like, come
because
on,
there's a
dude.
difference between weird and
Okay,
unethical.
what I'm
No,
saying
you can
is-
find it weird. That's fine.
What if
but-
there's a 90-year-old chick who finds me sexually attractive, or an 80-year-old chick, or a 75-year-old chick who finds me sexually attractive at 37? That's not weird. That's not fucked up. That's not pedophilic. Like, so what point are you trying to make? Like, I would love if women at those age ranges, and women at those age ranges do find me sexually attractive. I've actually encountered this many times over.
Hold on,
What
dude.
point are
we're
you trying to make?
Dude, I'm going down the point that grown men should not find younger women attractive. Like, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
so do you
But
have
I'm
a
a
line?
younger guy, so what's wrong with an older woman finding me attractive? Sexually?
how old are you?
37. So what if
Okay,
a woman's
you're
75
not
and she
19.
finds me sexually attractive?
Okay, you're not 19. You're 37.
If I was 19 and a woman who was 75 found me
that'd
sexually
be a
attractive,
little
how
bit
would that be
weird.
wrong?
That'd be weird. I mean,
No,
come on,
shift it,
dude.
It wouldn't
we're
be
not arguing
common.
with you.
Okay, it wouldn't be common, but there's nothing weird about that. If I'm a,
That is
if I'm
weird.
a sexually attractive guy and you're a hormonally healthy woman, even at that age, of course you're gonna find me sexually attractive. Like, duh.
But
So,
you don't have,
there's
dude.
nothing-
You don't have to. I don't find teenagers attractive, and I'm 38, and I have no interest in any teenager ever.
Okay, but that's you individually.
Well, I mean,
When you
I'm
say-
just
we're
using-
talking about 18 and 19-year-olds here. Let's be very clear right now. We're not talking about
Yeah,
because
specifically the
shifted
race
you
we're
when you
talking
say teenager, it's gonna come across as if we're talking about
we're
including.
talking about
13.
adults.
Like, we're
I'm
talking
talking
about
13
and
to
above.
19.
Late.
13 to 19.
No, I'm
You're
not talking about.
I'm not talking about
13
13 to
19. We're talking about 19.
I'm talking about age of consent adults is what I'm talking
I don't
about.
think
Yeah.
a
People happen to be
19-year-old
18 or 19.
female. I don't think a 19-year-old female should be with a 60-year-old man. That's what I'm saying. And if
Oh no,
you guys
that's fine.
have a
But we're not
problem with
talking
that,
about being,
okay.
At this point, we're not talking about
By
being
all
with. We're
means.
just okay. So shift it. For
Jeez.
now, let's not talk about being with. We're just talking about a 60-year-old man finding.
We're talking about the attraction itself.
Yeah, just the attraction. So let's say a 60-year-old man finds a woman who just so happens to be 19 sexually attractive. Just saying, oh wow, like she's sexually attractive. No pursuing or anything, just simply finding her sexually attractive. My question to you is, do you think that's unethical? You definitely think it's weird, okay, because that's different from unethical. But do you think that's wrong inherently? Is that bad?
It's not good. I'll say that. It's not good.
Okay, so you think it's neither good nor bad?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So I
That's
would say
fine, but
no.
please answer my question. So do you think it's good, is it bad, or is it neither good nor bad?
I would say it's probably bad for the most part. Like, now it's situational based. Like, if this guy's not like a weirdo and he's just like a horny 6-year-old man and he sees a 19-year-old female, okay, I get that. Yeah.
Well, that's
I
exactly what I'm
understand-
talking about,
understand
though.
that.
Like,
But-
what about the real world example I gave, though? That's what I'm saying. Like, of course, there's cases where a guy is a
But
creepy person. at
what are
that
we
age, but
trying to
there's
prove
cases
here?
where he's not.
I'm not saying that 6-year-olds can't find a 19-year-old attractive. I understand that's possible, but I'm
it's
saying
also okay for them to be with them. Also, is what I'm
no,
trying to
that's
say.
where I draw the line, brother. I have a line in the sand there, dude. That's not okay.
Okay,
That's
so
really
what about
fucking weird, dude.
what about these two friends of mine who had a very healthy relationship? Neither of them were abusive to each other. They were very happy. One was 18, one was 60. She voluntarily, consensually desired from her end, not just from his end, to be with him sexually. What was there something wrong with her for desiring to be with a 60-year-old?
No, there's nothing wrong with her.
So
It's
you're
more
saying there's
so
only
him.
something wrong with him, but if he treats her well and she wants to be with him, how is it a bad thing that he lets her be with him?
How
if she wants
how
to be
are
with him?
we how are we debating a 60-year-old being with a 19-year-old? I mean, come on, dude.
What
Well,
I'm saying is,
that
I
was
know
common
real world
sense.
examples of healthy examples of this where they lived a really good life.
Do you think
Like,
that's healthy?
Of course it's healthy. If they're happy and healthy, it's happy and healthy. Like,
Bro, he's
there's
60.
nothing unhealthy about it.
He's 60, dude. She's 19.
So
Like,
what?
come on.
They're both adults and they want to be together. Like,
How old
what you're
was-
saying
okay.
makes no sense.
How old was she?
She was
Take your
18.
time,
She was
take your
18
time.
when she decided to be with this
No.
guy at 60 something.
Okay,
years
what are
old.
they gonna do? He's 60. She's 19.
That's,
You're
that's,
okay with
that's
that?
between them.
So he's probably gonna die before her. So what? Like that's it. Like
So you think it's okay for them to be fucking beating cheeks and she's 19, he's 60.
Well, the guy was really healthy for his age. He literally looked like he was in his late 30s or early 40s, but he was 60 in age.
Dude.
He was
Do you
healthy,
think
though.
it's wrong? No, shift it.
That's
I'm trying to
weird, dude.
understand.
But even
no,
if
no,
he didn't, that shouldn't make a difference, though.
shift
you
it.
know?
I'm
But why are
trying
you
to
okay with
understand.
that? That's not okay, dude.
Because
No,
they're
no,
good
shift it.
quality people,
Shift
personal
it.
friends of mine. Like what?
Shifted. Let's try and understand your position. Okay, you think it's weird. Okay, we know you think it's weird. For a which one should we focus on for now? Just simply finding a 19-year-old woman sexually attractive, or pursuing her? Which one should we focus on for now?
You could say, well, I would say pursuing would be the bigger issue.
Okay. Should we focus on the pursuing topic? Okay.
Yeah, pursuing would be
So
another
a
story. He could
60-year-old
find her
man-
attractive, but pursuing it's another level. Yeah.
This is
So
fascinating
shift
to me.
it.
I find it so strange how emotionally impassioned people are about this. This is really weird to me. Like,
Bro, if a 6-year-old man goes after my 19-year-old daughter, I'm gonna have a big problem with that, and that's just what it is.
So would you have a conversation with the 60-year-old man?
well, if he
I'd
treats her
probably-
well and she likes him, that's kind of weird that you would do that. That's really
I'd
weird.
fu- I'd fucking beat his ass, dude. I'd be like, "Fuck you, get away from my daughter, you fucking creep!" Like,
do you think that he has evil intentions with your
fuck
hypothetical?
that guy. No, fuck no, that's bullshit. That's not okay.
No, I'm
And-
shifted. No. My question is, do you think that the 60-year-old man? Personally, I want to say 40-year-old, but
Well,
for the sake.
Perpetual brought it up to 60. I said
60,
40.
Yeah,
He
I
brought
was-
it up
Yeah,
to
yeah.
60.
But which one do you want to? Which one do you guys want to focus on? 40
It
or
doesn't
60?
40 or 60 to me makes no difference. It's
Okay,
still
let's say
fucking weird,
40
dude.
then. Let's say so. If a 40-year-old man, you said that if a 40, you said 60, but let's say 40 in this case. If a 40-year-old man were to try to pursue your hypothetical 19-year-old daughter, you
Right.
would have an issue with it, right?
I'd have a big issue with it. Yeah.
Okay. Would you jump to conclusions and start beating him up, or would you have a conversation with him first?
I would talk to my daughter and say, "Hey, what's going on? Like, are you okay? Like, what's going on?" Like, and then I'd probably be like, there's probably something going on there where like she can't find somebody her own age, right?
What if your
Like,
daughter told you she wanted that and that's her own choice and decision, and she wants you to respect that?
And he's a good man.
And he's a good quality guy on top of that.
Then
What
what?
if that was the case?
it's really weird to me. So I don't think I'd ever be okay with it. I would obviously let my daughter, if she's 19, she can do what she wants, and I'm not going to stop her. But I would tell her how I feel about it. I'd be like, I don't think this
Okay.
is right. This is really
Okay.
weird, and I think you should find somebody your own age. I pretty much think most dads in America would say the same thing as that.
Cool. So what you're saying is, you would make your opinion be known that you're personally not okay with it, but despite that, you'll let your daughter go through with it as in it's her choice. That's
I have
basically
no.
what
If she's 19, I have no choice over it. She's an adult.
right,
She can do
right.
whatever
So
she
you would
wants.
tell her, listen, daughter, listen. I personally don't agree with this, but at the end of the day, this is your choice, and you're old enough to make your own decisions.
No, I would say I don't agree with this. This is really weird, but you're an adult and you can do what you want. I'm just telling you, as your father, I do not recommend you pursue this option. If she's 16, I would completely force it upon her. Like, you're not dating a 40-year-old man. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Hold on. There's a comment.
Which comment in particular?
Andrew said at Shifted Reality, what about a 60-year-old man subbing your daughter's OnlyFans?
Wait. Hold on.
So first off, my daughter wouldn't have an OnlyFans.
Wait a
Andrew.
minute. Where is Andrew? Okay, so Andrew.
Well, after she's 18, she might. That's what I'm saying. Like, 'cause you couldn't have any say in that. She might have
This
one after she's 18, is
conversation.
what-
Where is it? I'm looking at. What time did he send this?
7:37.
37. Okay. 7:37. What the hell?
I feel like Caleb cares in a lot of gaslighting in this comment thread today. A lot of gaslighting.
Oh, I'll get back to Caleb. I'll get back to him.
No,
So
I
you're
don't
talking about
think
this
so.
one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. What about a 6-year-old man subbing your daughter's OnlyFans?
So random.
If she's 18, then I have no control over that. If she's 17, I'm gonna put a stop to that. But I don't even think you can get OnlyFans if you're a minor. So
If you're, I think with OnlyFans you have to be 18.
yeah, so this comment is null because I couldn't really stop her from doing it.
Okay.
I would tell her. I would say, first off, my daughter would be raised not to be on OnlyFans. Let's
Of
get
course.
that straight.
Knowing you, yeah, she definitely wouldn't.
Yeah, she's not gonna be on OnlyFans, and I would hope you guys would not want your daughter to be on OnlyFans. But if you would, okay.
I
More power to you.
personally, even though she could do what she wants, I would prefer not to. That's
Okay.
Obviously, they're referring
It's
to
not.
a
It's not an
modeling.
insecurity thing. It's just a preference thing. But,
Well, hold on,
you know,
this is important. They're obviously referring to a modeling type only. There's OnlyFans accounts that have nothing to do with modeling the body. It's like cooking OnlyFans and stuff. So obviously they're
true.
referring to a showing the body type of OnlyFans. Obviously,
Well, I
it'd be
mean,
fine if
I don't
they had
think
an
he- I don't
OnlyFans
think
that was
he's-
not.
I don't think he's
the
talking
model
about cooking. I think he's talking
Well, that's what
about
I'm
my
saying,
daughter showing her ass. Yeah.
I know, but like, yeah, obviously, you would have no issue if it was an OnlyFans that was not related to her showing her body like that.
If she
obviously.
no, well, I mean, originally OnlyFans was not supposed to be that, but if she's just like doing cooking stuff, okay, that's fine.
Right.
But if there's a weirdo fucking creepo trying to like get at her, no, dude, I'm not okay with it. I mean, come on, dude, who would be okay? I don't know anybody who
Nobody
would be okay with that, dude.
I mean, if specifically
That's what I'm
weirdos
saying,
and stuff.
dude.
But what I'm saying is, what you're getting at with the other thing, though, is like you're expressing that you have some weird unhinged emotional hang up towards even cases where it's a 100% healthy dynamic between an older guy and a younger female. Like that's what you're mentioning.
That's subjective.
That's the weird part.
That's subjective, though. That's subjective. You may say it's healthy, but somebody else may be like, that's not healthy.
No, what I'm saying is I'm defining healthy by the people themselves. Are they experiencing it as a healthy thing? Of course it's healthy if they're experiencing it as a healthy thing. It's only subjective if somebody from the outside says, oh, I don't think it's healthy, or that's subjective, but it's very close to objective if both the people, the female and the guy, are together saying and feeling from their ends that it is healthy for them. So I base what's healthy on, do the people who are experiencing the thing experience it as healthy? Is that what they're reporting? Is that how they're experiencing it? So who am I to say, oh, I don't think it's healthy or I think it is healthy? It's irrelevant whether I think it is or not. Is the fact of the matter is it factually healthy or not? And if it's factually healthy, then the evidence of that, what verifies that, is both parties, the daughter and the guy. They say, yes, we experience great health in our relationship. We have a healthy relationship. I'm like, cool. Therefore, that's how I define a healthy relationship.
But dude, a 12-year-old could say that about dating a 30-year-old. Like, that's healthy, Dad. I love him. We're good. What the fuck, dude? Like, that doesn't answer the question. Like, that's not a valid argument against this.
No, it's a very valid argument healthy, because you're shifting into the prepubescent realm now, which is a different conversation.
But you're not far off, dude. Okay, so from 12 to fucking 19, there's a huge difference.
Strictly talking about 18 to 19 and above. I'm not at all in what I'm talking about. I'm not at all referring.
So a 17-year-old could still have the same goddamn mindset you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, and the age of consent in many places is 17. So yes.
Okay, so you're deferring to the law at that point. You're like, okay, she's 17. She has a mutual agreement with this 40-year-old.
No, it's not just the law. In my personal opinion, I feel that it should go down even to 15 and above. I think that's valid as consent. Wow. Also, like I said, form filling out stuff. What I'm saying is,
you're better than this, dude. You're better than this.
If the dynamic is healthy,
Shifted,
better than what? What do you mean better than what?
Shifted.
I know you know better than that.
Shifted. I think he was referring to when it comes to like 15 years old or older. I think he was referring to forms being put in place where
That's
they
what I'm
could
talking about.
decide
What I
before.
said before earlier. So, from my personal opinion, and I'm saying this because I personally felt this myself at 15, also from my end, is that I wish I could have had relations with women who were significantly older than me, and I found nothing at all weird about that whatsoever. I'm talking women into their 50s, 60s, and above, even not just women in their 20s or 30s or whatever the hell else. I'm talking about I was attracted to women of all sorts of age ranges. So my inability to have connections with them, they would have been healthy connections. Every woman I've ever been with has said I'm the best person they've ever been with because I treat them really well. It's always been healthy connections that we've had. So what I'm saying is, from firsthand experience, I'm saying directly, and not just from firsthand experience, also in principle, you can so easily have a healthy, non-weird relationship with a female that is significantly older, or vice versa, a young female with a guy who's significantly older. And like the example I saw firsthand, right? These examples exist, they are real things, and for you to maintain a psychology of, oh, that's weird, or oh, that's fucked up, okay, you can think that's weird, but you're thinking something that's weird for no tangible good reason. It's just you're emotionally pissing yourself off basically over nothing. Like, there's no issue factually there, but you're creating an issue out of thin air is what I'm trying to say, where there
No,
is none in those
instinctively,
cases.
instinctively, my gut tells me that's not something that should be done.
Okay, but you have not even in the Bible do you have a reference
I'm not
that
talking
shouldn't
about.
be
I'm not
done.
talking about the Bible. I'm talking about my own
But
personal
I know
instinct.
I'm talking about your own, but I'm talking about in addition to your own, like you don't even have in addition to that any type of outer reference as evidence that what you're saying is a
I
reasonable
don't
way to
need to
think or
know
feel
that a
about things.
17-year-old shouldn't be with a 50-year-old dude. I don't need the Bible to tell me that. I just know that's kind of weird, and that
If
probably
the
should.
guy's actually a creep, then obviously she shouldn't be with him. Yeah,
What
duh,
kind of
of
50-year-olds
course.
going after a teenager, dude? Why can't they find somebody their own age? That's
A
their
lot of
own
times it's not
fucking
even them
age.
going after, but even if he is, what I'm saying is there's mutual attraction, and if
Of
the
course there
attraction
is,
is
because he's a
mutual,
fucking creep, dude.
it's not creepy
Wait,
for a
shift it,
guy to
shift
be
it,
attractive.
shift it.
Like that doesn't make
Wait,
any
wait,
sense.
PP. Let me ask
It
him just
does
for
because
clarification.
I guess
Shift it.
I'm not
Wait, let me ask
attracted
you.
to younger
Do
women,
you
dude.
think? Would you say that every 60-year-old who just so happens to find a woman who is 19 attractive? Do you think every 60-year-old who is in that position?
I would question like why? Like, first off,
Yeah, let's
why?
talk about that. So could you guys list some reasons as to why?
Oh, definitely.
Minus
I
the
can list
whole,
a lot of
minus the
reasons.
creepy part. Minus the
I'm
creepy part.
so I'm talking as someone who I personally prefer older women, but I'm talking hypothetically from cases that I can put my head in other headspaces that aren't directly mine, right? So even though I prefer older women, I can easily put myself in the headspace and think of tons of reasons why an older guy would prefer a younger female. So, for example, one reason would be if a guy is super healthy for his age, super athletic, super attractive, enjoys things that people who are much younger enjoy, and can't find anybody else within his age range, let's say he's high 60s or whatever, to share those interests with. So he's not interested in women his own age because they tend to be boring to him. They're not athletic and all these other things. And
Completely
so,
out of shape as well.
Dude,
yeah,
come on.
completely out of shape. And then so
There's
he
plenty
finds
of
women.
women. No, dude, there's plenty of women
But
of that
let's hear him out.
age.
No,
But
that's
let's
not the only reason. There's an additional thing on top of that. That's just the first part of what I'm talking about. But in addition to that, he also meets a girl who he finds especially attractive, not just for that reason alone, of with the athleticism and everything else, but because there's other elements about that innocence, that fresh view towards life that
Of
help him
course, yeah,
inspire
yeah,
himself in having a fresh perspective
Yeah,
towards
she
his
doesn't have.
own life.
She
of
wouldn't
So
have the
what
course.
I'm
back.
saying is there's so many positive reasons why a guy would positive ones for him and the girl that he would want to be with a girl of that age range. Like
See,
there's
I
That's
call it. I call
dude,
it
that's
baggage.
creep mode to
She
me,
wouldn't
bro.
have
That's
the
creep mode.
baggage. She wouldn't have the baggage that
yeah,
the older women
exactly.
would.
She wouldn't have the baggage that older women have. So there's so
Right.
many different things. If you call
good
it
point.
creepy, that's irrelevant. The fact may be that the guy in his brain and mind has zero creepiness to him at all. None, no creepiness whatsoever. It's just your opinion is he's creepy, but the fact may be he has zero creepiness in him. So you're, in other words, the headspace you're living in is an unreasonable one because you're assuming there's creepiness involved in how he's processing anything he's doing. There may not be 1 ounce of creepiness in any of it, in his head, in his thoughts, how he's feeling about it. This is what I'm trying to get across to you. And I've seen
Shift it,
real
shift
world
it.
I
examples of
doubt.
this.
I doubt most dads would not agree with that statement, brother.
That's a whole
Most
different thing. That's fine.
most dads would be like, no, that's
Well, most
weird.
dads are dumb as
You're
fuck. That's why people shouldn't reproduce,
not
because
every
dads are
dad.
stupid
Not
as
every
shit in
dad.
those cases.
Not
What you're
dude. No,
suggesting is stupid as shit, bro. That
dude.
factually is. And I
No, it's
verified
not.
why. I
It's not
verified
stupid as
why it's
shit.
stupid as shit.
fucking weird, dude.
It's
And it's like
emotional knee jerk. What you're doing is emotional knee jerkness. This is exactly what pisses so many young women off because their dads are like what you're describing. They're emotionally knee jerk
to
for no
keep
good
them
reason.
from fucking creepy ass older men.
We're
Right.
not
So
talking
your
about creepy ass
concern
men.
is
We're
about
talking
them
about
being
men
creepy.
you alone are deeming as creepy that aren't
Anybody
factually
who's
creepy.
that age going after a fucking younger woman's got problems, dude. Like they should be looking for their own age group.
You said any, so that means you think any. Yeah.
Why
so
can't they go for their own age group? Why do they gotta
Okay,
look for fucking young
100% here,
girls?
literally 100%. You're confirming that you're acting out of emotion here. You're acting out of your emotional opinion
I've
here. You're not
always
acting out of logic and reason here in your
age
thoughts on
group.
this.
I'm talking about age group, dude.
You have
Age
no
group.
logic and reason attached to this. What you're suggesting, you don't.
No, I'm
It's
saying
emotional knee jerk.
go for your
That's
own
it, that's
age
it.
group.
Okay.
Go
What
for
I'm
your
saying
own
is
that's
it's
age
an
what
group.
emotional knee jerk response. It's not logical. What you're suggesting, it's
No.
illogical.
Well, if
It's
I have a problem
irrational.
with these older guys dating younger women, like I think that's really fucking weird. And
So
and
shift
they,
it. PP, let me figure something out. Okay, shift it. So okay, when it comes to a 60-year-old man, when it comes to a 60-year-old man, what do you think the youngest age should be for him to date? Where do you draw the line? What's the youngest age you think he should be allowed to date?
if you're 60, I mean, like probably like maybe 30 and above.
Oh,
I
okay.
would
So
say-
the minimum, so the cutoff point for you, where
Well,
you're
first-
basically saying, okay, go on.
Damn,
Well, first,
30, that's pretty
dude,
young.
Yeah, exactly. I
really
mean,
young.
like I'm not
That's a 30
trying to
year
rule.
difference.
Exactly. I'm not trying to rule out everybody. I'm just saying, like,
No,
There
it's fine.
needs-
It's a casual
yeah,
conversation.
there needs to be a line in the sand here. And I'm saying,
Of course.
if you're 60, you should probably be looking for women 30 and above. Would be probably the better because they'll be more mature, more on your level. Like, like I'm just saying, like, and if you're trying to like argue the social norms, okay, maybe I'm appealing to social norms. But regardless of that, my own personal gut tells me that like that is just not right. There's something wrong there. Now, if a guy's 60 and he goes after a 30-year-old, okay, fine, that's fine. They're both fully grown adults, and they both, it could be a good connection, it could be a good relationship, and that'd be great. No problem. But a 19-year-old, 18, no, dude, no.
Okay, so you think that the youngest age that a 60-year-old man should go for is 30? Is that correct?
I'd say 28 to 30. Yeah.
Okay, minimum 28.
28
No
to 30.
lower, no low. Yeah, sure. Well, basically 28 or over, basically, correct?
That would be my personal opinion. Yeah.
Okay. So the cutoff point for you, minimum 28. Nothing.
28. Yeah, I'd be okay with that because that's a
So
full,
basically, he's suggesting a much later age of actual majority distinguished from the law is what he suggests. In other words, what you're mentioning, Shifter Rail, is you're mentioning that in your opinion, independent of the law on paper, that the actual biological age of majority is in fact 30 and above. Is what you're getting at? That's really what you're saying here?
I'm
That's
just using my own gut instinct, brother, and that's what makes sense to me. So you guys
Okay,
can do
so
what you want, but to me,
I do
that's,
understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying in the
Okay.
sense that
Okay.
that would basically account for like 99.9% of everyone being fully mature into adulthood, including all
exactly.
neurodivergence and things like that.
exactly.
So what
Yeah.
you're suggesting is the reason you find it creepy and weird is because the 17, 18, 19-year-old hasn't necessarily developed into what you would deem as actual ability to genuinely all the way consent yet.
Yes, exactly. Because when I was 18,
Okay.
19, I was still fucking stupid, dude. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Just so
Okay,
wait, shifted.
I
So
see
just
what
so I'm
you're
clear, basically, it's because you think that a 19-year-old is basically is too inexperienced of an adult.
Yes.
Too inexperienced
Yes.
of an adult.
So in
Okay.
other
Speaking
words,
from-
yeah.
For when I was 19, I didn't really know anything either. So I'm speaking for myself. Maybe you
Yeah,
guys were
you,
mature
you've
19.
got experienced adults who are a lot older, and then you got inexperienced adults. who,
Yes,
like fresh
exactly.
adults. Yeah.
Exactly.
Whereas mine, so yeah, he's talking about basically experience in a bunch of other ways, and he's correlating sexual ability to consent, in his opinion, with aligning up with all of the other brain maturity things. And my personal view on that, an opinion on that, is that the ability to sexually consent in particular develops way ahead of a lot of the other things that the brain still needs to develop on. And that's the reason why the age of 18 to 19 was determined on, is because there's a lot of strong evidence that the ability to sexually consent is matured by that age. However, that doesn't mean that all of the other areas of the brain are fully matured yet necessarily until late 20s, mid to late 20s. So and that's the reason we have the age of consent where it's at versus not. But what you're basically suggesting is the reason you feel it's immoral and unethical is that you don't actually believe or necessarily accept that the majority of people have actually matured sexually in terms of ability to consent properly by 18 to 19 necessarily. So I think that's where the discrepancy lies. His argument is he genuinely doesn't believe that they're actually properly able to consent at that age yet, and that's really core disagreement lies. For me, I
let me interject.
100% think people
Let me
are.
interject. Shifted. Are you worried that when it comes to a 19-year-old woman, that due to her basically being an inexperienced adult, you're worried that she is more prone to manipulation from an experienced adult?
That's very possible. I'm not saying that's 100% of the case, but what I'm saying is, as the age that I am now, which is 38,
Yeah,
I have no interest in anybody of that age group, and I know that's just me, but I'm just saying
that's fine. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out your reasons. Or I'm trying to figure out. I'm saying, is one of your reasons why you find it creepy for a 60-year-old man or a 40-year-old man, going for a 19-year-old woman? Is it that you find it creepy because of the potential? Because the 19-year-old is more prone to manipulation due to them being.
She could be taken advantage of. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because if you're an inexperienced adult, you're more prone.
Yeah, I would say that's
more
the
likely,
basic. Yeah.
You're likely more prone to manipulation from older, experienced adults.
Right, because he will know better, and she's really not quite there yet. Yeah.
And but for the record, everyone, I'm talking about life experience, not just sexual experience. I'm just talking about life experience. So experience in life.
My argument to that would be that, within the realm of everything beyond 18, 19 and up, period, there's so much arbitrariness and everything else that even well past 30 or 40, it's very, very, very easy for women of all ages to be extremely manipulated by men of all ages. In fact, it's very easy for women who are older women to be manipulated by 18 and 19-year-old men also in the other direction. So this is what I come at the angle from, or vice versa. A girl who's really young can manipulate an older guy very easily also. The manipulation part is an independent thing from the brain's ability to accurately agree that it consents or not. Because think about it, for me, it's not that complicated for this reason. It's like, okay, it's really not that complicated to understand by the time you're 18 to 19 or 17 to 19. It's pretty fucking obvious. If you're agreeing to have intercourse with someone or be romantic with them, it's obvious to you that you're actually agreeing to that. You're not like just being manipulated into agreeing to be sexual or romantic with someone. Like either you feel that attraction to them or you don't. If you don't feel that attraction to them, you don't feel that attraction. Like it's not really within that specific fold. There's not much manipulation you could do. Now, manipulation can affect other things like, okay, if I get with this person logistically, this and that, or somebody could blackmail you if you do this or blah, 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 blah. But as far as the attraction itself goes and is concerned, that's something that is a completely independent thing from whatever degree of manipulation may or may not occur from either end, either from the young person to the older person or the old to the young. There's many cases where young people actually far more effectively manipulate older people the opposite way around than vice versa, where the 18 or 19-year-old knowingly manipulates a 30, 40-some-year-old very effectively and gets what they want romantically and sexually just to backbite them and screw them over later. Like that also happens very frequently also. So there is no one-to-one correlation at all in terms of what you're referring to here. And it's quite obvious to see that age of consent is clearly far earlier than age of maturity in general via life experience. So, like, this is what I'm trying to get at. Like, a person knowing that they can consent to something romantically and sexually is 100% independent of everything else that surrounds that, like situationally or whatever the hell else may arise. So, yeah, okay, you don't necessarily have the life experience, but you definitely for sure knew and agreed to have sex with the guy or not, or agreed to go into something romantic with him or not. I mean, that's not something if that part was organic to your feelings, You weren't manipulated into that part of it, of feeling that sexual or romantic attraction. That was not manipulation. That was real. So anything you're talking about manipulation wise, it's going to be independent of manipulation into being sexually attracted to the person. You're right. This is what I'm trying to talk about here.
Well, you can't
If the
compare the
dynamics
life
consensual.
experience of a younger woman to an older man. Like that's
But it's
That's
irrelevant. But
completely-
maybe the example, I think my examples didn't really register full enough. Like you could so easily, as a younger person, effectively manipulate knowingly an older person just as well as an older person can manipulate a younger person. You don't have an advantage of manipulation as an
Well,
older
let's-
person over a
all
younger
right,
person.
PP. Let's come down to reality. Obviously, a younger female could probably manipulate an older man who's single and is looking for something.
Easily. Very easily.
Obviously that can happen. There's no disputing that.
Happens a lot, actually.
I'm talking
Yes.
the other way around though.
But that also happens the other way around a lot. So, but what I'm saying is, I'm trying to make it clear to you, there's no one-to-one. You're trying to suggest there's some one-to-one correlation of actual creepiness of older to younger, but your reasons are not valid reasons, is what I'm trying to.
My
make
reasons
clear
are
to you.
what every other person would probably say, brother. It's just not.
No, there other. It's an emotional hype train that's popular right now.
Are
but
you
most
saying
emotional hype
PP
trains are not reasonable?
PP, are you saying his reasons are not logical?
Yes, they're not logical. They're not valid reasons to feel that way about the thing. Because everybody agrees that if someone is actually creepy, whether they're a young creep or an older creep, like a manipulative person, that's something that their relatives and people should keep the person away from. If it's an actual manipulator of some kind, of a negative type. However, if the person is not a manipulator like that, and the feelings are genuine from both ends, no matter what the age range is, if they're both adults, then there literally is no one-to-one correlation. Oh, that's factually in principle creepy, blah, 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 blah. No, it isn't, because there's nothing about it that you can pinpoint, oh, that specifically right there is a creepy thing. It's not a creepy thing. It's
All right,
literally
hey,
just...
man, if you're okay with it, then Godspeed, brother. I'm not okay with it. So
I'm not
Go
talking
ahead.
about
Go
whether
ahead,
I'm
brother.
okay with it or not. I'm talking about even if I wasn't okay with it, I would be unreasonable if I wasn't okay with it. Even then,
Okay.
like it's independent of what
All
we
right,
feel
brother.
about it. I'm talking about what's actually logical and reasonable,
I
factually,
kind of get where you're coming from, but
independent of
it's-
our
it's-
views on it.
right. I understand where you're coming from, but it's still not going to deter the way I feel about it. And to me, it's just not right.
Oh,
So,
clearly we know. We're just trying to understand each other's reasons.
Yeah.
That's all.
But
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
get
trying
it.
to
No, I
tell you is
appreciate the
your opinion
conversation.
here. Your opinion here is an emotional opinion. It is not a logical, reasonable opinion. Is what I'm trying to make clear to
okay,
you.
if that's your
It's
opinion.
a
brother.
valid opinion in the sense of you have it, but it's driven by emotions and feelings, not by
I think
actual logic
shifted.
and reason.
I think
Okay.
perpetual pleasure is just informing you. That's all.
All right,
Just
It's not-
informing, that's
okay.
all.
Noted. All right.
So would you agree with shifted? I mean, sorry, shifted. Would you agree with perpetual pleasures? Would you say that your reasoning behind? Would you say that your reasoning is illogical in this context?
No, I wouldn't agree with it, but I will agree to disagree, and we can move on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Wow, 3-hour conversation about age of consent. Hilarious.
Well, that's the reason you started a live stream, right?
Oh yeah. It really just shows you that this conversation is definitely needed, so that we can
Yeah.
come to an agreement, like universally, because it really differs from country to country, and so
suppose
that
so,
way
yeah.
there will be less conflict, less controversy about.
Well, here's the thing I'm
eating
trying to
techno-
come at it from, and independent of what me and Shifter are going back and forth on, where I'm coming at it from is in the real world we live in. There's
Yeah.
many couples who are happy with each other who do regularly, on a regular basis, get hounded by family members, friends,
Mhm.
other people around them, both ends. Why are you with this older person? Why are you with this younger person? Blah, blah, and they constantly keep getting hounded about it, and they shouldn't be getting hounded about it because it's not actually a problem. They're happy. The problem is
What you're saying is logical.
factually that they're getting harassed about it. That is the problem.
He's talking
is
about
the problem,
social-
factually.
Social norms.
Yes, that social norm is a problem social norm. It's not a healthy social norm. It's a bad one. It's not a good one because it harasses
PP is
people
making logical
unnecessarily.
sense. Like if the couple is, if there's literally nothing wrong with the relationship, and the guy is 40 years old or 6 years old, and the woman is 19 or 20 years old, and there's nothing wrong with the relationship, then I don't see why anyone should try to make the relationship an issue when there is none.
Yeah.
Logically speaking, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
hey,
saying it to be I'm just being objective here, Even if I may
what I'll
whether I have a problem with it or not, I shouldn't. It wouldn't make sense for me to try and sabotage the relationship because I think it's weird. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I'll say noted to that and Godspeed and do
what do you
what
mean,
want.
Godspeed? Can you elaborate?
I'll say like if that's the way you want to roll, go ahead. I'm just saying for me personally,
No, but
that's
it's
not
not
the way
about
I'm gonna-
it's not about me wanting to roll. I don't think you're listening.
It's
to
nothing
it.
to
I'm
do with
saying,
how any of us want to roll. I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
it's an illogical, irrational
Well,
social norm
what
trend.
I'm saying is I know you guys'
It's
opinion, but I'm
unhelpful.
saying it's not going to change my opinion. Yeah.
yeah,
I'm not
we
talking
know
about
that.
your
That's
opinion changing.
redundant,
I'm talking about the behaviors people run into based on these opinions and social norms. They get
Yeah,
harassed
well,
over
dude,
this
I
shit.
can't control society, brother. I can control my own personal family, and I'll tell you personally, I would not allow that to happen. Personally,
Yeah,
I
we know.
feel it's really weird, and I don't
Yeah,
want
so
my
you would
daughter
be
to have
one of
anything to
these.
do with it.
You would be one of these problem people that would be hounding
If
your
you want
daughter
to
and
judge,
the older
okay,
guy.
if you want to judge me, brother.
No,
that's
but
fine.
Shifted, you said
It's a
earlier
fact. It's
that
not judgment. That's what you would be
All right,
to
fine,
the people
fine,
doing it.
okay.
You
Yeah,
would
but
be
Shifted,
interfering with their joy.
wait, PP,
Noted.
but hold on, Shifted. You earlier you said hypothetically that you would allow your daughter, like, as it's her choice as a 19-year-old. You
I
just
couldn't
wouldn't be
stop
okay
her.
with it, right?
I couldn't stop her, but I wouldn't approve of it.
Yeah, exactly. At the very least, you wouldn't approve of it, but you would allow her to do her thing because she's old enough to make her own
I
decisions.
can't stop her. I can't stop her.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you wouldn't approve of it. However,
No.
you recognize you couldn't stop her because you recognize that she is old enough to make her own decisions. So therefore,
No, I reckon based on the law in my country, I can't stop her. Now, if I could stop her, then I would. Yeah.
Okay. So okay. If it wasn't for the law, you would stop her from dating.
I would highly encourage her to think twice. Yes.
So you're a control freak. You'd be a control freak, in other words.
Come on, dude. Don't say that. That's
like
not
historical dads were. Like most historical dads were control freaks.
Now
So
you're fucking lumping me into a category that I'm not. I'm not a control freak, dude.
No, he said you would be. That's control freakish.
No, it's not. We're talking about a fucking 46-year-old man wanting to have sex with my fucking teenage daughter. I have a big problem with that.
Even if he's not problematic?
I still have a problem with it, dude. That's
okay.
Weird.
For him, it's an auto problem. It's an automatic problem.
Okay, so
fine. If you want to call it auto, you can call it auto. That's just the way that's what I feel, brother. So
shifted. So if the 40-year-old or 60-year-old man is hypothetically dating your 19-year-old daughter, right? And the relationship is going well, but the only issue you have is just the age gap. Is that correct? I'm just trying to understand what the issue is. It seems like the issue is merely
the age gap is the problem. Yeah.
Okay, right. It's the age gap, not whether something is.
And I'm not the only person that feels this way. Like
that's fine. We're not saying that you're the only person. I'm just trying to understand your reasoning, and your stance is it's just the age gap alone that puts you off. Like even if
that's
no matter how good the so basically no matter how good the relationship is, no matter how unproblematic the relationship is, the age gap alone is what puts you off. Okay.
Okay. TP, I'm not trying to be defensive here. I'm literally just talking my mind, and
that's good.
There's no other Christian in this panel that could agree with me on this. Now, I'm not saying all Christians think the same.
Let me say,
but I'm saying that like that's so TP to answer your question. Yeah, that's the way I personally feel, regardless of
I
whatever
just want
else.
clarification. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is this just a panel for men, or am I talking?
Patsy, you can interject anytime.
No, wait a minute. No. This has been a man's conversation here. I should have butted out.
It's a man's world, but a man's world ain't nothing without a woman. So.
Patsy, I should have left the panel about 2 hours ago. But,
oh, you know what, Patsy? I was surprised you didn't say anything. But I thought maybe you were just.
Well, I can't butt in with three men talking at the same time. I mean,
I give you you're more than welcome. Listen, is on my panel. You can interject whenever you please. Please, just know that.
I get run over.
Dude, me and PP get into it.
I'm gonna go toilet. I'll be back.
I get run over when I get in here with three men.
No, me and Perpetual, we get into heated debates, but I love it because he makes me think. So thank you.
No, but I was going to say, shifted to your perspective on this. I understand, because actually, if a girl that young, let's say a 20-year-old goes with a 60-year-old, in all likelihood, the reason she's doing that is to have somebody take care of her.
Exactly.
As a father figure.
Exactly. That's I didn't say
And
it,
I'm
but you
being
said it.
honest
Yeah.
about that now because, I think I remember us having some older men looking at me, but no, I wasn't going to do it because I thought of him as more like a father, you know. Um, that I couldn't relate to a 60-year-old, hopeless case, and that's what it's all going to come down to in the very end. Even if she went with him and they came together like that, it would eventually blow up because you can't maintain a relationship like that when you don't have anything in
Exactly.
common.
Patsy, thank you so much. You spoke what I didn't speak. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You're
just
right.
there's an age
Yeah.
gap there. There's a
Yeah.
life gap that cannot be filled unless you live it and experience those things.
Right.
Well,
That was part of my point. I just didn't say it.
a lot of
Yeah.
women
But
specifically romantically and sexually desire both a man in particular because he's in a it's like a major fetish for a lot of women also. So on top of maybe genuinely desiring that and being attracted, that guy may be their perfect ideal sexual partner for that exact reason is the other point I make, because there's a lot of women who idealize and want a sexual partner who is a father figure literally, and that's why they want him as their sexual partner in that role. This is another phenomenon that's very common among women as well.
So what kind of sexual situation would that be with a father figure?
It's very common. A lot of women fetishize a father figure, a type role in their life as being their idealized male sex partner. They just
Really?
usually have to be, yes. If you talk to women privately, individually, one on one, they will make this very clear in many cases as to why they did what they did or what they're after, why they find older men much more attractive,
I find
etc.
that interesting. I've never heard of that.
Not every woman, of course, but a decent number of women have this thing. But usually, because women get ostracized for this socially, they don't talk about this publicly because of the type of BS that Shifted is going on about. The reason they don't bring it up publicly is because they run into the bullshit that Shifted is saying, where they have a dad who's overly protective. There's healthy protective, and then there's overly protective. So what he's talking about is a type of overprotectiveness that's beyond healthy protectiveness.
bro, no, come on, Perpetual. You're smarter than that. That's not what I'm saying, dude.
And I've explained exactly why earlier. Go back and listen
You're
again if you missed it.
you,
And
no,
see,
dude. You're,
the young girl's gonna be looking at that man, that 60-year-old man, 40-year-old man, for the taking care of her. I'm telling you, money,
But what I'm
security.
saying is, it may not be
A
only
lot of
that.
these 20-something year olds, 30, ain't even got the heads on his head, body straight yet. Believe it or
True,
not.
but
They're
what I'm
not
saying
bringing
is,
in money. I'm just trying to. I'm not. I'm
yeah,
agreeing with any of it. I'm just telling you the different perspectives of what
right.
what's going through their heads.
But there's a lot
Okay.
of women who specifically knowing that it's not even about the money at all. It's because they're specifically sexually aroused by a guy in a fatherly type role in
I don't
life,
see.
in
That's
situationally and
nah. I don't
otherwise.
see that.
So, but a lot of women do. This is a very common thing that a lot of women
That's a
have.
kinky as shit.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. That's
but
fucking
hold on.
weird,
That's
What I'm
dude.
saying is,
incestual, man. What are you talking about? No,
That's what
I
I'm
fetishes
don't
and
see
talking
that
about,
kinks,
stuff.
dude. You
fetishes and
don't
kinks,
find that weird?
if that's what their genuine attraction is, no, I don't find that weird. If that's what their attraction is,
Oh
I don't
God.
have the
Okay.
exact same that a woman has that
All right.
same way. But
You should
here's the
have told
That's
thing.
me
off
that
the
from the
wall,
No,
start
man.
because I
let
wouldn't
me
even
explain
bother
it
to have
from
this
my
conversation,
perspective.
dude.
That's off the wall.
I personally also understand the attraction to motherly role type women as well as part of what I'm sexually attracted to myself as a guy. So as a guy, I understand it towards women in that
Somebody didn't
regards.
have decent parents. Somebody didn't have a decent mother and a father. If they're
I had
going after
great parents.
the parent figure for the
I
sexual part.
especially I
Come on, give me a
especially
break.
no, I especially had a great mother. What I'm saying is my own
Well, why
attraction
would you
to,
need that in a sexual part?
because there's a lot of things that are very sexually attractive. Think about it. Literally online, the one of the biggest online porn searches is MILF, which is mature female that's significantly older than the male. The reason this is one of the most popular is because there's a huge number of men, whether they admit this publicly or not, who have a sexual arousal that is maximized when they're attracted to a woman, both in the sense of a sexual romantic partner and because she has motherly traits in terms of how she behaves
Well,
and
let me
towards
just say,
him.
if I had a younger guy looking at me, I would hope and pray that they weren't looking at me like their mother.
Well, what I'm
Let me
saying
just
is
tell you that.
guys don't mention this because they don't have balls like me to talk about this stuff publicly, because
Actually,
they
it'd
know
be
that
an insult to me personally if they did.
they know they're going to be hounded about it publicly and by others, and others won't understand. So most guys are silent about it, but this is exactly what I keep saying. Women and men, both of young ages, they tend to have to be silent about this attraction because they know they will be hounded if they mention it. They'll be feeling it inside themselves, but they're afraid to mention it because they're going to run into exactly that. Oh, that's disgusting. That's fucked up. Why the fuck, blah, 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 blah. Unless and until they have a conversation more in depth with the person, and if they can get the other person to calm down and be like, okay, take a deep breath and let me explain the layers of reasons why in a long conversation, then it won't be creepy or weird or knee-jerk anymore. But what we live in a world where there's this social norm of knee-jerk emotional reaction to anything mentioned that's a genuine feeling in people's hearts, whether male or female, that's connected to, oh, someone fetishizing or idealizing a motherly or fatherly figure. There's a ton of people who have this, but there's barely anybody who can talk about it, and there's nothing unhealthy or wrong about that psychology because it has nothing to do with any type of negative, cruel, or unkind behavior at all. It has everything to do with it's just how they're attracted.
Here's
So
here's one phrase I'm going to throw out there. Just because someone may find something weird doesn't make it wrong necessarily. Just throwing that phrase out there.
Well, it might not make it wrong, but it sure as hell ain't gonna make it workable either.
But do you guys get my point? I'm just throwing out
You
that
get my
phrase.
point? I
Wait,
mean,
but
yeah,
I'm
wrong or whatever you want to say,
yeah,
but
but
it's
there's
not
what I'm saying is
practical. It's not good for the whole situation.
there's tons of these relationships that work out great though.
You know,
That's what
I'm
I'm
with
trying
you,
to get at.
shit that I'm on your side on this.
Well, I appreciate that, Patsy. I'm glad I'm finally got some support here. But
For me, I'm just the host. I'm just here to provoke thought in it. I'm just you know what I mean?
I'm just being reasonable, man. You know, I mean,
I know. Well, I mean, yeah, and
if I see a
Perpetual-
40, you know what? Let's talk about Chris Evans. You guys know Chris Evans?
no, I do not.
What? You know Captain America, Chris Evans?
Oh yeah.
You know what?
Oh,
Wait,
I think,
hold on.
Wait,
TP. Wait.
Can I respond to TP real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm sorry, TP. It'll be quick.
Yeah,
Perpetual. You're talking about fetishes, brother.
I'm not only talking about fetishes. No, that's once again, you're assuming I'm only talking about fetishes. I'm talking about fetishes can be an element in this potentially, but
Right.
I'm also talking additionally to those types of fetishes are not unhealthy fetishes in and of themselves. They can be very healthy things. In other words, a fetish is just something that contributes to a greater degree of sexual arousal in a person beyond just only baseline sexual arousal. In other words, the fetish is like the additional reason why they're more attracted beyond just baseline biological attraction. Not everybody has specific
Right.
fetishes.
So
Some people are
defined
just
fetishes. Yeah.
yeah, a fetish is that additional thing. So what I'm saying is those additional things can, in many cases, be healthy. When we're talking about a female or a male,
Hold on.
Yeah, we need to get Savannah. We need to get Savannah up here. But go on, Shifty.
I don't know. It's disgusting.
No, it is disgusting, Patsy, and I'm with you. But I'm trying to engage Perpetual as because I respect him and he does have good points.
I'll let you take it.
And Perpetual, dude, nothing but respect, brother. Like, I'm not trying to call you out.
Yeah, we're
I'm
not
just,
trying to be mean. We're not.
Yeah.
Oh, we already know. As long as you're on my panel, we already know that the terms and conditions is there's no spiteful or malicious intent behind what we're saying.
no, what I'm trying to
No,
bring up to you
no.
very clearly is
Yeah.
what your response to this thing is an emotional knee-jerk type response that's not based. And I can prove to you it's not based in logic and reason. You simply have not heard out enough of what I'm trying to get at yet. You're jumping to conclusions before hearing the entire thing. So it would be nice if I could get across the whole thing sooner in a shorter amount of time, but obviously I can't because I'm dealing with emotional knee-jerk responses to what I'm actually trying to get at.
Where
They're
do you
not
think the
logical
emotional?
responses.
Hold on, emotional knee-jerk response to a fact that a dad wouldn't want his daughter to be with an older man?
No,
Come
what
on,
I'm
dude.
talking about right now is I'm talking about young men and women both, who are 18 and 19, having fetishes and or romantic attraction to people who are significantly older, because in particular, that's connected to them having an extra additional arousal towards someone in a fatherly or motherly role. That does not mean, and it's not the same thing as someone literally being attracted to their own biological parent. A fatherly role or a motherly role is a totally distinct thing from a literal parent. This
Or
is
having
the
traits.
This is the
Hold
part
on.
that people misunderstand so often.
That makes
They
no
immediately
sense.
think biological incest, something going on. No, that's not what this
Okay.
is. That has nothing to do with
Perpetual.
that.
So you're saying you could have a fetish for a daddy figure, but it doesn't necessarily mean you want to fuck your dad? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Obviously, yes, obviously. Of
How?
course not.
Okay. So like, do you not see the fucking fucking absurd thought process there of like
Yeah,
why
there
you would
you
be attracted to a fucking daddy figure, dude?
It's not an absurd thought process. It's a thought process
you
that
go.
makes a lot of logical sense. So
How
let me
is that
explain
logical, dude?
why. I'm going to explain to you why.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to explain from my own end why I find women in motherly roles and functions more sexually attractive than simply women I'm only attracted to baseline, right? Okay, she's attractive. The motherly aspects to a female, and this applies to every woman I've ever dated, including my main romantic partner right now. This applies to her as well. And she's understood it ever more better over time and appreciates it deeply now that she understands the context, especially so. But basically, what the way it works is this. The motherly elements have to do with nurturing, caregiving, feeding, kindness, in deeper understanding. All of these types of things are very motherly qualities. And in many brains, not everybody's brain, those types of qualities are associated with specifically motherly things. So those motherly things contribute to a lot of people's additional sexual arousal in them. Not everyone, but a lot of people. This is quite a common thing. It's more common than you'd realize. And in fact, it's very common to the point where most people simply are afraid to discuss it because if they discuss it openly, they know they'll be hounded by, oh, that's weird. That's so fucked up. That's so gross. What the hell? Blah, 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 blah. And that's why they don't talk about it. But it's in them. They feel these things inside themselves.
The problem with that is most women have an inborn nurturing condition in them.
That's true
Okay?
also.
Even if it's like a pet. You have a woman has a nurturing element in her automatically. She doesn't have to be 19. She doesn't have to be a specific age. She's got it all the time, you know. So that doesn't hold weight right there about the nurturing part. Okay.
Well, the nurturing, but what I'm saying is the nurturing, in addition to the older age connection, in many brains, biologically, including mine, there's an additional attraction factor that's there because there's a subconscious association with actual mother role dynamics distinguished from only just by itself romantic dynamics. There's an additional factor when the person is significantly older versus it only being the motherly qualities but minus the additional factor of them being factually significantly older.
So Perpetual, I think you're talking about your own personal fetishes, which is fine.
I'm talking about mine and others that have talked to me about this.
Okay, maybe
women.
maybe you've met people like that, but
you can go on YouTube and watch public videos of women talking about this also.
I'm good, brother. I don't want anything to do with that. But I mean, I'm not judging you for if that's the way you feel. Hey, brother, I'm not judging you. Go ahead and do what you gotta do. But most people that I've interacted with, they don't feel that way, dude.
I'm literally not even talking about any of our opinions here. I'm talking about what is factually logical and reasonable about how we should emotionally
a sexual attraction to a
things.
motherly figure or a fatherly figure.
What I'm saying is other people coming to us, to me, to you, to Patsy, coming to us from their end. I'm not talking about our opinions here. I'm talking about them coming to us. Out of all the three of us,
who's
you,
them?
and Patsy, anybody, a woman, a man, whoever it is, they come to us and say,
I've never met this person, but maybe
that's fine.
Have.
If it doesn't apply, let it fly. Shifted.
What I'm saying is, hey, somebody comes to us. Hey, Patsy. Hey, Shifted Reality. Hey, Perpetual Pleasurist. I'm a girl who finds older men attractive, and I especially find this fatherly aspect an especially arousing feature. I'd be like, cool, totally understood. I don't find it weird. No knee-jerk reaction to me whatsoever because I'm logical and reasonable about it, and I understand the deeper layers of that. Even whether I have that relatability or not, it would be irrelevant.
But a good father has to protect his daughter from this thing, dude, because it's not always going to end up good.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, you protect your daughter, but you do it in a reasonable way. You distinguish.
9 times out of 10, it's not going to work. 9 times out of damn 10.
9 times out of 10, it's a fucking creep ass motherfucker.
It's gonna
dude.
work.
Yeah.
It's going to be a blow up.
9 times out of 10.
I'm being practical as hell when I say that.
I haven't found any evidence of that specific number pertaining to this at all. The 9 times out of 10.
I'm just telling you.
I have not even seen that be the case.
I mean, I've seen it too, brother. It doesn't. It usually doesn't work
Patsy
out.
meant that in a figurative way, maybe, like just to say
more times than not. But go on. it's important to process these things on deeper layers and not have emotional knee-jerk reactions in the way you're having these emotional knee-jerk reactions and that you're expressing them towards people coming to you and expressing these thoughts and feelings to you, whether it's your daughter or not. What I'm saying is it's important to operate on a much more grounded, level-headed
I am
type
on
of
a grounded
emotionality
level.
towards these things if and
I
when
am.
Brother,
someone
we're
comes
both
to you.
we're
We
both
are
What
grounded
I
to
mean by
earth,
that is
brother.
not finding it weird. That's what I'm talking about. Not finding it weird is a more emotionally grounded response. It is that. It's not less of an
That's a
emotionally
dangerous.
grounded
That's a
response.
slippery slope, dude.
It's
You're
not a
asking for.
slippery slope.
It is because most guys that age are fucking predators, dude, and that's a fact, dude.
Wait. Most
There are a
guys,
lot of older
what
men that
age
are.
That's
are
not
predators?
accurate at all.
Most
That's not
older
at
guys
all
that go
accurate.
after younger women, they've got some problems, dude.
Well,
That's
Mentally,
not
I'm
at
not
all
saying that,
accurate whatsoever.
okay,
There's
well maybe
no
you're.
science. There is no
You're.
science or evidence to back that up
I'm
whatsoever
not talking about
anywhere.
science, dude. I'm talking about what I've seen in the natural world in my fucking 38 years. Most guys of that age going after younger women, there's something wrong there, dude.
Well, they're
There's a
trying to
problem.
build them. An older
Yeah.
man is trying to build themselves up, make himself feel better.
How-
With
What do you? What are
a
your thoughts?
younger
Wait, Shifty.
woman,
Sorry,
okay.
go on, Patty. Sorry, go
You
on.
know, I can get a younger woman. That builds his ego up to the top of the roof. Okay, that builds
There's
his
a lot
ass
of
up.
there's
Okay,
a
is
lot
what
of
it does.
assuming and trying to jump into other people's heads is what I'm not doing here.
We're
This
not
is what I'm
assuming,
trying to say with
brother.
you.
From
We're not
experience, I've
assuming.
seen it before. I've seen this happen.
I've seen it too. I'm not assuming, brother. I'm giving you
I've seen
factual
creeps
evidence.
also do this to younger women as well, myself.
For instance, my ex-husband married somebody that was 20 years younger than me when he divorced me.
Right. So what I'm saying is I've seen
Okay?
bad examples
And
also.
I'm a very good woman. Okay.
But those bad
So,
examples,
Well, there you go, dude.
those bad examples are not what I'm talking about, though. Those are obvious bad examples, and those are obvious things people should be protected from. What I'm talking about is there's plenty of good examples of this going on that exist that I've seen firsthand in my own life. And they're not bad examples of this dynamic of older and younger people. They're not. So if all you've seen in your own personal experience is bad examples, that sucks. That does suck because all you have to work on are bad examples. I don't have that. I have good examples to work off of also. So that's
Well,
useful.
regardless of the examples, it's still just not right, dude. It's just not
Not
But
right.
even
or
if I
just
didn't
weird?
have
And
good
may
examples, I
I
would feel
ask,
the
and
same.
may I ask too, may I add in there that he didn't stay with her either. He divorced her. Got it?
Yeah, that's why I
yeah,
suggest.
it never works out. I mean,
That's
well,
why I
it's
suggest open
perpetual.
relationships over monogamy anyway. But that's a side topic.
You're
But
trying to
yeah.
justify a older man being with a younger woman because they could potentially have this magical fucking Disney relationship where like
Not
everything's
potentially, they
perfect.
may factually have that
Okay,
already.
great. If you
Not
want to do that,
potentially.
brother, go ahead and do it. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to do it. And Patsy's right there with me, I would assume.
I ain't doing
We're
it.
not going to do it, brother. If you want to take that risk with
I
your
am not. I'm not even
hypothetical
saying. I'm
daughter,
not even talking
go
about
ahead,
what
dude.
you should or shouldn't do. What I'm
I would
saying
advise
is,
you not to do it, but you can do whatever you want.
what I'm saying is your emotional nature, responsiveness towards this topic is not grounded.
It's
in
no, don't
reason or
judge my
logic.
emotions. You don't know about my emotions, brother. Just keep it at the facts. The facts is me and Patsy both are saying no, that's not cool. You think it's okay? Okay, fine.
I tell
This
you what,
isn't
I'm
an
as
opinion
grounded
thing,
as
though.
they
I'm
get. I'm
talking about
66. I'm as
Okay,
grounded.
it's our opinion.
there's
Fine, it's our
degrees
opinion.
of reason.
Very
Call it
grounded.
what you want. Call it whatever you want, dude. I don't care what you call it. It's just the fact that I'm not okay with it. I never will be okay
There's
with it.
degrees of groundedness and reason to it, and that's what I'm talking about. Your degree of groundedness and reason is not as thorough as it could be. It could be
That's your
deeper.
opinion. Okay, that's your
How
opinion,
thorough
brother.
can your groundedness be at 66? Okay? I'm the
It could be
oldest one on this
significant.
panel, probably.
I
It
brought
could
up.
be more thorough in this specific regards by a lot. In this specific regards.
I've
On this
been through a
specific
lot
point.
of life, man.
Okay, so what do you guys? Shifty. What do you think of Leonardo DiCaprio?
He's a great actor. Yeah.
Okay, but what do you think of him dating younger women?
I don't know about his sexual life.
Okay, so have you heard? So okay, how old is he currently? Hang on, let me see.
He's like in his 40s, right?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
He's got some great movies, though. I'll tell you that
Oh
much.
yeah. So
Inception.
he's 50. He's currently 50.
Wow, he's
So-
50.
So
You know
what
what
he
he-
would do, he has this thing where he would date women until they reach the age of 25, and then he'll basically dump them and move on to the next woman and basically date them until they reach the age of 25 and so on and so on. What are your thoughts on that?
trying to
I'm
stay young.
not Leonardo DiCaprio, so He
No,
can
no,
do
no.
whatever
But
he
I want
wants.
your opinion. You can state your opinion on what you think of that. What do you think?
I
of
mean,
that?
I wouldn't do it, but I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio, so he can do whatever he wants. Yeah, I don't agree with it. No,
Okay, you don't agree with it. Okay, cool. You don't agree. Okay,
no.
okay.
But I
But
mean,
do you
he
think
can do
it's
whatever he
discuss?
wants.
No, yeah. We're not arguing about whether he can do whatever he wants or not. Well, you know that, But what I'm saying is, do you find it disgusting of him to date women uh, until basically 25 or below?
If he's dating 25-year-olds, I don't find him a creep.
Maximum.
Yeah, if it's
He actually
25.
ends the relationship once they reach 25. Then he moves on.
Well, I mean, I don't know him, so maybe I
That's
can't say
fucked up. I mean, if anybody does that, it's fucked up because it's mechanical and it's not loving. So I
if
mean,
he's doing that, then I wouldn't agree with what he's doing. I would say, hey, brother, why are you doing that? You probably shouldn't do that. But that's his choice. I have no say in the matter other than just like I would tell him I don't agree with that personally. Yeah.
Guys, I'll be back. You guys can continue your conversation.
But
I'll be back.
I would tell him that I would say I love your movies. You're a great actor, but I don't agree with your personal lifestyle. That's probably what I would say.
He's obviously trying to stay young. Okay.
So what I'm saying is,
he's trying to hold on to that 50-year-old mark, okay, and not go beyond that.
in that particular case, he just mentions that if people just auto cap people off at 25 and like let them go, that's fucked up. Period, because it's not based on love. It's just based on an age thing. But what I'm talking about regarding what we were previously saying is that I personally do not have emotional negative feelings. And this is what I'm encouraging both of you to be grounded in, is being free completely of emotionally negative feelings when and if you hear about someone who is sexually attracted to someone who's significantly older, or vice versa. You yourself, inside yourself, being free of having negative feelings attached to that, knowing about that going on, etc. Be free of that. And by being free of that, you're going to be a more emotionally reasonable person inside yourself by not having an emotional reaction to that in particular. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
Perpetual. It does make sense, and I appreciate what you're saying. It's just it's not going to happen with me. Maybe somebody else could do that, and maybe you could talk somebody else into that. I'm not going to do it personally. But I'm not discrediting you. Like, I understand. I appreciate you're coming at it from an educated point of view, and
but I'm glad that you do understand that you're coming at that specifically from an unnecessary emotional knee-jerk angle on that thing.
If you want to say that, that's fine. If
you're unnecessarily self-harming yourself with negative thoughts towards something that isn't necessarily negative.
If you want to put it that way, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and put it that way.
I appreciate that you recognize that that's happening. That's great.
Sure. If I mean, I don't necessarily subscribe to what you're saying, but I understand where you're coming from, and if that makes us reach a mutual agreement, then sure, you could say it that way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm not saying, like, you do have good points. Like, I'm not discrediting everything you're saying. Like, you do have good points.
Because what I'm also saying regarding the creep thing, I've been the guy who's actually said more and been more involved in things than others when I noticed there was something creepy going on. I am the one who speaks up in those situations.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Good
I am the one who calls that shit out. Yeah. Hey, what the fuck's going on? This is messed up. Why is this happening? Et cetera, et cetera.
That's awesome, brother.
I've had firsthand experience of being the only one who said something in many of these cases where women were actually manipulated by a guy in a really fucked up way. And guess what happened? Everybody, including the people who were supposedly the friends and family members of this person, they all hounded me for calling this out and not the person who actually had sex with the minor. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah. So I was the bad guy for calling it out and nobody else was. So this is what I'm trying to get at. I'm coming at all these things from the angle of a person who's probably more aggressive against actual creeps and actual abusers than most people are, who's run into being myself hounded for calling it out, because socially people like to tend to defend and protect actual creeps. And it's a weird social dynamic we run into, even though people will give lip service to calling them out. When a push comes to actual shove, very few people actually call out the creeps. I do. Okay. So what I'm saying is good. Yeah. I'm glad you know. I'm sure Patsy does as well. But the point is I'm trying to make is in my brain, there's a vivid, clear distinction that's very obvious to me when there's a creep thing going on or a potential creep thing and something that is vividly, obviously not that. And my brain makes a hard distinction between those two things. I don't have this jumbled up.
Brother. Yeah.
you know, that
I under-
that's auto
yeah.
weird thing in my brain going on because I know better is what I'm trying to get at. Like
Okay,
it's
no, that's fine. Hey, brother, I 100% got you.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. I'm awesome.
Yeah.
And this is so
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get at is this is an example of we actually really do actually agree on this. It's just a
No, we
matter
do. I
of
know we do. Yeah. I already know we did. We just have a
yeah.
slight disagreement here, but that's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
It's a matter of mostly basically helping the, you know, whoever may be watching or the audience understands and go at these things that we do agree on from a more emotionally grounded zone, basically, when we encounter these situations. So therefore we actually do and say things that align with what's actually happening, independent of just what we personally think is probably going to happen or might happen, because
Right. Right.
that
Yeah.
causes way more problems than not. If we act out of some gut instinct, or I think this could be, or I think, if we don't actually know for a certainty and we might be wrong, then we're going to be the ones causing problems ourselves from our end for people, not the other way around. If we're the one that
Right.
makes a wrong assumption of someone, if you know what I'm saying.
I
So
appreciate the mindset, and I
good.
I
I'm
understand
glad.
every coming from. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. 100%, brother. Like I get where you're coming from, bro. It's just, we're gonna have a
Can
slight
you
disagreement.
can you guys summarize? Okay, just so I'm clear. So what? Because I just came back. What was the slight disagreement?
it was. Is it okay if I mention it, or would you like to mention it instead, Patsy, or Shifted?
No, go ahead, PB. Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't want to talk over
We're
anybody.
going
But
back into this.
No, you're good, brother. Yeah.
okay, so the slight disagreement was it actually isn't a disagreement at all. What I'm simply trying to get at is there's basically we all need to recognize that okay, in our own emotionality towards these things, are we from our end processing this full picture of this thing at the most grounded, level-headed, emotionally based level possible, or are we not? Is what we need to be focusing on and analyzing, because we all
Mhm.
agree that actual creeps need to be dealt with and called out. And that's what I was just got done mentioning just before you got on, that
Right.
I like them, Patsy and Shifted, am one of the people who actively do call out real creeps. And I'm one of the only people who does it. And my experience has been that when I do that, I get socially ostracized myself. I have a real world case of a guy who was a close quote unquote friend of mine who specifically I found out he confirmed it and the girl confirmed it to me. So this is an underage girl. She confirmed to me and he confirmed to me from their end to me that he had had sex with her. He was over 18. He was in his early 20s. Okay. He had sex with her. She was 15 at the time, like 15 or barely had turned 16 or was going to turn 16. And so this is verified. I had the evidence in text and all this other type of stuff. And I go to call out, hey, this factually happened. This is fucked up. This guy's an actual criminal. And guess what happens? Crickets chirping. Nobody responds. Everybody hounds on me for being the one to call that out as if I'm the problem.
That's
Okay.
weird for someone to call you, like, to make you look like the bad guy for calling the
Yes.
problem out.
And
That's
the
weird.
reason is this.
Nah,
The
people
reason
are
is this.
assholes, man.
Okay, they are assholes, but they're very short-sighted and they're emotional knee-jerk, and they don't pay
That's
attention.
very emotional, but sorry to cut you off. Go on.
So here's the thing. Okay, so this girl previous to that had come to me of her own accord and was showing great attraction to me from her end.
Mhm.
And I refused to actually do anything in that sense with her
Mhm.
in any way, shape, or form, obviously, because she was underage and those types of things.
Yeah, obviously.
And
yeah.
I was very adamant about that. And I was adamant about, hey, once you turn 18 or above, then we can look into things, etc. Because I was in my basically mid-20s at this time, right? So not a huge amount older than that guy, but obviously I was an adult, she wasn't. So what happened there was that was the dynamic, and I was like, okay, so this is going on. She's obviously attracted to me. So everybody was suspicious of me. However, when this guy actually does actually breach that and have sex with her, which I didn't even remotely have anything to do with at all. In fact, it was the exact opposite. I said, nope, that's not going to happen. Nothing like that until 18 and above. This guy actually does that. And then I'm seen as the bad guy because she was attracted to me and coming up to me from her own accord right there in front of her parents. Actually, her parents were physically there while she would come and talk to me and interact with me and approach me and all these other types of things. Okay. So I was the bad guy in their minds because guess what? Oh, we're not so sure about this guy. Why is our daughter attracted to this guy and going up to him and blah, blah, blah,
Pause
blah,
for a
blah.
moment, PP. PP. Hey, Savannah, I can see you. I'm gonna add you, but something. I'm gonna have to come back in 1 minute and then basically add you on because my button is not working. There's a glitch, so let me come back and then yeah.
So what happened was,
So PP, so you didn't tell me you have personal experience with this, brother. That's
I
that's
do
a whole nother
have a lot
ballgame.
of personal experience.
Okay,
with this.
I didn't know that.
So I have
Now
personal
that-
experience with every
Okay.
aspect of what we talked about today. Every
Okay,
aspect, and
well, that
real
kind of
world
changes it
examples.
a little bit. Not.
Yes.
I'm not changing my opinion, but I'm saying the fact that you have personal experience.
But what I'm saying is, I'm
Yeah.
trying to express the problem with this emotional knee jerk stuff. I'm trying to explain what the
I got
problem
you.
with it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you, brother.
Because
Yeah.
I was known as the guy that regularly called out bullshit that nobody else did in other areas. Okay. So I wasn't popular for this, even though the things I called out were factual bullshit things. Okay. People couldn't understand that I had the balls to call this shit out publicly. So I was basically ostracized socially for doing this. So when I did actually call out an especially legitimate thing, pretend, hey, this guy actually had sex with a minor, and this guy was known for getting with emotionally traumatized girls who had weird daddy issues, and he had this whole plethora of women he did this with, he'd have sex with, and they would get emotionally hung up on him in these really weird fucking ways. And I noticed this strange pattern, and I was like, oh, fuck, because I actually cared about this young girl who I saw getting sucked into that pattern with him also. And when I found out that he confirmed it and she confirmed it, both to me, that they had had intercourse, I was like, holy shit, this is literally, he's done something illegal, and here's the evidence of this. And oh my God, like, and I mentioned that public, hey, this has happened. This has gone on. This man actually did this to her. He actually had sex with a minor. He needs to be locked up. This guy's a criminal. It was literally just crickets chirping. The only responses I got were, what the fuck is wrong with you? How dare you? Like, what the hell is your problem? Blah, 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 blah. You're always doing this, blah. And I was like, did you not see what I just said to you? Did you not understand what I just told you?
Yeah. I got
And you're
you,
making
brother.
me the bad guy for this? So
Yeah, just
No.
for simply mentioning what happened, it's just so it's dumb.
yes.
It's really
Yeah.
dumb.
Yeah. It
Okay.
is.
No,
So-
this is people are stupid, man. I'm sorry, yeah, people are stupid.
So in other words,
You're right.
everybody
They
was
are-
pissed at
they are
me.
stupid.
They were jealous and pissed at me because she, from her end, was attracted to me and showing this attraction actively.
I got
publicly.
you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like
they
they
were all
trying
pissed
to.
at me for that.
It
all right?
sounds
Yeah,
like
no,
they're
that's
trying to
not fair.
project-
That's not fair to you. Yeah.
That's
It's
what
really
I'm saying,
unfair.
and I've run into this many times over. Okay, so basically, what happens is then they try, because people are jealous, they'll spin this narrative that, oh, that guy is creepy because young girls
Okay.
walk up to him from their end as if I am the one making them do that. They're like, I'll
got
just be standing there and they'll be flocking around me from their end and
I
It
got
talking
sounds
to
like
me and interacting.
evil.
Okay.
It sounds like evil,
Yeah.
evil projection on your part.
Yes, it's
I
bad
didn't-
projection.
Dude, I
Yeah.
didn't know that's where you were coming from, bro. If you would have told me that initially, I would have had a completely different conversation with you, dude.
I understand, but where I come from is like, to me, these things are basic sense. When I'm talking to you, like, I would assume that obviously you already know I'm coming from multiple layers of firsthand experience with these
Well,
things,
I mean, personal
and
experience is
also
different. Yeah.
insights without needing the firsthand experience. So, higher intelligence involves not needing the firsthand experience, which is ideal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
However,
you're right.
but firsthand experience does add to it. But I have both. I have insight without needing it, and I have the firsthand experience. So,
Yeah.
so
I
I've
can,
been
I,
at the.
can, I can understand. I don't change my opinion, but I can understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
I've lost friends many times over, in so-called friends many times over, from that specific thing. And the whole time, guess what it was? The person who was actually the criminal in the situation, he gets off spot-free. Nothing ever happens to him.
Yeah,
That's it.
screw them. PP, screw them.
Yes,
Alright.
fuck all of them.
Screw-
Exactly.
screw
That's what I'm
them.
saying.
Screw them for their evil projection and speculation. Okay, they speculate. Oh, it was just merely an assumption that they projected.
So this
onto
is
you
what I'm
guys.
saying.
It's
though.
wrong.
This,
It's wrong.
let me- yes. So I'm looping it back. This is why I'm so serious about this. Looping it back around to what Shifted and Patsy were saying. The reason this is such a big deal is because they were suggesting within their hearts and minds, within their feelings, they were having an emotional knee-jerk feeling set towards an assumption. In other words, oh, an older person, younger person attracted to an older person, there's something inherently in and of itself, by itself, creep factor there, or wrong there, or something indicative of a mental issue in the younger person there. But that is factually not true.
There's exceptions to every situation, and
But these are
you're
not
talking
just exceptions. I'm
you're
not talking about
an
just
exception.
exceptions.
Well,
Yes,
I mean,
it
your
is an exception, but it's not
to-
only an exception. It's more common than you would think. You're assuming that something
Well-
is more common than it actually is in terms of these dynamics. What's more common
Okay.
is, okay, what is more common is a large mass of people having an emotional knee-jerk assumption, which leads them to keep believing that assumption in spite of all other evidence.
Yeah,
is
but
what
they
I'm trying
have
to talk about.
there's proof that there's are fucking weirdos out there that would do that, dude. So they're not basing it off fucking
No.
bullshit.
There
Yeah.
are factual weirdos who do that stuff, and that is the problem that everybody acknowledges. But
Okay,
the
hold
problem
on,
is
everyone. Hold on. Oh no, go on. Say the problem is, then I'll.
when
get
people
to
dig their
Savannah.
heels in to assuming that that's most likely or probably the case, many times over, I've seen this happen, myself and others who are not creepos, who are not weirdos, we end up getting the brunt end of the stick from everybody, even though we didn't do anything wrong.
Well, the
Okay?
problem is a father is always going to protect his child and assume the worst. That's just what it is, dude. So maybe there's exceptions. Yes,
No, he's
you're right.
only going to assume the worst.
He better, because his daughter could be end up in a fucked up situation, man. Even
Okay,
though you're
well,
right. You're
okay.
right. There are exceptions, yeah. But I mean, you still have to keep your guard
Protective
up.
father. The mature thing would be to, yes, be involved and talk to the
Perpetual
guy.
pleasures. You were your audio went silent for 5 to 7 seconds, so you
Okay.
got missed. Yeah,
No worries.
but nonetheless, let's get
Yeah.
to Savannah. 7A. Been a while. How are you? Welcome.
Yo, can you hear me?
I've never heard you say yo before until now.
It's made its way into my regular repertoire of
Say that again.
sounds. Is my
Say that
audio
again?
okay?
Say, do me a favor. Say twice. Say, get to the Chamber of Secrets. No, I'm genuine. No, seriously. Like I tell people to say that as an audio check. Just say, get to the Chamber of Secrets twice, please.
Really?
Yeah. No, genuinely, you guys are familiar. I always tell people to say, get to the Chamber of Secrets. Confirmed, please.
That's hilarious. Okay, get to the Chamber of Secrets. I'm trying not to laugh. I don't know why that's so funny.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Get to the Chamber of Secrets. Please explain.
It's just a random phrase that I tell people to say for an audio check to see if their audio is
okay. Have I passed?
Yeah. Pardon me?
Have I passed? Is my audio passed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's very well. But yeah, how are you, Savannah?
Yeah, here. How are you?
Are you British? Are you British?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got finally we got 2 Brits and 3 Americans. All right.
It's been
Yeah.
a long time.
Keep it
Long
company.
time since I've heard your voice. Long time.
Hey, Patsy, you all right?
How you doing, darling?
I'm all right. You?
Good.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Cool. All right. So Savannah, welcome back to my panel. Yeah, it's been a long time. But so
Yeah.
this live stream looks familiar to you in terms of the title, right? Or maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. No, it's fine. So what is your
No, I was just jumping on because I was typing in the comments and you said, "Oh, come on," and I figured it might be easier to explain what I was going to type anyway.
Okay. Cool.
I guess my point with regards to what PP was saying is, I guess PP, your overall point is more that this issue shouldn't be viewed at from I think the phrase you used was an emotional kind of knee-jerk reaction, but I don't know. I think that this is the kind of thing that emotions don't really have to play into it, in the sense that the issue is someone who's obviously going to be exploited in that relationship. They are, even if it's something that they want, even if it's something they're choosing to do, they are ultimately on the losing end. They're the one that could be exploited in the relationship. So I think you made reference to when you explained further about your personal experience, I guess that's slightly different to the early examples that were alluded to. But I think ultimately I personally wouldn't class a father, for example, or shifted reality in his perspective as, possible father reacting in that way as a kind of emotional knee-jerk. Because you also said something like it's not objective, but I think it's very objective when you consider that ultimately it's a 19, 20-year-old person who, although they're legally an adult in most countries, they don't have the same level of life experience. They don't have there's all this science that was essentially accepted by pretty much everyone that people don't really fully develop their brains and their foresight and have ability to consider all manner of things until they're well into their 20s, maybe even older for some people. So I think that even though I fully accept your view that some younger people, some young women, for example, are attracted to older men that are old enough to be their father, I don't think that's anything unheard of. Just as it's not unheard of for older man to be attracted to girls who are young enough to be his daughter. But I think as it pertains to a young woman, for example, of that age, even if she is attracted to a man of that age, it doesn't make it okay, even if that's something she wants.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at is I have been the guy who is wrongly, erroneously seen as the creep when I'm literally the only person standing up for a girl who is factually abused by a creep. And so what I'm saying is the guys who are not creeps of any age group who may be very actively actually protecting a young girl from actual creepishness, whether they're romantic with that girl or not, we're talking about 18, 19 and above, those individuals, if they are wrongly emotionally auto-processed as potential likely creeps, that is a big fucking problem, because what happens often with that is the actual creep will get away with actual crimes, while the non-creep is the one considered the creep wrongly. This is what I'm trying to get at here. This is the problem with that type of emotional knee-jerk reaction. What you're saying is 100% logical and reasonable, so is Shift and Patsy in regards to, being cautious in social settings and assuming the worst. I also assume the worst, but I don't assume the worst in terms of involving my own emotions in assuming the worst. I logically in my head, I'm like, okay, ratio-wise, yes, there's a high ratio of older creeps going after younger women that exist in the world, and vice versa. There's a high ratio of young creeps going after older people, both ways. So that being the case, let's stay on guard, let's be cautious, but let's not at all get ourselves into an emotional state inside ourselves towards any particular person unless and until there's some actual evidence that they are in fact actually a creep of some kind in a bad way.
Right. So in other words,
that's what I'm trying to say.
So in other words, perpetual pleasure is basically you can be cautious of one, but don't jump to conclusions about that person.
Yes, until actual evidence arises of some type.
But what?
Yes.
So let me just get this clear. So you're saying if so remind me, what's the scenario again as it pertains to the older man and the younger woman?
60-year-old man.
No, perpetual pleasure is in terms of the scenario you set out about people assuming that person was a creep. What was the scenario specifically? Yeah. Was it she approached him or he approached her, or they just both kind of?
Okay, in my particular case, what I've run into firsthand, and this has been from my mid-20s all the way up until today, 30, because I look really young for my age, especially when I have my head shaved and all this other type of stuff. Most women assume, age-wise, that I am in my young, early 20s at most, if I'm, looking my best and all this other type of stuff. And so this is probably one of the reasons why a lot of really young women who are teenagers and or of those younger age groups approach me from their ends and try to get flirtatious and stuff like this. Now, because I'm a friendly person, and unless and until something is overtly stated about, somebody wanting to date me or whatever, or that somebody asking my age, I'm not going to assume that, this is something specifically sexual. It's somebody approaching me being friendly or whatever the hell else it is. I'm not gonna from my end assume something. Okay, she's attracted to whatever. But because this happens, other people see this happening a lot, and what goes on is, because that guy isn't specifically right off the bat being like, because I'm not assuming something sexual, right? I'm just being like, all right, because I might be assuming wrong. However, they're probably sexually attracted, but I'm not going to assume that emotionally. So I'm not going to bring that up unless somebody else, the person approaching me or somebody else, brings up something sexual to me or hints at it. Then I will respond with, hey, this is my age, so therefore obviously nothing can happen. But because I'm a very kind person and I get along with people really well and I'm not mean to people, I don't shut them down or shut them off. And a lot of people are jealous of me, right? Because they would prefer if women approach them like this of all age groups, right? Instead of them admitting they're jealous, what they do instead is they try to concoct something of how I am the creep for myself being approached by women like this versus just being like, interesting. Obviously, they're attracted to this guy because they think he looks good or whatever the hell else, and just leaving it at that. They're assuming because I continue to be kind to them and smile, and I'm not an asshole and I'm not frowning at them, that I'm the creep for not being an asshole to them and shutting them down and shutting them off. And that's really fucked up because
Right.
I'm just being a genuinely kind person to all age groups and not a mean person.
Oh,
And
right.
I'm not going to
That's a
punish
market.
someone. I'm not going
Right.
to punish someone for being attracted to me, whatever age group they are.
Oh yeah, that's
emotionally or
okay. So
otherwise.
this scenario is very substantially different to the earlier scenario that was discussed. That where I started listening into the live stream, where you and Shifted were talking about 19-year-old, 20-year-old daughter dating someone who's 40 or 60 or something. So that's quite a different perspective. So this whole scenario about you being approached and looking younger and you continuing to be friends, that's a whole different ballgame because that's nothing really, nothing's really happening there. It's just you. Women are attracted
But
to you.
Savannah,
They get talking
what
to
I'm
you.
saying is it's connected to the other example also, and here's how. The other example that I have firsthand experience of is a real world one where two good friends of mine, one was in his 60s, one was 18. They were consensual with each other. They had a great relationship. It's completely unreasonable and uncalled for and insane for people within their hearts and minds when they hear about that or interact with these people to have an off-put, weird, negative feeling towards either of those individuals and their dynamic. That's an unnecessary social bias that's not grounded in logic or reason. It's an emotional knee-jerk bias, and it leads to, it doesn't just end there. These emotional biases often lead to ostracizing, scoffing behaviors, hounding behaviors, people getting on others' asses about it on a regular basis instead of being left alone about it. And it actually leads to many unnecessary things. In other words, basically at the drop of a fucking hat, any excuse a person can find to label that guy a creep for whatever reason, just because he's that much older than her, they're going to find and they're going to hunt for and they're going to fucking use. And I've seen this happen as well. So this is the problem with it. People will basically, without admitting it, because they never like to admit shit that they're actually doing, they'll hunt for any little microscopic possible trace that the guy could be a creep, and they'll drill into that like it's nobody's fucking business. So in other words, the guy may not be a creep whatsoever, he just happens to be older than her, he's having a great relationship. He does one thing wrong, says one thing off that people don't like, and then they just immediately drill into, oh, you're a creep, look at you, you're with this, and it just becomes this ongoing thing, this creep labeling, when there's no creepiness at all. He's just in a loving consensual relationship with someone who's a different age group. So it's like, that happens on a very regular basis in this world. It's an ongoing thing, and it's driven by that emotional knee-jerk crap.
Well, I would say the very fact that he's in a relationship with someone that young does make him a creep. He doesn't have to do the creepy behavior itself is that itself is the creepy behavior.
That's unbelievably non-insightful, Savannah. That's unbelievably
I think it's very objective, and this is why I disagree strongly with your use of saying Shifted, like his response wasn't objective and it's rooted in emotion.
That's not objective. That's emotional hype train bullshit. That's not objective.
No, it's not, because if we refer back to what I said earlier about the frank reality is, at that age, it doesn't matter how smart they are, how quote unquote mature they are for their age. The reality is, if you're 19 to 20, sorry, you're dating someone who's 40 odd, there's just an automatic power imbalance there. So my point is, well, there absolutely is, because for a number of reasons.
Not true whatsoever, and I can show you why. I can
tell me how it's not
to you
true.
why.
I'd love to know.
Because I just gave many examples of there's many cases where the younger person is the one in greater power than the older person. If the younger person has more money, if the younger person is in a more wealthy situation.
Loads of young people inherit money all the time. Trust fund kids exist.
If
women
who
strike it lucky and on YouTube and become really wealthy streamers, does that suddenly mean they've got the brain of a fully developed adult? No, they just happen to come into a lot of money.
If the young person is the manipulator and not the older person in the dynamic. For example, if the younger person is really good looking and expert at talking and interacting, and they're really good at convincing the older person that the older person being with them, even if the older person is super fucking hesitant, I shouldn't do that, but they find some, and the younger person goes out of their way to convince the older person why they should be with them, etc., etc., etc. Okay, it's the younger person in that case, not the older one, who's the creep. Okay, and this has happened in many different cases, and I have firsthand example. People who this has happened to that I can also relate to you. So you need to please
on the
stop
older
with
adult.
these non points that we all agree on the same fucking things emotionally already. What I'm saying is we need to go beyond what we emotionally feel about shit, and we need to put that aside and
Well,
make sure that we act with pinpoint accuracy in terms of what's
well, I can
actually
tell you
fucking
right now.
happening.
Right now, I'm not acting on emotion. I'm acting on, the frank reality, which is that even if the younger person is so-called the manipulator, the onus is always on the older person and the fully formed adult to take a handle of that conversation, of that situation. For example, we all know the case of Mary Kay Leboeuf. That case of Vili Falau, the little 12-year-old boy who who was essentially raped by and groomed and had.
What the?
Uh-oh.
Hold on, Savannah.
Not sure what happened there.
What? Savannah, what happened?
Mm.
She probably either so many possibilities. Maybe her phone died. Who knows? But Savannah, I'm gonna leave the link in the live chat for you to come back on. Okay.
What I'm saying is in essence, they're arguing that it's emotionally healthy to be in a state that's not emotionally healthy. I'm saying, no, it's not. It's better to be in an emotionally healthy state while being on guard, is what I'm talking about. There's a difference. And I could articulate the difference if you want me to, because people keep assuming, it seems like, due to emotional knee-jerk reactions and assuming I'm getting across something that I'm not trying to get across here. What I'm trying to get across is, for the benefit of everyone here, hey, the way I go about this is a better, healthier, feel better way about this that still gets the job done, to call out the creeps and deal with them better,
Right,
than
a
being in
better,
an
healthier
emotional knee-jerk
approach.
state. Yes, it's a healthier approach,
Hello?
and it actually helps you deal with these situations better when and if they arise with actual fucking creeps. And it ensures the actual creeps get separated out from the non-creeps, and it ensures that you stand up for the non-creeps and ensure that they don't get falsely labeled as being a creep when they're not a creep, because this causes a lot of false accusations, a lot of false imprisonments, a lot of exaggerated, trumped up charges and things. This happens very regularly, okay? So what I'm saying is there's real world consequences on people's lives if we operate on a more emotional knee-jerk level about these things.
True.
And a less grounded level. All of the facts and information we're saying we all agree on, we understand the logistical likelihood of these things, creeps existing in the role list, other type of stuff. That's a no-brainer. That's not even under debate. So in other words, I think what's been happening is what I'm trying to get across has been mostly getting missed, in the sense of I don't even think
Hello?
what's interesting is neither Shifted or Patsy or Savannah are even suggesting that their state that they're talking about is actually emotionally healthier to be in, because I've demonstrated why it's not emotionally healthier to be in that state towards these things. We're not even talking about a disagreement of opinion on things at all. We're talking about, if there's any disagreement, it has, like, I haven't seen any verification from what they're saying that what they're suggesting is a better, healthier emotional state to be in towards these things. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I've seen lots of evidence that what I'm suggesting is the better state for all of us to be in towards these things. And I think I've demonstrated that very well, very effectively so far. With examples, real world examples, my own and many others that I've known.
PP, give me
Okay,
one moment. Savannah.
Okay, I'm back.
Say,
Can you hear me
you know the
okay?
drill. You know the drill. Get to the chamber of secrets twice, please. You can laugh. I don't mind. You know,
God.
it's fine.
Get to the Chamber of Secrets.
You can say it. Oh! It's audio's not so
Okay,
good
get
so
to the
far.
Chamber of
Okay,
Secrets.
let's take
Get to
two.
the Chamber
Take
of
two.
Secrets.
Take two. One more time. So say get to the chamber of
Can
secrets twice, please.
you hear me?
Say get to the chamber of secrets twice, please. Guys, is she talking?
No.
Hey, sorry, I seem to be having some tech issues.
Okay.
Maybe it's my first time on in a while. StreamYard's like, oh, she's
Are you
back.
using your phone? Are you using your computer? What are you using?
Can you hear me okay?
Say get to the chamber of secrets twice, please.
I'm using my computer, my usual computer.
Oh, so you're interesting.
Get to the Chamber of Secrets. Get to the
Chamber
of
Secrets. Wait, hold on. People, I mean,
Yeah.
7A. Do you want me to call you 7A or 7A? Savannah, which one?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
That's the beauty of it. You can say it however you want.
All right, Savannah, no problem. All right.
Savannah was saying something about even if the girl was pursuer, the young girl. Yeah, you go ahead, finish up what you were saying, Savannah. You were saying something about even if the young girl was the
Yeah,
pursuer,
that was
that
it. Yeah, so yeah, the onus is always, or the it's always on the older person, that the fully formed adult to
right.
take control of the situation. And an example of that, because I mean, when people was talking about sometimes the younger one's is the manipulator. Well, there's a very quite well-known case of an American teacher called Mary Kay Letourneau. She essentially started a sexual relationship with one of her pupils, and he was about 13 years old. His name's Vili Falau, and she essentially is a registered sex offender. She went to jail, and she had 2 babies by him, and she already had 4 kids already, but with her husband. But she, in some of her interviews, because she's been interviewed over the years, she's now passed away. She died in 2020, but she would justify her being essentially a child rapist and dating this 13-year-old boy. She justified it by trying to say, well, he was the one pursuing me, and this little 13-year-old boy, he was pursuing me. He was really mature for a young boy, and he really knew the things to say, and people were looking at her like she's fucking insane, because it's like, okay, even if he was the one pursuing you as the older woman, and I think at the time she was maybe in her 30s. So I mean, I know it's a kind of extreme example, but it's the basis is the same. It's that it doesn't matter who is the manipulator. Ultimately, as the fully formed adult, the onus is on you to take charge.
That's a minor.
Do what's
you're talking
right.
about a
Savannah,
legal
it's
adult
important
and
to
a
clarify.
minor.
Savannah,
I was not talking about that. I was talking about 18, 19, and above.
Yeah, I know.
18, 19.
People being the manipulators, not
that is
minors.
true, and that's why I said it's an extreme example. I just use that to highlight that it isn't a justification. Okay, fine. In that case, then we'll ignore that example. But my point still remains the same. Even if the person is not a minor, you can't justify going along with an exploitative relationship just because the younger person happened to be more manipulative or had more money, as you gave the examples of. Ultimately,
the adult may not have been a creep, though.
It's still
What
an
I'm saying is the
relationship.
adult that's manipulated may not be a creep.
Hold on, PV, hold on. Question, Savannah. Do you think that all big age gap relationships where the man is older and the woman's younger, do you think all of those relationships are exploitative?
I think your question is, it cut off slightly. Your question is, are they all wrong?
Okay. So
my answer is no.
No. Savannah. No. Listen, hold on. So, okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me fine? Savannah, do you want to come back and then do you want to leave and then come back? Savannah, are you close to your Wi-Fi?
Do you want me to do that? Should I try that? Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah. Just leave and come back, maybe.
Yeah,
or maybe
I'm in my
get
usual
closer
spot.
to your Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. So
I'll leave and come back.
Yes, leave and then
All
come
right.
back.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll leave and come back. 1 sec.
Oh yeah, no pressure. I'll even leave the link in the. Yeah. Hold on a second.
Savannah, I have to say, I love your accent. By the way, good God, absolutely beautiful. Yeah. There's nothing like a female British accent.
Likewise. Absolutely agree.
Good God.
Welcome to the UK.
I can listen to her talk all day, dude.
Hey, welcome to the UK.
Yeah, I know.
I was just gonna ask her, when she returns, if she thinks that all relationships, all big age gap relationships where the man is older and the woman's younger are exploitative. That's what I wanted to ask her. So hopefully she can come back as soon as possible.
The point I'm coming at it from, think about the extreme cases where, and even the cases that aren't extreme, they're common cases where basically you have a younger person, 18, 19, early 20s, whatever the case may be, factually manipulating someone who's significantly older into romantic sexual stuff. And there's very specific ways this does. And within the adult fold, so they're both legal adults, all this other type of stuff. And not only that, where the younger person ends up actually killing or harming the older person and abusing them, verbally abusing. And this idea that, it's always on the older person to be the one to ensure that they don't get emotionally abused. That's absolute, totally insane BS. It's like, if you're being manipulated, it doesn't matter what age difference the other person is.
They're both
They may be
adults.
far more expert at manipulating than you ever are in your entire life. So you can't detect it until it's too late, until you're in a really bad situation. And what I mean by manipulating is there's certain people who are experts at getting someone else convinced, whether they're older or whatever the hell else, talking about adults here, 18, 19 and above, of getting someone who's significantly older than them sucked into something romantic or sexual with them and making it seem like that's what the younger person really is wanting, and it's you know, it's going to be this great thing. So because there's some degree of attraction to the older person, they're like, oh, okay, great, why not? This person really wants me. You know, even if they were originally hesitant, the manipulator is expert at convincing the other person how it's actually a really good idea. Now, this is independent of cases where people are both mutually agreeing for sure, like the younger and the older person. But I'm talking about these cases because, so what Savannah is suggesting, and this is why it's not fully grounded in logic and reason, what she's suggesting, because it's auto shifting the majority of the blame in every single one of these cases
For responsibility.
to the older person just because they're older. That's it. Like, that's insane. That's nuts
Okay,
to
but
do
hold
that.
that for PP. But hold that for. I want to
Yeah.
ask Savannah the question. But Savannah, now that you're back, you know the drill. Please say "Get to the Chamber of Secrets" twice for audio check.
Get to the
I don't
Chamber
mind
of
if you laugh.
Secrets.
It's fine.
Get to
I
the
don't
Chamber
mind.
of Secrets. Yeah. There you go.
Oh my God, I love your accent. Good God, say it again, please, one more time.
No, I'll have to charge you, I'm afraid. I'll have to send you
Okay,
an
all right.
invoice.
I don't.
Um,
Unfortunately, I don't hear a lot of British accents in Maryland, so I wish I could.
oh,
Actually, I did meet a couple British chicks that came to watch my band play, which was interesting.
Cool,
But
cool.
I love the female British accent is so nice.
oh, thank you.
I love it. My wife's Southern, she's from Alabama, but
See, I love
you're
the
on.
Southern accent.
Yeah, I do too. But damn, there's nothing like a female British accent.
There you go. Hey, Savannah.
What are you doing, TP? Why don't you got like a nice British woman, brother? What are you doing?
Hey, dude. Stick to your
I
American.
think I've put him off. I think I've put
Oh, I
Disney
welcome
off
British
him.
women all the time. There's a lady from New Zealand that something was going to happen with. It just logistically didn't play out. But yeah, it's not exclusive to American women. I mean, I accept, I really like British accents and women a lot.
Oh
Big
yeah,
time.
of course. Hey, Savannah, you're really representing the UK in such an amazing way. So yeah, keep it up.
Yeah, she is. She's absolutely doing it.
She feels overwhelmed with the compliments. She doesn't know how to take them.
Yeah, just yeah. Thanks.
Don't worry, no, listen, Savannah, on my channel, embrace it. No one's gonna call you arrogant or anything. I won't let anyone do that. Yeah, so embrace it. I get complimented all the time. You know what I say? I say you're goddamn right. Anyway, but Savannah, do me a favor. Could you say? Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you love it. Could you say "Get to the Chamber of Secrets" twice, please?
Oh gosh, you're really milking it now, aren't you? Okay, for you guys, get to the Chamber of Secrets. Get to the Chamber of Secrets. There you go.
Fantastic. The audio is perfect.
Cool.
Oh, by the
hopefully
way,
there's no more glitches.
Yeah, no more glitches. Miss L Rose says yes. So charge them.
Oh god,
charge them.
imagine.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the whole feet pics thing where some women are like, I'm gonna charge for feet now. You know what I mean? Because men want to see that.
It's crazy, isn't it?
But that's for a whole other story. But I want to ask you a question. So it's merely for clarification. So are you of the belief that all relationships, all big age gap relationships where the man is older and the woman is younger, do you think all those relationships are exploitative by default?
Or so if the man is older.
So
I don't think they are by default.
So do you believe that all relationships where the man is older, like significantly older than the woman, do you think all those relationships are exploitative? Or do you think some or a few?
No, I don't think they are. I don't think they are by default. And that's where I was trying to explain before my technical problems kicked in and I got kicked out. I don't think they are by default because they are. So, for example, you can have a big age gap and say, for example, the woman is younger, but she's 35 or 30, and then he's 60. That's a big age gap. She's younger, but by that age, she's you know, she's had
She's experienced enough
generally-
as an adult. She has enough life
she's a
experience as an adult.
fully grown adult. And I think just to respond to PP, I fully hear your point, and I agree with you that sometimes the younger person is the more manipulative of the two, but I don't think the exception makes the rule. I think that would fall under exceptional circumstances. I think generally speaking,
A small exception
the
or a
older
big
person-
exception, in your opinion?
I'd say a small exception. I think
Okay.
there has to be. Normally, there are quite exceptional circumstances. I mean, if you know, I can think of a number of instances where the younger one can be manipulative. Maybe they use their body, or they may have more connections. Absolutely, but I think my core point is that it's the predator. In a way, I'm not again. I know the word predatory seems to trigger PP, and I can understand why, because in his opinion, it can be a very kind of innocent thing to be in a relationship with someone that's younger. But I think my key point is, if the woman is younger and she's below a certain age, then that's when I have a concern. So because I think the very fabric of the relationship is exploitative by default because she's not a fully formed adult at that age. That's my point.
That's exactly. I agree 100% with Savannah. She's right. Yeah.
Yes. So Savannah, let me ask you a quick question for clarification as we're going along. What age do you consider someone to be an adult? 20, 21, 25, 30?
So, oh gosh.
A lot of people tend to say 25, but go on.
I would say at least 25. I think 25 is a good number to go with. I think in any event, we should get away from the 18. I think even if we go with just 21, that's still better. But I think just based on, if you look at the science, I mean, I'm a big, in so many discussions I've had and discourse I've engaged in on these live streams in the past, I tend to try and go with what most science is saying, and generally speaking, and this is something that's been agreed upon for a good number of decades now, I'd say, that 25 is kind of the age where most would agree that, you know, the adult brain is formed, shall we say,
like fully developed.
And so, yeah, I mean, but then even then, there's no, you know, definitive age per se, but you know, there's this talk of the prefrontal cortex and closing and developing and that kind of stuff, and even then, you know, in more recent years, they said that you have to make allowances for neurodivergence, for example. So maybe a neurotypical might be 25, but then maybe for neurodivergence, or if you've had certain experiences in your developmental years, you know, certain experiences in your social life, it might be a bit later. But I think it's always going to be hit and miss. There's always going to be individual differences. You know, you meet some 12-year-olds that are more mature than a 15-year-old, etc. But I think generally speaking, I've always, even when I was a young person myself, I've always taken a bit of an issue with the fact that 18 is the adult age. I've always, even when I was that age, I always looked around and thought that's a bit too young. So I think 25 is what I would say.
I was even saying earlier, like, whose idea was it to even consider 18 to be an adult when literally 18 literally has the word teen in it, hence it's a teenager, not an adult. So it really just shows you that's definitely a social construct, you know, where there's definitely a gender behind making 18 a legal adult age.
This is very important to understand. Teen literally only refers to, in that context, according to the number itself, is not referring to anything to do with. And so I understand what you're saying, but that correlation is a non-correlation. I'm trying to think of another example, what it would be like. So basically, when we're counting numbers on our fingers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's literally just how numbers are counted. It's not, it has zero to do with, like, the numbers themselves being called teen numbers has zero to do with anything pertaining to adulthood and the word teen in reference to age. In other words, they're two totally separate things entirely. Teen, in other words, in reference to the age specific thing, is a totally distinct realm of teen from the number teen number. So what I'm saying is,
you're saying teenager is different from teen in the
in a list of just numbers, the way we count them. So there's zero correlation between that and a person not being an adult. Like,
So-
in other words, what I'm saying is there's no one-to-one correlation between the teen number range and somebody being considered an adult or not, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, I was more focused on. Okay, I mean,
what I'm saying is
I was
there
just basically
factually
saying,
is no connection. There is none factually.
so okay,
Yeah.
what do you, so from 13 to, so all the numbers that have the word teen in it, right?
Yes, they're literally just numbers. They're just called teens. So literally, if we called the numbers differently, if we said, okay, 20 teen, 21 teen, 22 teen, if we added teen to those numbers, that would also have zero correlation, however far you want to take the teen labeling to what is classified as an adult or not. This is why I'm not a fan of English. They use too many words to refer to separate different things.
No, I
But
understand
the
what you're
problem
saying.
there, yeah.
So
Yeah.
what age range do you consider to be the teenage age range?
What is called teenage age range, I would consider to actually be, in terms of age specifically, to be up to about 15 or 16, depending on the person.
Okay,
And past that, I
so-
consider them adults. Like, I
Okay.
consider actually a lot of teens adults. I considered myself an adult as a teen that was younger than that. At 13, I considered myself an adult. So, like,
What? Let's define, like, so that there's no confusion here. When you say adult, do you mean, what do you mean in this context?
what I mean is someone who within themselves knows for a fact that they're capable of consenting or not. And they also know that they can function in the world and process things accurately in terms of information, in terms of thorough multi-layered processing. That's what defines someone as an adult. So if someone considers themselves to be able to process things very well and multi-layered, and they're able to articulate and think very well, they have a good working brain, they understand the distinction between consent and manipulation and all these other types of things, I consider them an adult no matter what age they are. However, in terms of legal terms, obviously people have to come to a consensus because everybody has different opinions on that. But in terms of my own opinion, I think people are adults whenever they get to that headspace within themselves. That is my opinion, that they're an adult at that point.
So you consider someone to be an adult based on that criteria you just laid out, based on
Yes.
their ability to consent, and what were the other points? So the ability to consent and
their vivid awareness of what is the distinction between genuinely consenting and being coerced into something or manipulated into something. Understanding very clearly what the distinction of those things is, and understanding that, hey, if you're attracted to someone, are you actually attracted to them? Or is there some other element going on here? Is this a genuine attraction or a trauma-based thing? Being able to distinguish those things. Like, I was able to distinguish all of this shit very well below even being in the teenage years. Literally by the age of 12, my brain was already able to distinguish all these things very clearly. Okay. And so what I'm saying is I didn't even need to enter into what was called the teens, 13, 14 to have this, what I would consider me being qualified to be treated. And that pissed me off. I was like, this annoys the shit out of me because I know for a fact I should be functioning in the adult world, considered an adult, all these other things. And I was just seething in a rage every day of my life until I hit 18. And when I was finally considered an adult, and I was just, for me, it was just like, finally, I'm out of that bullshit where I'm actually now finally considered what I've always been for since I was at least 12 onwards, and that's how I basically looked at my life. So the only way to reflect that in a legal system, realistically, because everybody's opinion is different on that, is to basically have, once again, an age of majority. Now, remember, Savannah, this is very important. We discussed earlier the age of majority was decided on because the ability to consent to sexual and romantic things and ability to distinguish between manipulation and stuff in that regards can easily be fully developed in a person's brain by the age of 18, and usually is distinct from the brain needing to develop in all the other areas of life, in terms of life experience, all these other types of things. The romantic sexual specific development occurs by the age of 18, and this is well known scientifically as the age of majority of people are matured at that point there. So in other words, there's really no relevancy to all these arguments about past the 18 point, 17 or 18, about, okay, well, this person's more susceptible to manipulation and blah, blah, blah. That's actually not true at all. You could literally have a person.
Hold on, dude. Just
That's
because
not
they
true.
can, no. Just because they can sexually consent to that doesn't mean they have the full encompassing reality of what it means to be an adult. So you're saying,
What I'm saying is
because they can understand what it means to be sexual. Okay, that's great, fine. Okay, but it doesn't mean they understand the whole fucking repercussions
Okay,
that come along with that.
This
shit,
is very
dude.
important to understand. There's literally people, if we're going to go over it with a fine-tooth comb, there's literally people in their 50s, 60s, and above till the day they die who never mature in terms of being able to recognize manipulation or
You're
not.
talking exceptions, dude.
I'm not talking
Regardless.
exceptions. There's a lot of people like that actually in the
Yeah,
world.
but
A
that's
lot,
not the
just some.
majority.
That
That's
is
not
the
the
majority.
majority.
There's a,
Shifted.
it's not the
Shifted.
majority.
When you
It's a
say
lot of people,
exceptions-
though.
Sorry,
Dude.
Shifted. When you say exceptions, are you talking about a small exception or a big exception?
He's talking no, and Perpetual, no disrespect, brother, but you're talking about specific cases, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about
The
a very
overall
common trend.
general public is not going to agree with what you're saying, dude. Do you understand?
They're
that,
not
right?
agreeing because how many times have we always talked about how dumb is the general public? We all agree
No,
the
but
general
in this-
public's pretty dumb.
We're
right?
not
right?
in this. Okay, but in this,
So they're smart here. They're dumb in every other area, but somehow they're
Dude,
magically smart in this
it's
area.
not
Come
about being
on.
smart. It's about fucking
The
natural
general public are
instinct.
stupid as shit in every area. Give me a fucking
Nah,
break.
okay, I'm
They're
talking about
fucking
parents.
peons, man. They don't
Okay,
know
hold
what
on.
the
No.
fuck they're
We're not talking about. I agree with you. Yeah, you're right. 100% right. But we're talking
They're
about
not
parents.
fucking smarty pants in this regards at all.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, the general public is fucking stupid. You're right.
So that
But
means
I'm
they're
talking-
stupid about this in general also.
No, I'm talking about parents who have daughters, brother.
Parents are stupid in general for being parents in the first place. They're dumb
No,
for doing
okay,
that because
okay.
antinatalism is a better idea.
Okay, but
because
you
being a
can't-
parent is exposing them to all this hellish shit.
No, you
Come
can't.
on,
Okay.
dude. Don't even try
No,
to
no,
push me,
hold on.
man. Don't
Hold
do
on.
it. Don't try to do it. I will have you
No.
owned fast and quick. Don't do it. Don't
No,
try to do
don't
it.
do
Please
it.
don't. Don't do it.
I'm
bro.
not doing it.
You'll
I
be so
understand what
owned
you're
so
saying.
fast.
no. I'm saying if they decide to have children and they have a daughter and the dad's protective over his daughter because there's a lot of fucking creepos out there who are fucking going after younger women, of course he's going to be protective over his daughter, dude. And of course he's going to want his daughter to date somebody his own age and not a fucking 6-year-old creep, dude. That's
But
just
Shifted.
general fucking common
Shifted.
sense, dude.
That's fine. That's all well and dandy. But
Okay.
but here's the
Is
thing.
it dandy or is it not dandy?
No. Shifted. Listen. What I'm saying is, okay, cool. No. What I'm in other
And
words.
I'm saying, duh, of
in-
course. What you're saying.
Shifted. In other words, and this might, and you recognize my catchphrase. Noted. With that being said, and we talked about this earlier, I asked you, what if you were in a scenario where your 19-year-old daughter was, in a relationship with a 40-year-old man, and there was nothing creepy going on in the relationship, and he was a great man who treated your daughter well. Basically, in short, everything was going well. But you mentioned that you would still have an issue with it despite the relationship basically being healthy, no creepiness at all, simply because of the age gap.
TP.
So
Why?
am I incorrect in what I just said?
No,
Is
you're not
that-
incorrect, but you're focusing on one aspect of like, yeah, the age gap is fucking bullshit, and I don't agree with that at all. Now, if there's a 40-year-old
I didn't
guy
say it was bullshit.
No. Well, you didn't say it, but I'm saying we're focusing on, okay, I have a 19-year-old daughter and a 40-year-old man, and their relationship is okay. Like there's no creepiness.
No.
everything-
It's healthy and there's no creepiness.
what I'm saying.
It's damn near
Superb.
perfect.
Not just okay, superb.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I still am not okay with it, dude. It's just not right, bro. Like,
because okay, I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay, the reason you're not okay with it is, I'm just checking for clarification. The reason you're not okay with it, despite the relationship being healthy, is simply
Right.
because of the age gap. Is that correct? I'm just checking for
because-
confirmation.
Yes, sir.
Define healthy. Define healthy.
Well, just
that's a good question.
everything's going well.
Them
or
defining it as
everything's going
healthy
There's
amongst
no,
themselves.
okay.
So actually, that's an oxymoron. Healthy. That is actually not a healthy relationship because a
No, wait,
19-year-old
so you don't think there's such thing as a healthy
a
relationship?
19-year-old girl should not be with a 40-year-old man, brother.
No,
It's-
that's fine. Wait,
Shouldn't happen.
think about. Let me hold you to what you said. Okay.
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
So you're telling me that there is no such thing as a healthy relationship between a 40-year-old man and a
No,
19-year-old.
No, that's not healthy.
You don't
dude.
think that exists?
It's not healthy, man. What do you
Wait,
think?
wait,
Do you
wait.
think it's
Are you
healthy?
saying it doesn't exist?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying that's really not the norm, and it's not healthy. And to be honest, brother,
Yeah, it's
you know,
not the norm.
we can
Agreed. It's
okay.
not the norm. Yeah.
okay, we can make these claims, but it's different when you have your own daughter. Like that's your daughter, right? And you have this
Yeah.
40-year-old guy talking to your daughter. I guarantee you 95% of dads, 98 are not going to be okay with that, dude. And there's a reason why they're not okay with that. Because
Why
that's
is
not
what is the reason?
because this is not right, dude. Like you shouldn't be a 40-year-old man should not be going after a fucking 19-year-old girl, dude. It's just
So do you
It's
think it's
fucking-
so based
Come
on the
on,
age
dude,
gap?
like-
So wait, so you think it's immoral because of the age gap, as well as the
Yeah,
woman being
because
19?
yeah, because a 40-year-old man knows better. He knows better. He should not be doing that. and
What
he
makes it
should know
wrong?
better.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. What makes
Yeah.
it wrong for
Because at 19 she's barely out of childhood. This is so
Exactly.
fundamental.
It's fundamental.
I
yeah,
just-
it's
I
fucking
don't
fundamental.
really see personally. I don't really see what more needs to be said.
Wait, say that again,
Right.
Savannah.
Because she's barely come out of childhood at 19. This is it.
Wait,
It's-
do you consider teenagers to be children?
Well, they're not children, but they're not adults either, are they? This is the thing. They're teenagers. So if you're 18, 19, you've just come out of childhood. Because at 17 you're still a child.
What do you consider? What is the biggest age that you would consider someone to be a child? What is the highest age?
I'd say probably. So this is where it gets interesting, because I would say 17, because I know that the legal age of adulthood is 18, at least in the UK and many other countries. Even though I personally believe that I don't think people are really fully an adult until somewhere in their mid-20s. But
Yeah, I agree.
on
I
that
guess for me,
basis,
it's not
because
that-
legally
sorry.
it's 18, I would say
Oh, yeah,
17
man.
then is the cutoff point to be a child. Yeah.
We can hear you a little bit, Patsy. You there?
I can't tell if anybody can hear me or not.
We can hear
Patsy,
you.
Patsy, say "Get
Yeah,
to
we
the
can hear
Chamber of
you.
Secrets" twice, please.
Get to the Chamber of Secrets. Get to the
Hello?
Chamber of Secrets.
Hello, you got cut out a little bit at the end. Could you?
Get
Do you
to
want
the
to? Do you want to leave and then come back? All right, all right. You see, the whole "Get to the Chamber of Secrets" thing is working. Anyway, I'm glad you guys like it. Anyway, so you say that, Savannah. So you consider someone to be a child, when they're 17 or under. Is that correct?
Yeah. On the basis of
Interesting.
the basis of the fact that 18 is considered a legal adult, even though I and many other people agree, and is the growing consensus that people don't really reach their, I guess, adult brains until mid-20s. But as it currently stands, 18 is the legal age for adulthood. So therefore, I consider 17 to be the oldest, official childhood age, if that makes sense.
But I mean,
So-
I guess
so-
I'm different in the sense that I get what you're saying, but for me, it's not just straight up child and then adult. I do like to. I'm very particular about this. I
Well-
like to make the distinction between
Oh, yeah, of
child
course.
and then teenager and then
Of
adult.
course, so do I. But my point is, because obviously you can't compare. I'm with you there. Because, for example, a child between ages, because you've got baby, then from sort of age 2 to about, let's say, 9, 10, that's proper child. And then from sort of 11 to about, what's it called, 12, you've got preteens they call them. And then from 13 to 17 is, adolescence, proper teenagehood, right? So I agree, there's obviously stages, there's multiple stages in that wide span of age 2 to 17, absolutely. And of course, we're going to hold them to different standards of responsibility. That's why you would expect a 12-year-old to know better than a 2-year-old and a 17-year-old to know better than a 12-year-old, right? But so, yeah, there's a wide range and there's different stages of childhood. But
Savannah,
in
let me
terms of
clarify.
the final,
Oh,
17.
PP. Come back. Oh wait. PP. I was hoping he would stay a bit longer than he can leave, but I'll leave the link in the live chat just in case. But yeah, so to clarify, right, in any context, for me personally, just speaking for myself, I personally wouldn't consider any teenager to be a child in any context. Even though I understand what you're saying, whether it's from a legal context or wherever. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. They're not the same as a child. As I said, they're a teenager child, and I guess you would only call them a teenager, not a child. But I would still call them a child, but they're a teenager, so they would be held to a different kind of standard than a 5-year-old, for example.
Why do some people call teenagers like children at all in any context?
Because they are still children in the eyes of the law. So let's start there. But in the eyes of the law, they are still. They literally aren't an adult until 18. So until they're 18,
I'm
they're
not
child.
talking about the adult part, but the term children part, like that part. So in the eyes of the law, you're saying they would be considered children.
Well, yeah, of course, because even though they're not as young as a 9 or 10-year-old, but they're still not 18. So even though they are, like I said, they're more developed than a younger child, like a 12, 9-year-old, whatever, they are still technically children. I mean, they are children, and the law recognizes
I
that.
just don't see
So
myself ever calling them children, like in any context.
yeah,
You know?
and
But
the thing is,
nonetheless, that's just
I don't
me.
call them children either. This is what I'm telling you. I don't go around calling people between ages 15 and 17 children. I call them
There are some
teenagers
people
because
that
that's
will
more of an
even call a
accurate descriptor
20-year-old.
of the stage they're at. But
It's like, for example, there are some people that will even call a 20-year-old a child. Like, oh, she's a child. I'm like, Jesus Christ, no, she's not a child in any context. You know what I mean? Like, some
I
people are
think,
very subjective about that. They're like, oh, this is a child,
yeah,
even though they're clearly 20 or 21. Like, some
I
people
think
do that thing.
when to be fair, I've seen people do that, but when I've seen people do that, I don't think they call that person a child all the time. I think it's normally context specific. So when I've seen that happen, where someone's called someone in their early 20s a child, they're saying that to just reflect the gravity of the situation they're in. So for example, I'm trying to think of a good example I can give. Say for example, even though they're an adult at 22, say they go through something that you'd expect someone much older to go through. So say, for example, I don't know, I can't think of a good example right now, but there are certain things that you would maybe only expect someone in their 40s or 50s to go through. So when someone as young as 22 go through it, you're going to go, oh God, there's such a baby. Oh, my baby, you know, she's a baby. But obviously, day to day, they're not calling that woman, that 22-year-old woman, a baby. But when they say that, usually it's to reflect the fact that that young adult is experiencing something that someone that young shouldn't be experiencing. So they're experiencing it very prematurely. So I don't think I've heard people do what you say, but I think they do that in very specific contexts. I don't think they say that to refer to them generally as a baby, at least from what I've observed.
I understand their context. I'm just saying I wouldn't call a teenager a child in any context. You following me?
I don't call them a child day to day, but I think
no, that's
in
fine.
specific
You may
contexts,
not, I'm just saying
I would call them in specific contexts, but day to day I wouldn't. Just like I wouldn't day to day call a 22-year-old a baby or a child. But if they go through something that you're like, oh, you know, that it's like a term, like a you know, a phrase. It's like a, you know,
I know. Some people will say, oh, this is a child based on, you know, them comparing their age to that person. You know, like a 60-year-old calling a 40-year-old a child. I understand that. I'm saying, despite all those contexts, I still wouldn't refer to. I'm very literal like that. Like, I'm literally consistent like that in the sense that no matter what context, I would never refer to a teenager as a child. That's all I'm saying.
A 13-year-old is not a child?
I'm saying they're teenagers is what I'm saying. I'm literal in the sense that I will say, okay, this person's a child. This person's a teenager. This person's an adult. This person's a, you know what I mean. I'm literal like that.
Okay,
you got your baby, you got your toddler, you got
right.
That's what I'm saying.
But literal logic doesn't translate to the fact that it's okay for like certain actions to be done.
That's a whole other thing. I'm not even arguing that, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course, we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just making the point. That I never.
Yeah.
To keep it simple, what I'm saying is, the thought provoker, I never consider teenagers to be children in any context. I just consider them teenagers.
Well, I mean, I consider.
Yes, they're not adults, but they're not children either.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah. I mean,
do you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like at the same time, a 13-year-old to me is still a child.
Yeah, that's fine. To you, they're a child, but to me, they're a teenager. Like back when I was a teenager, I did not like being called a child. Like, no, damn it, listen. I finally become a teenager. Don't ever call me a child. That's how.
Well, so think about it from our perspective, though. Like, you know, I'm in my 30s. I don't know how old you are, but Patsy's definitely not a teenager, and Savannah, I would imagine, is not. So, like, we view these age groups as
Savannah's
like
18. No, I'm joking. I wanted to see Shifted's reaction.
18-year-old child.
Oh, damn it, Savannah.
Just about.
Oh, yeah. No, she's not 18.
No,
but anyway,
I'm not.
I wanted to see Shifted's reaction. Yeah,
I think really have a reaction, but.
Oh, okay. I thought he fainted on the floor.
No.
But nonetheless, continue, Shifted.
Well, I just lost my train of thought, brother, because you.
Okay, so I was saying that I was basically saying that, you know, when it comes to teenagers, I will never consider them children.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah.
they're not adults, but they're not children either. I will never label them as children. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, noted.
But
Noted.
if everyone else wants to say, to occasionally call them children, you know, for
Well,
whatever context, that's their
right.
business. But I won't do that.
Well,
I
yeah,
never liked it. Whichever, if I'm a, for example, even right now, I'm an adult. But if anyone calls me a child or a pensioner or whatever, I'm gonna correct them and say, no, don't call me that. No, just call me an adult.
well, I'm no, if you're an adult, nobody's gonna call you a child, right? I mean,
You'd be surprised. not me
But
particularly, but okay, listen. There's this woman I knew at the time, right? She was 20 years old. I was 25 at the time, and she was a family friend, right? You know the whole not blood thing, but you may I can't explain it, but you know how some families, they consider other families like family friends, even though they're not blood related. You know that kind of thing that people do. No, you guys familiar with that? No, are you guys familiar with that?
yeah,
Yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, I was talking to this quote unquote family friend. She was a family friend of my family friend, if that makes sense. I was just talking to her, and my family friend's dad, basically, disclaimer, I was not trying to, get to know her for a potential relationship or anything. We were literally just talking about stuff, YouTube stuff, representation stuff. But anyway, and he basically just lashed out at me, basically, because we were going to the kitchen, because my family friend's father was watching TV, right, in the living room, and my family friend's family friend, sorry if I'm being confusing, basically this woman I was speaking to, she was getting a bit too loud because she was enjoying our conversation. But I realized, because my family friend's dad was watching it, I didn't want us to disturb him, so we went to the kitchen. We were about to go to the kitchen, but then he saw us about to go. He basically um he basically wanted me out the house, and everyone else thought he was overreacting. And you know what? I was confused myself. I was like, what's going on? And he said, he called me a creepy young man. And he said, she's just a girl. You should respect her. I'm like, whoa, what did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. And yeah, so I left. But his wife, right, contacted me and basically said that I'm more than welcome to come back in the house. Like, there was probably a misunderstanding or whatnot. It really just shows you. What do you think of that story I just told you? If I confuse you, let me know. Be honest with me.
so you were 25 and she was how old?
24. I was 24, 25. She was 20 years old. Disclaimer,
Okay.
I was not trying to get to know her for a relationship or whatever. We were literally just talking. And yeah, we were just talking in the living room, right? And my family friend's dad, right, was watching TV. The woman I was talking to, she got a bit too loud because she was enjoying sometimes when you're having a conversation with someone, you get a bit too excited to the point where your voice is too loud and everyone else can hear. You might disturb other people. So that's what she was doing. She was getting a bit too loud, and I didn't want her to disturb my family friend's dad, who was watching TV. So I was telling her to keep it down, because she got too excited. So I said, you know what, just to make life easy, let's just go to the kitchen. We were both going to the kitchen, but before we could even get to the kitchen, my family friend's dad saw us heading, and he was like, where are you guys going? And then he basically told me that it's time to leave. And so I was like, okay, no problem. I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, no problem. And then I said bye, but he didn't answer me. So I was like, what's going on? He came up and then he said, you're a creepy young man. And I was like, whoa, what's going on? And he was like, oh, she's a little girl. She was 20 years old, by the way. but he was like, she's a little girl. You should respect her. I was like, whoa, you are taking this way out of like, this is not what you think at all. Why am I even mentioning this? First of all, what do you guys think of that scenario?
Sounds to me like, so that was her dad, basically.
No.
So-
So the woman I was talking to was a family friend of my family friend, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Okay, so who was he in relation to her? Just another older relative.
Basically, good question. I think an older, like, okay, my family. What is the relationship between?
Or maybe
him
they
and
don't
her?
have that relationship, but he was like an
I
older.
don't
I'm
think they were
guessing he
blood
was much
related.
older than you, right? I'm guessing he was much older than you, was he?
Say that again, please.
I'm guessing he was much older than you. Like he was
What
older than you.
my family friend's dad?
Yeah, well, the one that told you that you're a creepy
So let me
guy.
clarify. So my family friend is a dude who's a lot younger than me, right? So the woman I was talking to was a family friend of his. Am I making sense?
Okay, right.
To make life easier, should I just say that we're all family friends to make this story easier
Yeah,
to
sure.
understand? Cool, no problem.
It's a bit convoluted. I'm confused too.
Shifted. I respect your honesty. Thank you very much. Let me make life.
But like, I think it just comes down to, so this guy that said you're creepy, he's just another young guy. He's
No.
younger than you.
The father. So my
Oh,
family.
he's the father. Okay,
My family.
got it. So
friend's
he's the
father.
father of another of the younger guy. The family.
Yeah. So I have
Okay, got it.
so there's this dude who I'm family friends with, right? And he has this father who was watching TV. Now,
Got
as for
it,
the
yeah.
woman I was speaking to, the woman is my family friend's family friend.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Am I
It
making
just
sense
sounds.
now?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
No,
it
it's
makes
not
sense.
your fault.
I
It's
mean,
because some families, they love to do this thing. They'll consider someone a family friend. It's like, you're not blood related. Just say this is your friend.
yeah, yeah, and in some instances they call each other auntie and uncle when they're not actually like.
Yeah,
auntie and
then
uncle.
even though they're not blood related, it makes things
Yeah.
confusing.
Yeah, no, but I just think it sounds like he was just
A girl, 20 years old,
the-
calling her a girl. What?
yeah, especially because your age gap is quite small. You're the similar
Very
age
small,
range,
4 to
and
5 year difference.
yeah,
And I
I think
wasn't
maybe
trying
he's
to
just
get to know
thinking
her for a
about how.
relationship.
I think maybe he just had the lens on of, okay, all young men are after one thing, So even if you may not have done anything specifically to make him think that you've got bad intentions.
Savannah, even his wife had to call me to say that I'm more than welcome to come back, and that shouldn't have happened, and that there was a misunderstanding, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? She called me.
There you go. There you go.
Even my family friend, as in like, my family friend called me. He let me know that that his dad was just being an asshole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah,
being maybe a bit overprotective or just thinking the worst of a young man talking
no, he
to
was.
a girl.
I think the father was just being an asshole. Like, how can you call me? How can you just jump to conclusions like that? Not to mention, he's known me for well over a decade, since I was a kid, and then all of a sudden you want to call me that? Nah, that's crazy. If your own wife had to call me just to say that I can come back, because that shouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? What does that tell you, Savannah?
Had he been like drinking or something? Maybe he got.
I don't know. I don't know. I think he was just being an
maybe he was
asshole.
trying to be funny, but it came off. Wrong.
Nah.
He
wasn't trying to be funny. No. I think I think that he knows deep down he fucked up. He knows he fucked up. He's like, what have I done? This guy is not creepy. I even tried to ask him before I left. I was like, what did I do? And he said, I don't want to talk about it. I could see in his face that he fucked up. He knows that nothing happened. Nothing, like, I wasn't going to do anything. He knew that he fucked up.
And yet he didn't say sorry. That's
he
quite
did not apologize.
Though,
and since he didn't apologize, I did not go to that place again.
So you have. I was going to literally ask you. I was literally about to ask you if you've been back, like seen him since, or been back.
Oh, one time, but like literally probably a day later. But after that, I was like, nah, I'm not coming back here again. But I still keep in touch with the wife, like his wife. from like once in a blue moon, and you know, the son, who is my family friend, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
You need, I
So,
guess.
so yeah, my opinion on that is, I think. Hold on, let me see. Anyway, why did I bring that up? Because for one, wait, hold on a second. Hey, JE, how are you?
I'm going to burn this earth.
This dude. How are you?
Just the same old, man. Oh, Patsy left.
Oh, yeah,
Damn, did Patsy leave because of me?
she's not. She, like I always say, people can jump in whenever
It's
they
like,
want.
oh, Jay, oh, he's here again. Oh, God, let's go. I love how we just know it's Jay straight away. I mean, obviously the J is a big giveaway, but
And
I
the
love
blue
your
background.
names. I love the different twists you put in your name sometimes.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Miss L Rose says, "Yeah, 20 and 24 isn't perverted. The dad was protective and strict. I like it." Huh?
Wait, what's the 20 and 24 in reference to?
It's in
Whatever you're talking
reference to
about.
a story of mine in my private life from many years ago. Basically, I was talking. I have a family friend. He's a dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he, I went to his place, right? One time.
Mm-hmm.
There's this woman, right, who was 20 years old. She is a family friend of his. Am I making sense so far?
Yeah, I'm following.
Because this is the first time of me meeting her. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so my family friend's dad was in the living room watching TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And basically, I was talking to my family friend's family friend, who is a
All
woman,
right.
and we were just talking, because again, it's the first time we met. Anyway, I wasn't talking with the intention of trying to get into a relationship with her. We were just talking because, I like to meet other people who are like family friends or whatever. Anyway, I was talking to her, and fast forward, she was enjoying the conversation. She got a bit too loud to the point where I was worried that she was going to disturb my family friend's dad,
Mm-hmm.
because we were all in the living room and he's watching TV. Anyway, so I told her to try and keep it down. And then I was like, you know what, let's just go to the kitchen so we can talk, because I didn't want her to disturb the father. So what ends up happening is the father sees us both walking towards the kitchen. Before we could even get to the kitchen, he says, whoa, where are you two going? And then he basically tells me that it's time to leave. This was during nighttime, but he told me it was time to leave. I didn't know why he was telling me it was time to leave. I was like, okay, yeah, all the best. Take care. He didn't say anything back. He didn't say it, and I was still standing there like, what is actually going on? And he got up and he said, "You creepy young man. You are." He said,
Damn.
"You are." He said, "You are a creepy young man." I was like, whoa, what's going on? And he's like, she's a little girl. You should respect her. Mind you, she was 20 years old. I was 24, 25 at the time.
What the fuck?
And yeah, he was just basically projecting. I wasn't trying anything with her at all. Even my family friend, the dude,
Mm-hmm.
so as in like the father's son, he thought this situation, like he thought that the father was overreacting.
He was.
Yeah, and not to mention, for context, the father. So my family friend's father has known me for well over a decade, since I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
for him to then overreact like this, like I'm some stranger, it's pathetic.
It is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's 20. Like that. To me,
Yeah, and
that's
again,
nothing.
age and plus age aside, yeah, and he was acting like she was 5. Oh, she's a little girl. You should respect her. I'm like, she's 20 years old. What do you mean, little girl? I didn't say that to him, but that's what I was thinking. But
Mhm.
either way, it doesn't matter because I wasn't trying to get into a relationship with her or trying to chat her up for a date or anything. I was just talking to her because I like to meet, my family, friends, relatives, or other family friends. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When people come into a house and I see them for the first time, I'm like, hey, how's it going? Anyway, so I kept asking the father of my family friend, like, what's going on, this and that, and he said he doesn't want to talk about it. He kept saying he didn't want to talk about it. So I just left. And my family friend, basically, we were messaging and he was saying that he was saying sorry about my dad and basically how much of an asshole he was and blah blah. And the next day, guess who called me? The father's wife called me and basically said that I'm more than welcome to come back anytime and that situation shouldn't have taken place and that there was probably just a misunderstanding.
Mhm.
You following me?
Yeah. Well, at least the wife and the son are understanding because
Oh
yeah,
yeah, they thought, yeah, absolutely. Because
yeah.
again, that family has known me for well over a decade. Well over a decade. I was a little kid when they've known me.
Yeah.
Fast forward to when I was like 24, 25. For my family friend's father to embarrass me like that in front of the woman, nah, that's crazy.
It
I
is.
knew.
Yeah.
I looked. Je. I looked in his eyes. I could tell he knew. He felt bad. He knew that he fucked up. That's why he kept. When I asked him what did I do wrong, he said that I don't want to talk about it. He was looking down. I know he fucked it. I can tell that he knew that he fucked up.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that situation, Je?
No. He definitely overreacted because it's like literally just 4 or 5 years difference. It's not a big deal. Like
But
I don't get
also,
when people. Oh,
no,
go ahead.
because we were going to. I assumed that he probably thought I was going to quote unquote do something to her. So I don't know, but it was some kind of projection. I don't know what he was thinking. We were literally just gonna go to the kitchen because the father was watching TV, and the woman I was speaking to when we were having a conversation, she was getting too excited to the point where her voice was too loud. So that's why I thought, let's go to the kitchen because I don't want you to disturb the father.
Mhm. You're
Not
right.
her father, as in my family friend who is a
Yeah.
dude's
Yeah.
father. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my bottom line is I think he overreacted. And also, another
Mhm.
reason why I brought up this story is because we were talking about age this, and what is a child,
Mhm.
what's an adult, blah, blah. When the father referred to her as a little girl, that was so weird because she's 20 years old. Why are you calling her a little girl?
Yeah.
Savannah, do you see what I'm saying? Don't you think that's a bit weird? Calling
It
a
is.
20-year-old a little girl? You can be brutally honest.
It is weird. Yeah.
I don't know if
100%.
Savannah's still there.
Hey, I'm still here.
Don't you
Yeah,
think that's a bit weird calling a 20-year-old a little girl?
I think especially when it comes to the fact that it was to you who's essentially the same age. But I think this is another example of how what we talked about earlier, how people might call someone a baby or a child even when they're not, to sort of reflect what they view as that person being in a situation that they should be somewhat shielded from. So even though she actually isn't a little girl, using that phrase "little girl" was a very, I guess, a way to express how much in his eyes he felt that she was too vulnerable in that situation. But yeah, I think I wouldn't call her a little girl, but specifically because I recognize that who he was directing that phrase to, I wouldn't say warranted that level of response. Yeah, but I think ultimately, I think it's just, I mean, it's hard to know what his thinking was having not been there, but I think I've seen this sort of thing play out before, and I think, yeah, I
Savannah,
think
just
it's
a
a
reminder,
quick and say because he knew you from before, but
just a
still, I think
reminder,
sometimes
Savannah,
overreact.
So then, just a reminder: the father's wife called me the next day
Yeah.
on the phone and said that I'm more than welcome to come back anytime, and that
Mhm.
situation that I explained to her should never have taken place. What does that tell
Yeah.
you?
that that he got his wife to do his dirty work
No,
for him,
no, no, no,
or
no, 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 no,
that,
no, no,
or
no, 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 because my
Yeah.
family friend,
directly,
no,
not
no, no,
directly,
my fam,
not directly, but you know how women often are quite
Yeah.
intuitive; they pick up on the situation. So she's obviously recognised that he was out of line,
no, no,
and she
so my,
knows
no, no, let
she
me give
knows
you
that
context.
many men don't
Savannah, let
apologise.
me give you context,
Yeah.
because she
Yeah.
wasn't in the living room. His wife wasn't in the living room, but my family friend, basically
The
told
boy.
his mother as it, yeah. So
Yeah.
my family friend told his mother as in the father's wife.
Yeah.
Making sense so far? My
Yeah.
family friend. So the father's wife is basically my family friend's mother.
Yeah.
Making sense?
Yeah.
So my family friend told his mother about what happened. So the mother, aka the father's wife, called me to say that I'm more than welcome to come back anytime, and that what happened shouldn't have taken place.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think that speaks
She
for
didn't
itself
fault
because
me.
she.
She was saying that should not have happened. That was
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
But because
Because I
she's
mean,
the wife, she probably that's why she used the term misunderstanding. Oh, there was probably a misunderstanding, even though really she knows how he is. But anyway,
yeah. She's trying. That's the thing. She's trying to be the peacemaker. She's trying to smooth things over, as a lot of people do.
Well,
And
how?
women, wives, are known to do that when their husband has overreacted. And a lot of, especially some men. I mean, especially older men, they're not really the best at saying sorry. Sometimes I see that with, my dad's generation and such. They they don't ever come out and say sorry, and they do sort of roundabout ways to kind of make amends. And the wife kind of served that purpose, didn't she? So. And I think in a way it reflects the fact that it's clear from everyone who was there or heard about it that it wasn't really appropriate what he did and said. And I think that was her way
Savannah,
of kind of extending that to you.
I honestly think that from what I saw in his face, right, when he after he told me to leave, and I asked him what did I do wrong, what's going on. And by the way, even the woman was shocked. The 20-year-old woman that I was speaking to at the time was shocked. Like she was just as confused as everyone else. But anyway, when I was asking him what did I do wrong, he kept saying, I don't want to talk about it. Like I don't want to talk about it. He didn't say it in a rude way, but he just kept saying, I don't want to talk about it. And when I looked at his face as he said that, I was like, I can tell he fucked up. Like I can tell that in his mind he fucked up. Like what have I done kind of thing. You know what I mean? You know when someone has that face of regret.
Yeah.
Because he knows
But
I'm
they
not
won't ever
that type
say
of
it.
person.
Yeah. But he never came out and outright said he was wrong. That's the thing. You could see in his face, he messed up. That's kind of textbook of some people.
But he has too much pride in apologizing. So even though I turned up the next day, I said, you know what? When I leave again, I'm never coming back here. I'll still keep in touch with with his wife and my family friend. But as far as him, the father, nah. I will never keep in touch with him, and I'll never go to that place again. But nonetheless, I didn't mean for this to all sound dark.
No. So what you gotta say.
Are you still in touch with your friend, the family friend, the boy?
My family friend, the dude.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Wait. It isn't. I'm. Again, I believe that he overreacted, but maybe in his mind, maybe he, like, to him, like, she seemed like really, she looked and seemed like really, really young for her age, as well too, I guess.
You know what, Jay? I appreciate what you're saying, but she's 20. But plus, he, as in the father, like my family friend's father, has known me for well over a decade, since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying, right? I'm not defending what he's doing.
If I was a stranger, I could at least understand. But if you're someone who's known me since I was a little kid, how can you all of a sudden just project like that? Like how can you just out of nowhere project like that?
Yeah.
As if that's rude.
Oh yeah, I agree. No, I was just saying what he might have been thinking in his mind. I wasn't defending what he was doing.
Say that again, JE.
No, I was just saying that I was just giving his point of view as to what he might have been thinking, but I'm not defending what he did in any way because I do believe that he overreacted.
Yeah, he absolutely overreacted. Wait, let me read Miss L Rose comments. Miss L Rose says at 7 yes to him, she's a little girl. And you see, that's and this is the problem I have, not with you, Miss L Rose, but people like that, like the father who was like, oh, she's just a little girl, you should respect her, even though I haven't done anything to her yet. She was literally enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
No, I've had that happen to me too. Like people like refer to me, older people refer to me as like a little kid because I look very young for my age, and
okay.
so they kind of like refer to me as that or they treat me like that.
Yeah, but it's patronizing. Like,
yeah, it is. Yeah,
depending on the context, it's patronizing. Like, you're not gonna call a 20-year-old a little girl to make me look some kind of way. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Miss L Rose says, but he definitely overreacted. Not gonna lie. Agreed, 1000%. I even told my dad about the situation, and he said, just forget about them. Understandable. This happened years ago. But anyway, now you guys are probably wondering, why did I bring that up? Is because the whole age thing we were talking about, just the whole, her being 20, me being 24 or 25 at the time. And again, for the audience who are watching, I wasn't trying to get to know her for a relationship. We were just talking. She was a family friend of my family friend. I know that sounds confusing to people.
Yeah.
So TP, what conclusion are you trying to come to by sharing this story?
No, reason my honestly, I just brought that up because I think I brought that up because of the age thing. Like, basically the dad basically patronized her by calling her little girl, and that basically, like, she's 20 years old, she's not a little girl, but also calling me a creepy young man, basically falsely accusing me. He didn't say what he thought I was going to do. He just jumped to conclusions and said, oh, you're a creepy young man. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Basically made me look bad. But I guess the conclusion is people shouldn't jump to conclusions. I guess that's another thing to mention. One, she's not a little girl, and two, the way he reacted, like, people shouldn't just jump to conclusions, especially when you've known the person for many, 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 many years.
Right, but so if you're relating it to the age differential we were talking about, that's not really relevant?
Not necessarily. But I guess I'm wondering, like, what do you think of that scenario I talked to you about?
Well, in that particular
was it
scenario,
still convoluted? Was it still a bit too convoluted? If so, I apologize.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm just saying, if you're trying to tie it into what we were talking about with Perpetual, it's really not relevant. If that makes sense.
You say that again?
I don't know if you're if you're trying to tie it back to the age differential we were talking about with Perpetual, that particular situation, I'd say isn't really relevant.
I to be honest, PP said a lot of things, so I don't know what you're specifically referring to. Anyway, I guess okay. Let me ask you this: what do you think of that situation? Let's forget about what PP said earlier or what anyone else said earlier. Like, regarding my story, what do you think of it? Just like, what are your thoughts on the story I just told?
No, you're good. Well, in that particular case, it would seem like the father was just overly protective of his daughter.
Oh no. So she wasn't actually his daughter. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
no. It's fine. Let me make it as clear as possible. Okay. So I have a family friend who is a dude, right? right?
Okay, family friend who's a dude. Okay.
Yeah, I have a family friend who's a dude, and I go to his house sometimes, right? So my family friend who is a dude, right, has a family friend who is a woman. Following me?
Good God, dude. Okay.
And
No, no, no,
she's
no,
the
no, 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 no,
20-year-old.
it's easy. It's easy. Look, 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 look. I have a family
Yeah,
friend
and
who's
she's
a
the
dude.
20-year-old.
Okay, shifted. Let's shift it. Okay, I have a family friend who is a dude, right?
So you have a family friend who is a guy. Okay.
Yes, I have a family friend who is a guy. I
Okay.
went to his place,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
His parents are there.
Okay.
His dad is in the living room and his mum is in the bedroom.
Okay.
You following so far?
Yeah, I'm following.
Fantastic. Okay, so my family friend who is a dude, right,
Mhm.
has a family friend who came over. I've never met this, who is a woman, basically. So my family friend who is a dude has a family friend who is a woman, right?
Okay.
And she's the 20-year-old.
Yes, she is the 20-year-old. Correct,
Okay.
There
Savannah.
you go.
Okay.
So shifted. I just want to make sure I'm not confusing you. So I have a family friend who's a dude. I went to his place. He has a family friend who is a woman, a 20-year-old
Okay.
woman.
Okay. I'm tracking. Yeah.
Okay, good. You get it. Okay. And yeah, so my family friend's father
Mm-hmm.
was watching TV.
Okay.
So my family friend who was a dude, his father was watching TV.
Okay.
So I hope you understand. So the 20-year-old woman is not blood related to my male family friend's father, if that makes sense.
It's an acquaintance. Yeah.
Well, they like to consider each other like family, even though they're not blood. That's why I can understand why you'd be confused.
Well, we call it over here in America, it would be an acquaintance. Yeah. Or I mean, well, like
Family friend is a thing.
So yeah, friends means more of a engaged relationship. Acquaintance means like you see them once in a while.
Or like you can see them regularly, but like you don't really have a super close relationship with them, like a coworker.
An acquaintance is simply someone you know.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It could be someone that you see on a regular basis, but you guys don't have like a super close relationship.
Yeah, that's also an acquaintance.
Well, yeah, he's right. I mean, I've had acquaintances that were semi-friends, but not. Okay.
You only know a little bit about them, but that's it, really.
Okay,
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay, I'm tracking. Go ahead, brother. I'm tracking. Go ahead.
So anyway, I have a family friend who's a dude. I went to his place.
Okay.
Right? His father was watching TV. His mother was in the bedroom. So we're at his place.
Okay.
So my male family friend has a female family friend. Let's put it like that. Yes. My male family friend has a female family friend who came over to the house. I've never met her before. Yeah. We're getting somewhere. I've never met her before. I was like, who's this?
Okay.
And he was like, oh, this is my female family friend.
So she was essentially a stranger.
To me, yes.
Okay, got it.
To me, not to my male family friend.
No, not to your friend. I'm talking about you.
To me, she was a stranger. I've never met her before.
Okay.
But
all right.
Nonetheless. Oh, Perpetual Pleasures. If you could come up, that would be awesome as well. You don't have to, but I'd love for you to come up. Anyway. So as you're following, okay, good. Fantastic. Anyway. So shifted reality. I was talking to, the 20-year-old woman, right? And we were just talking about YouTube and image representation and whatnot, and just stuff in general, nothing too fancy. And she was enjoying the conversation, right?
Okay.
She enjoyed it so much that her voice was getting too loud. I noticed this. I picked up on this. And
okay, hold on. We gotta stop there.
No, it's nothing sexual. In case
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Mhm.
I'm saying, okay, you're enjoying a conversation with this person, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we were enjoying the conversation. She was enjoying it.
And you said her voice elevated to a higher decimal than it should have been.
Her voice got too loud to the point where I was concerned.
Okay, why were you
That-
concerned?
Because my family friend's father was in the living room watching TV, and I
Okay.
didn't want him to be disturbed.
Was he an older gentleman?
Of course, yeah, yeah.
So by her being too vocal
Because
or
because
loud,
it's very simple. Basically, he was watching TV, and
Okay.
we didn't. Obviously, if she's too loud, it could disturb my family friend's father watching TV.
what was he watching?
I can't remember what he was watching. Probably some game show where you win like money or whatever. Anyway, I didn't want her to be too loud. I was like, oh, keep it down,
Okay.
because I didn't
So-
want either of us
Okay.
to get in trouble.
So let's pause here. So you were trying to be considerate of the older
My
gentleman.
family friend's father watching TV.
So you're
the
trying to be
living room.
considerate.
Yes,
Right.
yeah. She got too excited. In the whole conversation, like we were like, at a reasonable volume when we were talking, but she got a bit too excited. It's like, oh, chill, relax.
What got her
Like she-
excited?
Huh? What got her
What got-
excited?
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about representation. I won't tell you what kind of representation, but we were talking about representation.
Well, that's kind of crucial here to this conversation. But
Not really.
okay.
Believe me, I don't want to state it, but just know it's nothing sexual or anything like that.
So
It's
just
to
a
do- let me-
representation.
It's to do with
I'm loving-
aesthetic representation anyway. Wait, did Savannah speak?
Yeah, I just
What's the
so I'm loving the follow-up questions from shifted. Like you're really going detective mode. I'm loving
Yeah,
it.
no, by all means, go if that's what he's trying to do.
yeah.
But extracting all the details, like make sure nothing's missed. I love it. Keep it going.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what she
Well,
said.
I wanted to be a detective in my
That's
younger
fine.
days.
That's
yeah.
fine. If you want to be a detective,
No
by all
way.
means, I've got nothing to hide.
I'm not trying to be a detective on you though, brother. I'm just asking
I
questions.
know, no, it's fine. It's fine. Figuratively, whatever. It's fine.
But I mean, I'm trying to get the context here so I can understand the situation fully.
But okay. Well, like I said, we were talking. Don't worry about what we were talking about. But just know that, in case you're wondering, it had nothing to do with sex or anything like that.
Okay, so let me ask you, why was she getting loud though?
Well, first of all, when you think of loud, what do you picture? Do you think of her moaning or whatever?
No. You said she got to a volume
her
level.
voice, her volume got too loud because
So to the point where you felt the need to extract her.
to try to calm her down because
So you felt the need to extract her from the living room to the kitchen.
I told her, you know what, let's just go to the kitchen so that we don't disturb.
Okay, so
found-
my question would be, why did you feel the need to do that?
But like I said, so that way we're not disturbing my family friend's father.
So it wasn't an inappropriate conversation.
No, it wasn't an inappropriate conversation.
Okay,
Oh, you
okay.
probably okay. So for clarification, it was nothing inappropriate.
Okay,
Because otherwise we would have went to the kitchen earlier. But no, we had a
Okay.
conversation in the living room. It's just
so
that,
you were primarily concerned about disturbing the gentleman from watching television.
from being disturbed. Like
Yeah,
if you're
that's what I'm
having a
saying.
conversation in the living room, do you want to be too loud to where you're disturbing your parents watching TV?
No, but if we're having a social gathering, typically that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but we weren't. Yeah, but when I was talking to this 20-year-old woman at the time, my family friend's father, I wasn't talking to my family friend's father because he was watching TV.
Okay.
We were okay. Let me paint you another picture. When I was talking to the 20-year-old woman at the time, we were sitting at a table
What table?
behind a lazy chair. You know those lazy chairs that
We call it a
dads like
recliner.
to
We
sit-
call it a recliner here. Yeah.
Americans. Anyway, no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, man, come on, don't start talking shit, dude.
I'm joking at Shifted.
I know you are. I know you are.
Anyway, recliner. Anyway, yeah, it was the table is behind the recliner.
Okay, so where's the gentleman watching TV at? Is he on the couch?
He's on a recliner.
Okay, and you and the young lady in question,
20-year-old woman at the time when I was 24, 25 at the time. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are in. If you guys talk, he can hear you. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't mind if he hears us. It's just
No, I'm
being
not
too
saying if
loud.
you mind. I'm saying can he hear you if you talk?
Yes, a little bit. But
Okay.
he's so focused on the TV that he's probably not even like focused on what.
So that's why I asked, what is he watching?
I don't remember what it was. Again, it was probably some type of a game show.
So the reason I asked is because if he's watching something he's fully invested in, then I would understand being considerate. But if he's watching some fucking
Yes,
bullshit,
there you go. No, there you go. There it is. There it is. He was watching something that he was fully invested in.
okay, so we don't know what it was, but he was invested.
I remember it was some kind of a game show. I don't remember the exact title.
So he's watching a game show.
Yeah.
Do you really think he's that invested in a game show, brother?
1000%. You can't relate. Do you know? You can't relate.
I used to watch Price is Right when I was a younger man, but
were you invested in The Price is Right?
Not really. No, it was I skipped school and I would watch it while I was smoking weed. So
okay. Well, anyways, listen, some old,
but
like
regardless,
50-year-olds, 60-year-olds, they're invested in these types of shows, man.
Okay, fair enough.
Savannah can confirm. I'm not saying Savannah is 50 or 60. I'm saying, like, I'm sure she knows what I'm talking about.
Can you confirm that, Savannah?
Like, so, you know, some of these 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds, they like to watch, like, game shows.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it is. Or play bingo or
like,
whatever.
Like Pointless, Supermarket Sweep.
What are the game shows in the UK?
Yeah, that Pointless, Supermarket Sweep. There's what's that stupid coin one? There's
What's
loads,
Supermarket
actually.
Sweep?
It's a oh god.
Can you explain that to me? I just want to hear your accent. So can you do it?
Oh no. Okay, in that case, I'm muted. Get back to work, detective. You're doing great.
All right. Oh, TP, go ahead, brother. All right. So he's watching TV, and you want to be considerate.
A game show, something like that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm with you.
Okay. Anyway, me and the 20-year-old woman who I was speaking to at the time, when I was 24, 25, she got a bit too loud. Like, her voice got a bit too loud. So I was like, oh, keep it down. We don't want to, disturb my family friend's dad from watching, TV. And
so my question would be, I'm sorry, TP. My question would be, why was that such an issue?
Why was it such an issue to disturb my family friend's dad?
Right. So if you guys are all there just having fun,
because I was being considerate.
Noted, but I'm saying if you guys are all there just to have fun and it's a social gathering.
No, but we weren't all talking to each other. It was just me and her talking. I wasn't talking to my family friend's father.
But was it overall a social gathering?
As in, like, we were all facing each other?
No. I mean, you guys were all gathered together to have a social event.
No. I mean, we were all in the living room, but we weren't in the same positions. So,
okay. So
my family friend was on the sofa. My family friend's dad was on the next to the sofa. He was on the recliner.
Okay.
And me and the 20-year-old woman, right? We were just sitting at the table. There was a table behind both the recliner and the sofa, if that makes sense.
Is that your dining room? Was it the dining room? Is what we call it here, but I don't know.
Yeah. So we have the living room had a table where you dine at, where you eat at, basically.
Okay.
Sense?
So basically, you didn't want to disturb this guy.
Correct. Like,
okay.
By being too loud.
Got it. Okay. Continue. Got it.
So, basically, when I told her, I wanted to continue the conversation. I was like, you know what? Let's just take it to the kitchen because, due to the fact that she was too loud.
You didn't want to disturb the guy watching TV. Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, let's take it to the kitchen due to the loudness.
Okay.
All
noted.
Right? Just in case she ends up getting loud again, and then we end up getting shouted at for being too loud and disturbing, my family friend's father.
I got you. Yeah.
You following me? Making sense?
I'm following. Yeah. I'm
fantastic.
tracking,
so as we were about to go to the kitchen, before we could even get to the kitchen, surprisingly, my family friend's father turns around because he hears, that we're getting up from the table area, and he
Where
says
was he at?
he was sitting on his recliner
In the same vicinity?
in the same living room.
So he was privy to the conversation, basically.
He was what?
He was privy to the conversation, like he heard it.
No, he heard us getting up and seeing us go together.
How did he hear you get up but not hear the conversation?
Because us getting up, like the chairs moving across the floor and whatnot, I don't know, for some reason he picked that up.
Okay. Was it his house?
Of course.
Okay, so he recognizes the noises of his furniture.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So he says, "Where are you guys going?" And then he follows up with basically asking me, to leave. And yeah, he just told me to leave. And I was like, okay, cool, no problem.
Hold on.
Go on.
What did he tell you? Okay, hold on.
No pressure.
When you got up, so you're telling me he didn't hear the conversation, but he heard you guys get up. Was she sitting down with you, or how did he hear you get up?
Because when you're at a table and you're sitting down, right? When you move, you move back so that you can get up from your table.
And the chair makes a noise on
the chair
the floor.
will make noises. We're both doing that, so that's double the noise. So he heard that.
He didn't know what you guys were talking about, though. So he wasn't.
Yeah, because he was invested in his in watching TV. He was watching a game show or something like that. Yeah.
So you're telling me he had a problem with you getting up with her?
He didn't know. The thing is, he didn't know. He didn't know where we were going. My assumption, based on how he was acting, was he probably thought something weird was gonna happen between me and her.
Why would he think that?
Exactly, Shifted. That's what I want to know.
Okay.
Because yeah, that's what I would like. That's a good question. Right. So when he asked, why are you lot no, he said, where are you lot going? And then he asked me to leave. Probably because he was, suspicious, Anyway.
So why would he be suspicious though?
Because we're going to the kitchen.
So the thing is, though, he has to have a preconceived notion to be suspicious.
Most likely, probably.
So either she's been doing some stuff that's not.
No, he probably thought me and her were going to do something inappropriate.
Why would he think that?
I don't know what was in his head, but what I know is that he was definitely, he definitely had some preconceived notions about what,
Right. So that's the question. Why did he have that?
I don't know. I was shocked that he even had that because he's known me.
It's irrelevant why he had it. He didn't have a good enough reason, is the point.
Thank you, perpetual pleasurist. But go on, Shifty.
So how long has he known you?
Since I was a little kid, like for well over a decade. Well over a decade.
Have you spent much time with him? Like,
have I spent much time with him? Enough time. I've spent enough time.
Enough time where he knows that you're not.
He's known my dad.
He's known your dad? Okay.
Yes.
Are they good friends?
For many, many years, well over a decade.
They were good friends?
They were family friends.
These are all secondary, innocuous details. The point is, what he's talking about, TP is talking about, it's an example of a guy acting on emotional knee-jerkness and it causing unnecessary problems is what he's talking about. So it doesn't matter what his reasons are or how he combobulates something. It's very obvious Thought Provoker is not a sleazebaggy, evil-intentioned, schemy, conniving person. That's abundantly obvious. Anybody who spends any time interacting with him knows that, who has half a brain cell. So if somebody knows him for 10 fucking years, one conversation with Thought Provoker, I can already tell the type of person he is. Like, it's very.
Well, I mean, just by talking to somebody, you don't know that.
Even his wife. Okay, so my family friend, after I was kicked out of the house, my family friend told his mother, as in like the father's wife, making sense so far, PP? Right? Yeah. He told his mum, as in the father's wife, what happened. So the father's wife ended up calling me the next day and said that listen, what happened shouldn't have taken place. I'm sorry about that. You are more than welcome to come back anytime. I know you're not that type of person. You're more than welcome to come back anytime. And I said thank you, and I did
Perfect.
come back. But after I did come back, in my mind, I was thinking, you know what? I'm not going to come back again. I'm going to leave one more time, but this time I'm never coming back because I was bitter about what happened prior. Do you know what I mean?
As you should have been. Yeah.
Because you don't make me look bad like that. Because he couldn't even give me an explanation as to why he, you know, just the way he projected. He was just saying, hold on a second, let me mute.
Because any explanation would have been a shitty one, and he knows it. That's why.
Hey, Perpetual, glad to see you back, brother.
Hey, thanks, man. Hopefully, my battery doesn't die before I on. But it looks like I can. Yeah, I'll be able to get back
Sorry
home when
about
I get back home too.
Yeah.
But it
Anyway,
should be good for at least a handful of minutes here. Yeah.
Are you
The
on
bottom
your
line-
phone or?
the bottom
Temporarily
line-
in my car, using my car charger. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
We
bottom
were
line
sad to
is,
see you leave, brother.
Yeah, I was sad to have to leave too.
yeah. I'm glad you're back. But yeah, bottom line, he was an asshole. When I kept asking, so after he called me a creepy young man, he was like, so he said, you're a creepy young man, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? And he's like, she's a little girl. You should respect her. And I was like, what? What is actually going on? And even she, the 20-year-old woman, was confused as well. She was confused, like, what is happening? Is it? And I was like, no, relax, don't worry. You didn't do anything. And
So,
I was
Shifted, what do
asking
you?
him.
Oh,
Sorry, so let
go
me say
ahead.
this last part. So I kept asking, what did I do wrong? Like, is that? Oh, what's going on? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it. And he kept saying, I don't want to
Who
talk
said
about
that?
it.
Who said I don't want to talk about it?
The father, my family friend's father. said
When
he
did
didn't
you
want to
hear
talk about
that?
it. This was after I kept asking, like, what's going on? Like, what did I do? Or blah blah blah.
So you
This
engaged.
was during the time he wanted me to leave the house.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused. So when did he tell you that he didn't want to talk about it?
This was well after. Okay, so remember I said that me and the woman wanted to go to the kitchen, and he saw us, that we were leaving our seats,
Okay, yeah.
and so he was saying, "What, like, where are you guys going?" And then immediately just said, basically asked me to leave.
So where was he when you guys got up? Where was he at?
When we
Was
got
he-
up, he was sitting on his recliner.
Okay, so he was with the dude watching TV.
So he was with my family friend, my male family friend, watching TV.
So there was two recliners.
No. So my family friend was sitting on a sofa. My family friend's father was sitting on a recliner.
And who's the one on the sofa is the one that got up and told
No,
you
no,
that?
no. The one on the recliner. So the father was sitting on the recliner. He got up.
Okay. So you told me that the guy on the recliner was watching TV, and that's the one.
Yeah. The father, my family friend's father was on the recliner watching TV.
Okay.
But
Okay.
he noticed us. He noticed me and the woman getting up.
Okay.
So and he was like, "Where are you two going?" And
Did he immediately get up and approach you, or was it?
No. He was still sitting down. He just asked me to leave.
So you guys got up to go to the kitchen, and then from
Yeah.
his seat, he told you to leave?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. And I was like, okay, yeah, no problem.
When
he
did
said
he
it's time
say-
to go. He said it's time to go. It's late. Even though I know why he's really saying that.
When did he say she's a little girl though? Because you said that.
Okay, so I'll tell you. This was I was still standing there after he asked me to leave. I was like, okay, no problem. Take care. And he didn't say anything back. He just ignored me. And so I was thinking, hang on, I think there's a problem here. What's going on?
Okay.
Because so he then finally got up and walked up to me and said, "You creepy young man." I was like,
what?
Whoa. what the hell? Where did that? I was so shocked. You have no idea. My jaw dropped.
Wow. Wait, did he say that in front of everybody in the room? In the living
Everyone
room?
in the living room, yes.
So you got up and you're on your way out, and he approached you, or he said it from he got up
No,
from
no,
his
no, no.
chair.
Well, actually, I was about to be. Listen. So when he told me to leave, I was like, okay, take care. Hold on a
And
second,
you were on your way out, or
dude. Hold on a second.
yeah, sure. Yep.
A lot of these extra details are mostly irrelevant to the point, though. The point that's being made, like, the point is rock solid. The point is, he's shown an example that does correlate to what we were talking about earlier of, hey, this is why it's best to not be knee-jerk emotionally and reactive. And it's especially best not to dig your heels into that, especially when you see people happy. But you just, for whatever reason, decide to, no, they're creepy because I fucking say they're creepy, damn it. That's just, it's a dumb psychology. It's a very low IQ psychology. So it doesn't surprise me when people dig their heels in that way, but it's not a very intelligent or deep layered
Sorry, I'm
thinking
back.
psychology.
Hey guys. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So,
there's nothing wrong with getting the details, though.
no. Of course, nothing
Yeah,
wrong. That's fine.
because
fine.
the more you were questioning Shifted, the more I started to think, because I started to think, is there another dynamic to this young woman and
That's
the
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
father?
get at.
You know,
Yeah.
That's fine.
yeah, that got me. Yeah, the more you were questioning, the more I started to think, wait, hold on. So I don't know, the thought provoking. Maybe, I mean, I know you said you're not really in touch with, you've not been back since, and apart from the one
Yeah,
time.
no.
shortly
I'm in
after,
touch. I'm in touch with the father's
with the
wife once in a while, and I'm also in
okay.
touch with. Someone said, I think.
How are you both
Yeah, but-
not clearly realizing that it's strictly obviously unreasonable how that guy behaved towards Thought Provoker? Like, it's unbehavably crazy how that guy
Perpetual.
behaved towards
Hold on,
It was
dude.
agreed from the start.
We're not saying that.
was
We're
agreed
trying to
from
get the details, brother. Just the exact details of what happened. That's it.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
nothing
Well,
wrong
we
with
that's
that.
agreed
okay,
that we-
great. I mean, if you want
Yeah,
the
we
exact
all-
details,
we all-
that's fine, but like it doesn't change the point at all, even slightly.
Well, it
like
could.
microscopic even. No,
Well,
it won't.
I'm
It
not
doesn't.
saying.
No,
Well,
this
I'm not-
is what I'm saying. You're going for the details saying it could. It actually won't.
Well,
and
no,
here's
it-
how I know it won't. Here's
It
how
could
I
give
know it won't.
somebody a different opinion, though, and that's the way. That's
No.
the way.
This is why I'm bringing this up, bro. Because
Well-
I know that's what you're doing with this. No,
No, I'm
it
not.
doesn't matter.
I'm not
The
trying to
extra
go
details,
there.
fine. If he wants to tell you extra details, that's up to him. That's 100%.
Well, I'm asking him consensually. He's giving me the details. I'm not forcing.
But what
him
I'm
upon.
saying here is, whatever details you get, however detailed it may be, that guy is still clearly
To
an
you.
over the top knee-jerk nut job.
Okay, to you,
Not
but
to
let
me.
me
Clearly, he is based
let
on
me
what's
draw.
described.
Okay,
even up to
let
this
me
point.
draw my own opinion, though. That's all I'm saying.
Shifted, before you draw your opinion, like, let me finish, clarifying,
Yeah,
what
well,
you asked
that's
earlier.
what we were doing before we were rudely interrupted. No, I'm just playing, bro. Don't worry, PP. I love you, brother. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So anyway, Shifted. Basically, so the part where he asked me to leave, right? When he saw us getting up off of our seats, right?
Okay.
He
He
said,
he was sitting down and he saw you get up.
he saw us getting up because he heard the noise of our chairs moving, right?
Which he would know because he lives there, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. He just heard it. Yeah. Anyway, he turned around and he said, "Where are you guys going?" And then he said, It's time for me to leave. It's late." And it was late.
What time was it?
10 p.m., 11 p.m. around that time. It was
How
dark
long had you
outside.
guys? How long have you guys been there? Like a couple
Well, how
hours?
long have I been there?
Yeah.
Probably 6-7 hours.
Okay, so I mean that's a reasonable statement, I suppose. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
How
that's why I didn't
Yeah.
see a problem with him saying that. I was like, okay, no problem, take care. And
Yeah.
he didn't say it back, and I was like, okay, hang on, I think there's a problem here.
why
Why is
did
he
you
not
think?
saying bye back?
So wait a minute. You said that he told you. Hold on, brother. I'm confused. And Perpetual, I didn't mean to disrespect you, brother. Like, I truly, I'm just trying to ask questions to get the full picture. Like, no disrespect, brother. I'm just trying to get the details. So you said he had heard you get up, and you had told that you and the female friend should go to the kitchen. So he had heard that, right?
No, he didn't hear that part. He heard us getting up from our seats, and he turned around
Okay.
and saw us going
Okay.
towards the kitchen.
So you were on your way with her to the kitchen?
We were on our way. Yes, we got up
Okay.
and we were on our way.
Okay.
We were leaving the living room just to go to the kitchen, but he saw us, and he was like, Patsy. Patsy Klein says, "I can't believe this is being gone over and over and over again."
I'm sorry. All right. If you want to move on, we can move on. It's all right.
No, I mean I don't mind clarifying, but okay. It's just okay. Shifted. So anyway, so he saw us getting out of our seats, me and the woman, right?
Okay. Was
And
his
he
back
said,
to you, or was he facing the TV though? So he heard it. Was it back to you?
So he was watching TV. We were behind him. The table was behind his recliner.
So his back was to you. Okay.
Yes, but he turned around and said, "Where are you guys going?"
Okay.
And then he just immediately said, "It's time for me to leave."
Why would he say that?
Because he was, I assume, right? Because he was suspicious of where we were going.
Did he hear you say the kitchen?
No, he didn't hear.
But did you tell her you want to move it to the kitchen?
I told her, I said, "Let's take this to the kitchen because obviously we don't want to disturb my family friend's dad watching TV."
So apparently he didn't hear that part.
He didn't hear that.
Okay. So what did he hear? Just you getting
up?
Up?
So what he simply heard was us getting up from our seats. That's what he heard.
Why would that trigger him to think that you're being weird though?
I don't know. My point is shifted. You see how all this stuff is not making sense to you? It's because he's crazy.
Well, what I'm trying to get at
is he the viewers in the comments, psychotic? Like
the viewers in the comments are noticing that this is just on and on and on with extra details. But even though the point has already been made a long time ago, and that's what people are noticing and watching, is that we could easily cover some really interesting ground here very quickly. Instead of this detail after detail after detail. The point was made a gazillion ages ago. The guy's fucking obviously nuts. That's so fucking obvious.
Yeah,
I don't see how that's
nuts.
not immediately obvious upon basic details. Like, it's so easy to see that.
Yeah. In short, picked up, he said, "Oh, why don't you yeah, in short, he asked me to leave after he basically saw us getting up from our seats. And I was like, "Okay, take care." Didn't respond. So I was like, "What's going on?" He got up out of his seat, out of his recliner finally, and said, "You're a very creepy young man." I was like, "Whoa!" And he was like, "She's a little girl. You should respect her." And then I was asking him like, "Whoa. Like, what did I do?" Blah blah. He said, "I don't want to talk about it," like multiple times. And so I left eventually.
So that seems very odd to me that his brain would immediately go there.
Because some people shifted are just crazy. All these questions you're asking, I wonder myself.
You said he knew you though, right? He did know you.
Yes, for well over a decade.
So why would his brain immediately go to the fact that you're a fucking creeper, dude?
Shifted. You see the question you just asked? I can't answer that.
Okay, fair enough, brother. All right.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, I hope that.
It makes sense.
Sorry,
I understand because it's baffling, but it's like, as I said when you first said the scenario, it sounds like there's several possibilities. It's like he could have. I think it's more like.
Take your time.
Apart from him maybe trying to be funny, but it coming across as not. I doubt that was the case. The more I've heard the story, it sounds like he just. It sounds more like he. Yeah, it's almost like he. It's weird because, like you said, he's known you for so long, but then I don't know. It's almost like I said, it's like a weird overreaction, overprotective, and it seems quite out of place based on everyone's reaction, like even her reaction as well. And I don't know. I just questioned the dynamic between him and her. Maybe there's something more there. I don't know, because you said she's a family friend to them. But
yes.
And that was your first time meeting her, so maybe this is what I was building up to earlier. But maybe. Because that was you've never been in her presence before. You've been in their presence.
That was the first time.
Right. So maybe part of why you're confused is because there's maybe there's something there. I'm not saying it's anything shifty necessarily, but maybe that might be the missing piece of the puzzle. But either way, it doesn't excuse, in my view, how he behaved. And I think the wife's reaction, your friend's reaction, is in the son of him. Everyone's
my male family friend,
Yeah, the
I
male
mean,
family friend. Yeah, it kind of.
Is he mental? Like that Melanie, is he mental? Like is he
I think he is mental. Even my male family friend thinks he's mental.
okay? Well then that explains it then. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
That's,
There you go.
because some people are just like they come off a bit unhinged, and when they don't quite know how to. And the fact that he kept repeating, "I don't want to talk about it." It's like you started it. You said such a shocking thing, and then
But that's so
like,
that,
you right.
that's
followed
so
up with-
random though. Like I can't see a guy just getting up and immediately thinking that. Like that's too.
Well,
That's like
This
the
is
less
why-
well,
he,
well,
he
well,
would have
Shifted,
had
I've got
to
news for
have
you.
a preconceived notion about you that you're a fucking weirdo, dude, which you're not. But he would have had a thought that in his brain to go to that level.
Shifted.
See what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. Basically, it's weird to you, and yeah, because I'm here to inform you. Some
Oh my god,
grown
dude.
men are weird like that.
I've never encountered it, but I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's not fair
Thank
to you.
you.
Bro.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Shifted.
Yeah.
Shifted. I would rather get euthanized than potentially do anything to like take advantage of a woman. I would rather get euthanized. That's a fact. I'd do it right now.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm not even for 1 second went down that road. I'm just trying to get the details
That's
of
fine.
maybe trying to
But,
figure out where he was coming from. You know.
Mhm. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with
Apparently
asking
he
for more
was just
details.
he was just mental and
Yeah, he was mental. That's
Yeah,
why I
okay.
don't go back there. Anyway,
well, hey, I'm sorry that happened to you, and you definitely didn't deserve that. So,
thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
and it's
I
not
appreciate
fair to you, man. Like,
It's not fair, man.
it's not fair. No, it's not. You can't just do that, man. No.
Mhm.
Do you have? So, do you
Just
talk
like
to
it's-
that? Sorry, go ahead, PB. Yep.
Just like it's not fair to assume that older guys who like younger women are creeps automatically.
You're
Just like
cutting
in
out.
the same way
You're
it's not fair.
PP.
Same thing.
Your audio is a bit messed up so far.
The crackling audio sounded like it was elsewhere from my phone, but maybe I'm not hearing it now. But
No, you're good
Yeah,
now.
it's fine
Yeah,
now.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, Fatty, it's over.
But even still, PP, you're using this example to, I guess, support your earlier point. But I still think the dynamics are different here. This is a completely different scenario because
the
the
details
age
are
gap. They
different.
were
The principle is the
basically
same.
well, not really, because in
No,
this
it's
scenario,
not. It's not.
in this
Yeah.
scenario, the family friend's father knew TP from since he was a child. The age gap, him and that woman were practically age mates. So I don't think it quite is really.
Do you seriously need me to explain for like 20 minutes how it's correlated?
No, I
That
don't
would be
need you to
pathetic.
because I already know I
Unbelievable.
disagree.
It's not a disagreement thing. I can show you how it's correlated. Oh my god, I can show it to you. This is crazy. It's unbelievable. It's not automatically obvious to you. It's weird. It's ridiculous.
Well, PP, just because it's automatic obvious to you doesn't mean it's automatically obvious to us, brother. Like, you
It's
got to
just
recognize at some point you
Such
got to
elaborate
agree.
detail.
Well, I mean, you know,
That's
I'm not shitting on your beliefs, but I'm just saying for us, it's just we don't think that way. You know what I'm saying? And it's nothing against you, man. It's just we don't think that
I'm
way.
aware. How many
Yeah.
times do I have to repeat? I'm unbelievably beyond aware of how you think. This is not even what my conversation was ever about today. It's ridiculously obvious what you and Savannah
Well,
believe. That's
Yeah, but
beyond obvious.
you keep trying
What
to
I'm saying
defend.
is, I'm not
certain
trying to change
point.
your belief. I'm trying to change how you process things in a healthier way. But you don't want to process things in a healthier way, so that's fine. You can remain a little borderline psychotic and weird yourself in how you process things. That's fine. That's not an
That's a
issue for me
judgmental
personally.
statement right there.
But
So you
how,
shouldn't say
but,
that.
okay, PP, but how can this example just doesn't fit with the example you gave earlier? It's a completely different scenario.
It definitely
Because there are
fits.
No, because
Just so I'm
It's
clear.
inaccurate assumptions being made by a crazy person in their head about somebody else that are not valid. So just like a dad makes wrong assumptions about an older guy who's attracted to his daughter, it's the same principle. Same fucking principle. Details different, same principle.
No, but it's not as the same principle because, as I highlighted earlier, a guy old enough to be her father, the very basis of the relationship is the problem. Whereas in TP's example, and bearing in mind, TP was just simply interacting with her. But I guess that, like you said, the point is the misconception. But in any event, the dynamics are completely different. They're not. There's no age gap there. They're age mates. So I think that there's in TP's example, the assumption was clearly way off base in any event, and even and that wasn't they weren't even having that kind of interaction. But in any event, it was way off base. Whereas in the first scenario, it's fundamentally the relationship itself, or the perceived relationship, or whatever is.
And you're the reason we live in a society where people are always hounded about age gap relationships when they shouldn't be. You're part of that problem, Savannah, by thinking that. So stop thinking that. Stop being part of that problem, please. Thank you.
Well, I don't believe in hounding people. I think it's wrong. I mean, sorry, I think it's correct to call out certain age gap relationships.
If it comes up in conversation, you're hounding them. If I was a person or somebody else was in it and they were talking to you about it, this would be you hounding them. You saying this, having this view, is you hounding them. That's what that is.
No, dude, she's just giving her
opinion is him hounding the person. No, I'm talking about if you're talking to a person actually directly involved in this. This would be hounding them. You're not hounding them by telling me this. You're not hounding me. You're hounding them by telling
and if I was
this stuff.
So if I was having a conversation. Yeah,
with
so
them,
if I
you'd
was
be hounding them. This would be hounding them if you were talking to them. I'm not that person, so you're not hounding me, but you would be hounding them if you were talking to them about this. If they brought it up to you or you brought it up to them, you're sitting at coffee, dinner. That's what hounding is. Hounding is, my opinion is this. I don't believe it's right. Blah, 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 blah. That's hounding. That's what hounding is. Do you understand that?
For the record, though, if I was in conversation, if I was in conversation with a man who was 40s, 50s, dating a woman who's 19, I would absolutely be hounding him, and I'd be unapologetic about it. In fact,
there you go.
So yeah, you're quite right. Yes, because them. Rightly so. You're part of the problem. Rightly so. Anyone who cares about the well-being of young people would be doing exactly what I'd be doing.
Nope, I care about young people plenty, and I call about actual creeps all the time.
Well, you have a very different perspective because you clearly
it's a more thorough perspective. It's a deeper one you can have. So just have it. Stop trying to argue with me pointlessly. It's dumb.
Well, why do you think you have further? Why do you have the upper hand on what's thorough?
Just go deeper, feel more, think more about it, please. That's all.
You have a perspective, that's fine, but don't try to tell us to have your same perspective.
Okay. I will do it because it's a better perspective, and I can show you why.
According to you,
it doesn't contribute to that social problem which exists because of people like you having that perspective.
Perpetual. That's your opinion,
people
brother.
from that problem existing.
Okay.
Your
So
opinion,
what, I'm trying to see.
It's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a fact.
To you, it's a fact.
Wait, shifted. Hold on. PP,
I don't hound people about this. You guys do, and you would, and she just said she would.
Bro, what are you talking about hounding, dude?
She just admitted she would hound the guy about this. What are you talking about?
Well, if you say hounding, so your definition of hounding is me voicing my concern with the fact
that
what
hounding is. When somebody talks to you about it, and
semantics,
you keep drilling in on
it's
them.
immaterial. It's
no,
immaterial.
It's not immaterial.
The point is, I will convey
so
to
easily
them
explain to you how it's not immaterial.
Can someone tell me what is the disconnect here so I can moderate, so I can...
Okay, here's what the disconnect is, and it's so easy to explain. Hounding, when I'm saying hounding, I'm talking about people having a casual conversation where they're using calm tones or trying to use calm tones. Hounding covers a broad range of things. So, for example, a daughter talking to their parents and saying, hey, I'm happy in a relationship with this guy, and he's happy in a relationship with me. And the guy's sitting there at the table with her, yeah, things are going really good. And the dad or the mom or whoever the fuck is in that conversation, however they talk, however they voice their opinion, we think this is still creepy. We think this is off, but hey, they're obviously keep parroting the point. But obviously, you have the right to do blah blah. The obvious shit everybody knows. But I still don't approve of it. I never will approve of it because I think it's weird. Blah blah blah. That's hounding because the daughter's going to be like, hey, Dad, I wish you could just not be weirded out by it and be okay with it because this is going to create an unnecessary tension in our relationship. Okay. Even though I'm completely happy, you're not happy for me. That's hounding. That's what it is.
Okay, and that's assuming that they're somewhat consistent with it, like they just keep going at it, like they just won't let it go, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, no, not only not letting it go, because here's the thing: every time it comes up again later in any conversation, it's always going to be a point that the dad or the mom is going to repeat again. Yes, I said before, I still don't approve of it. Blah blah blah. Saying a parent repeating again that they still don't approve of something that someone's doing, even though they're completely happy, them unnecessarily maintaining this grudge feeling towards the thing or this weirded out feeling towards it is the parent being the problem in that case, the problem person, not the daughter, not the guy that's dating the daughter, the one constantly being like, I still don't approve. It's like, why can't you just relieve your gut from this sensation, this knot you have in your gut of not approving of it? Why can't you just be free of that?
So let me ask
is
Savannah.
what the daughter would be asking.
So Savannah, my question to you now, based on what PP just said, is that or is that not problematic of the parents to like constantly keep
Okay.
repeating that they
Right.
don't approve of that?
So now that PP's expanded further on what he meant by hounding, that's not something I personally would do. I would bring it up maybe one time, or
But firstly,
the initial
before you
conversations.
continue,
Mhm.
firstly, would you agree or disagree that that's problematic of the parents to do?
Well, no. Before I answer that question, I need to first clarify
No
that
problem.
I'm saying that I wouldn't do what he's saying in that scenario. So he's saying that every time it comes up, the parent makes a point. That's futile. I wouldn't do it because at that point I've made my point in the first conversation, or the first or second conversations, and that's the end of it.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't. So for the record, I would my hounding will be just done on one time only sort of thing, or maybe the second conversation, that'd be the end. I wouldn't bring up every dinner, every weekend. No. So that's the first thing. So to answer
The
question,
frequency is irrelevant. Even if you do it once, it's still hounding.
Hold on, hold
well,
on, let her
that's where I disagree then, because I think it's
So is that
important.
the disconnect? You
So,
considering it even one time to be hounding versus okay.
Right. Well, that's what PP say. He thinks doing
But
it
no,
to
there's
one.
more to it.
That's
It's
where I
hounding
fundamentally disagree.
specifically. It's
Hold
hounding.
on. Let her finish, brother.
It's not the mention of it that's the hounding. No, it's not the mention of it. She's still misunderstanding what I'm saying. I can clarify
go ahead.
further. She's still missing something.
Hold on.
Here.
Okay.
It's only hounding. It's only hounding even if it's brought up once within that conversation. Okay, the person asks you then, and they follow through. Hey, are you able and willing to free your gut from this knot you have towards me being? Are you able to actually bring yourself to be okay with it right now, right here in this setting? Right? No, you would have to answer honestly if you're going to answer at all. I'm going to maintain my stance on this. It's like, okay, wow, interesting. So that means I can't actually have much of an interaction with this person. Bye. Check, please, and then they take off. Rightfully so, because they're
not hounding though, dude. That's them.
Yeah, that's not how exactly. You're twisting the definition. You're shifting the goalpost. Perpetual pleasure is there because you're saying that in that situation because they won't come to your way of thinking, then that
because you're hanging it over them emotionally anyway, whether you say anything about it or not.
No,
because you're
we're not doing
that.
As a parent, you might communicate your opinion. Maybe for example, in terms of how I see it, what I would do is I would let them know that maybe the first time they tell me about the relationship, or they bring the old enough to be dad boyfriend round, I would tell them how I feel, or maybe just a one-on-one conversation with my daughter, or whatever. But I wouldn't, for the record, I wouldn't bring up every weekend or every time he's round. I would make it very, very clear, as Shifted explained right at the beginning, earlier on, like when I joined the live chat. I don't know how long this has been going on for a while, but Shifted kind of really described how I would approach it with what he would say. So I would make it very clear that I think I would strongly advise against this, but ultimately you're 19 and you're able to do what you please. But I basically say words to that effect. Now, contrary to what you described earlier, I wouldn't bring it up all the time, but I would make my views very clear at least once, and that would probably be once, maybe twice. That would be the end of it, probably. The only time I might explain it again is if the daughter herself brings it up, because this is something that people need to bear in mind. Sometimes when the so-called hounding happens, it isn't always the person on the opposing view that brings it up. Sometimes it's the other side that bring it up, because maybe sometimes they want to check in to see whether do you now approve, mum, dad, do you now approve of me dating this? So sometimes I've seen it happen in action, maybe not this exact scenario, but I've seen similar things take place where it comes up in other conversations naturally, not because the parent wants to hound again. Sometimes it comes up naturally because maybe at some point in the relationship, the 19-year-old and 45-year-old man want to do something, and then at that avenue, a conversation needs to be had about something, and that naturally lends to, the whole topic again. But to answer your question, no, I wouldn't always bring it up. I would make my feelings very clear, but I'd respect the fact that ultimately they're 19. I can't do anything about it. That's what they're going to do.
Sure. Well, whether you're hounding them or not, the point is still the same in other ways aside from just the hounding by itself. So yeah, if you bring it up again, or they bring it up again, the answer is going to be the same. That also classifies as emotional hounding because it doesn't change. In other words, they're requesting of you to be reasonable.
You're shifting the goalpost again. You're perpetually shifting the goalpost. Just because
it's inevitably going to come up again, obviously, at some point, because they still have happiness in that relationship.
But you're saying that because the parent won't come to accept it, that's emotional hounding because they won't eventually come around to accept it. And I'm telling you that's wrong. Just because they're hounding emotionally by not agreeing, that's so basically you're saying that the only way they could not be hounding is if they one day go, okay, I'm fine with it. That's bullshit, because ultimately if they fundamentally disagree, with good reason, may I add, with their daughter, they're barely out of teenage years, daughter dating a guy old enough to be her dad, then suddenly that's emotional hounding. Every week the parent doesn't agree with
That
it.
is hanging it over their heads emotionally.
No,
even if
it's
you don't
not.
say a word. And people
It's
pick up
simply
on that.
just
People pick
disagreeing.
up on that vibrationally without any words needing to be said.
That's
This
something
is what I'm
they
talking
can
about.
have to live with.
Perpetual
Then.
pleasurist. Are you talking about emotional?
Oh, they're going to have to be forced to live with a parent who holds it over their head. Interesting.
Well,
That's
just like
perpetual
emotional
pleasurist.
abuse.
just
Rather
like the
than
parents
hounding,
going to be forced
are
to
you
live with the
talking
fact
about
that their child's daughter is dating someone who's old enough to be her dad. Like
They're
that's
so
something
hung up
that
on this hounding thing.
PP?
They spent so far
PP,
beyond just hounding alone. Like,
PP, in this case, instead of hounding, are you just referring to emotional manipulation?
emotional manipulation. But what I'm referring to is what they're describing is a type of emotional abusive blackmail. That's what it is. Period.
Nobody's.
They
No,
can try
no,
to
you're
call it
talking about.
something else. That's
No,
what
no,
it is.
PP, don't do that. You're smarter than that. You're talking about a disagreement.
That's
Just
what it
because
is. I am smart.
okay,
That's what
but
it is. I
it
know what
doesn't
emotional
mean
abuse is. That's exactly what
no.
that is.
We can disagree, but it doesn't mean we're going to emotionally hound them. We can just disagree with them.
You don't need to say anything to them. How many times do I need to repeat to you? It's a thing they feel from you, even if you don't say anything, because they know you still feel that way. You don't need to talk about it with them.
But we're
for
not
them to
doing
be
that.
Having
We're
it
not
hung over
talking
their head
about that.
emotionally by you.
so
It
that,
doesn't need to be talked
no,
about. They
no.
feel
We're not
it from
talking.
you. They'll feel it from you,
They're
dude.
not.
Come on.
Okay, but it does not mean that we have to shift our fucking personal belief on the matter, dude. It's because that
You
feels
so
Okay,
wrong.
easily can,
PP,
though.
talk to
And
me.
it's a reasonable request if they're
Come on,
asking you.
come on, dude. You're
Wait,
smarter than
guys,
that. Come on,
hold
dude.
on. PP, tell me, and see if I'll understand.
Okay, let me just talk directly to you, though, Provo. Directly, okay?
Okay,
So,
yeah.
what I'm saying
guys,
to you
everyone
is,
mute except PP. Everyone mute except PP.
if there is a parent of a kid,
Hold on,
whether
PP.
a mother...
Shifted, could you mute, please? No, PP, you don't have to mute. No, Shifted, can you mute, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm muted. Yep.
Huh. You are?
Sometimes the
Oh.
mute sign doesn't
I mean,
show
usually
up
I
on
would see
everybody's
the-
thing for some reason, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm using my microphone to mute it, not the
Oh,
actual.
you have
Oh,
an
I see.
actual like microphone. Gotcha.
I have a Blue Yeti. Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Okay, so PP,
Yeah.
talk to me.
So what I'm saying, okay, emotional blackmail and emotional abuse is defined by the person who is doing it, usually in most cases doesn't realize they are doing it until it's pointed out to them in vivid detail. They usually believe that they have the best interests of the person they're emotionally abusing at heart inside themselves while they're doing it. This is why it's so hard to escape emotional abuse and call it out and expose it, because people don't recognize it until it's elaborately, articulately explained, usually taking multiple counseling sessions or hour-long talks to pinpoint the details, because they don't fucking notice it until it's brought out to the forefront of their attention. Okay, so basically what's going on here is, if there's a factually, this is what's going on. If there's a dad or a mom who, especially so if this is the case, they sat down with their daughter and the guy that she is with and had like a casual dinner hangout to talk, hey, I'm really happy in this relationship with the guy. Take your pick, any age, late 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever the hell else, whatever age range you want to say. There's a big age gap, okay? So this guy's like, yep, I'm really happy too. I love the dynamic we have. Everything's going great. They're both smiling. They're both obviously clearly happy. And there you go. And they're just wanting to express this joy and happiness to parents. And then the parents, whether they say they approve of it or don't approve of it, a kid who's attuned and aware and empathetic and feels things on a deep level doesn't need things said to them, because they're going to be able to pick up on vibes like a mother. If you're an INFJ type like me, we can't stand fucking people not saying shit they actually think and feel, but it's there. And you can, in other words, if you
Even the look,
you can tell that there's like a knot in their gut, right? And somebody else's gut. And that's a constant source of fucking disturbance to someone who's highly sensitive, whether male or female.
like a look of disapproval,
Yes. Whether by the guy, right? Even if they act like they're friendly, sensitive people can still pick up on, oh, you're kind of being fake for the sake of social approval. And people like me,
Yeah, you
we
can pick
really
up on
fucking
that. Yeah.
hate that shit. I hate that more than somebody just being blatant with me about what pisses them off or what they dislike. I would rather people not do that, but in most cases, parents do that because they try to play this "we're nice, reasonable parents" card, even though in our guts we
Like
have
they're
this
just being
constant off
polite
feeling towards this guy.
or
Yeah,
fake.
they're
Yeah,
being fakely polite, basically, even though they really don't like anything about it. Okay,
yeah.
or
You can
very
tell
little
their
about it.
energy is not genuine. Yeah.
Yes. So it doesn't need to involve a conversation. It doesn't even require hounding. Hounding is just an additional thing that tends to happen, but it doesn't always happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the emotional abuse is there. It's in the vibrations. It's in what you feel from the person. It's in recognizing that, hey, my parents, it's in the young person clearly recognizing as a fact that the parents have an unreasonable gut knot, what I call it, like this unreasonable hang up towards the person you're happy with in a loving relationship just because of the age gap. And you're recognizing that they're fucking dumb as shit. And on top of that, they're digging their heels into a dumb as shit emotional bullshit thing because in your specific case, there is no reason at all for them to be dug into that emotional feeling about the thing because you are happy and the other person's happy. So instead of them being happy for you and with you, they have this unnecessary emotion. Just get rid of this unnecessary emotional hang-up that's only harming you, and so that we can have a better relationship where these weird, thick vibes are no longer in the air. And then the parents are just like, nope, sorry, we can't do that. Okay, guess what? That is an emotionally abusive dynamic from the parent to the kid. The parents don't realize they're being emotionally abusive. The abuse is in the fact that they don't have enough empathy towards the daughter. They don't have enough layered thinking towards the daughter or how she's feeling. They can't put themselves enough in her headspace to have that degree of empathy. If they did, they would be free of that gut knot. Okay? Why the fuck did I have to go this long explaining this to other people? Here's the reason. Here's why. Because I've noticed in the world, unless you're an INFJ type like me or something else, where a shit ton of fucking stuff is obvious as fuck without it even being said, like you, same with you, Thought Provoker. There's actions that don't even say a goddamn word, and we can pick up on shit like a motherfucker. So the fact that we even have to explain it this fucking elaborately is, in my opinion, is unbelievably pathetic and shows that Savannah and Shifted don't recognize that this is an emotional abuse pattern if they were to feel this towards their own offspring. They wouldn't recognize it until it was spelled out by a counselor or some professional like I've just spelled it out right now. And even then they would have a hard time shifting out of it, even after all of this. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Does everything I've said to you make total, rational, logical, emotional, and thinking sense?
Yeah, hold on, Shifted. Yeah,
spectrum. Does it all make sense?
Makes sense, especially about the part, with the parents not necessarily saying anything, but you as the daughter who is in a happy relationship, you can feel their energy, and or you can look at their facial expressions. You can tell like something's off.
It's going to be a constant source of disturbance, guaranteed, and it's going to be an artificial, unnecessary disturbance coming from the parents to the daughter pointlessly. That's what it's going to be, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but you can't force them to agree with your fucking
Of course you
mindset,
can't force them.
dude.
That's why you're suggesting, can you please adjust your feelings, please? It's a request, not a requirement.
No, you're saying because they disagree.
It's not just a
that
disagreement,
this,
it's an emotional hang-up. That's more than just a disagreement.
No, it doesn't have to be. It can simply be a mutual disagreement where, like, I don't like what you're doing, but I'm not going to fucking disown you.
You have no good reason to dislike it at that point. There's no good reason to dislike it. There's no valid reason to dislike it if both of them are happy.
But you can't force somebody.
No, Shifted.
You're trying to force somebody to
Shifted.
I'm not saying forcing. I'm saying there's no valid reason for it. Is what I'm saying.
But it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you think.
Shifted.
I think it's wrong.
Shifted.
Then I think it's wrong.
Okay, Shifted.
Okay.
Let me say.
But you have no valid reason to
Shifted.
think that.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
100% relevant.
If there's no
100% relevant.
Shifted. Because you think it's right, and so I should think it's right. Come on, dude.
Two things can be true at the same time. You can feel the way you feel about. Let's say you're the father in this situation, and the daughter's in a happy relationship. It's perfectly fine. No issues, no creepiness whatsoever. You can feel, like you disapprove of the relationship for whatever reason, but at the same time, we can also acknowledge that, if the relationship is going well and you still disapprove of the relationship, it is irrational. Or what was the term you used? Perpetual pleasure?
Yeah,
I'm invalid.
It's invalid. I'm not going to make my daughter
quality, valid reason to be pissed off or have
Yeah,
have
it
that view
is
anymore.
irrational. If the so
That's
shifted,
what I'm saying. You can have it,
for
but it's not
example,
irrational.
No. So yeah, I'm not gonna make my daughter feel like shit for it. Like I'm not gonna actively make
We
her
just
feel
got done
like
talking
fucking
about you
shit.
don't have
No.
to. She'll feel
But-
it anyway. She'll feel it anyway.
It does-
Shifted, let me
okay,
make
but
this
you
clear so
cannot
there's no
force me.
misunderstanding.
You cannot force me to shift my.
Shifted,
not
no,
even
no one's forcing. Just shifted.
But he's
Shifted.
no.
No one is forcing you. You're right. No one can force you. We agree on that, right? No one can force you to
Yeah,
have
no.
a certain opinion.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm saying Perpetual is saying like if we don't adhere to their beliefs, you know, like they're okay with it. If we don't adhere to it, then we're putting off negative vibes by the simple fact that we just disagree with that lifestyle.
Shifted. Can
No,
I
that's what I'm
tell you?
saying.
Can I tell you what he's saying? Can I tell you what he's saying?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, he's saying, okay, let's say the relationship, let's say your daughter, hypothetical daughter, is in a happy relationship. The relationship's healthy. Everything's great. Everything's going good. But, you know, despite the relationship going good, you still disapprove of the relationship. All he is simply saying is, whilst you have the right to feel that way, he is also acknowledging that you still disapproving of the relationship is irrational because the relationship was going well, but you still disapprove
Okay,
of
but
it.
that's irrelevant. If
No, it is relevant in this conversation. That's the point he's trying to make. He's trying to
Yeah.
inform you.
but he's saying that
Not
Well,
just
this
you.
is-
It could be anyone. It could be
no,
me.
he's
The point
saying
is
that
the father.
no. Okay, TP. He's saying that by we feel it's irrational. Okay, fair enough. I agree.
Yeah. Let me use
doesn't-
myself. Let me make it easier. Let me use myself as an example. If I have a daughter and she is in a relationship with someone, regardless of the age gap, right? She's in a relationship with someone, and that relationship is going well. There's no creepiness, no abuse. It is a healthy, great, happy relationship. But despite that, I still disapprove of it. Then, whilst I recognize that I have the right to feel this way, I can also acknowledge that how I feel is irrational. Simply because there's nothing wrong with the relationship, it's going well, but I'm still disapproving of it. I'm being irrational in that
But this
moment.
is where we fundamentally disagree.
PP,
because
am I
don't
making
think
sense?
it's irrational.
Yes,
I don't
what I'm
think
saying
it's irrational.
PP, am I
to think
making
that the
we've
relationship is wrong.
demonstrated why and how it's irrational. You can keep thinking it's irrational, but that type of thinking is an emotional-based thinking, not an actual
Hold on.
rational-based
Let's
thinking.
talk.
No, go on, Savannah. Go on, Savannah.
Yeah, so
Perpetual.
this is
I
the
appreciate
thing.
what you're saying. Let her talk.
But this is the thing. It's like
Go on, Savannah.
you're saying it's irrational because they're in a healthy, happy relationship, etc. But this is what, at least I'll speak for myself. The crux of the issue is the relationship itself. It doesn't matter how happy she is in it. The issue is with the relationship itself.
That's why you're the
So
problem
I
person,
do have a problem
because
with it
they don't have a problem.
personally. But one thing I will say
Okay.
is people.
Wait, Savannah.
You're
Let
the
me try. Let
problem
me see if I'm
person
clear.
in that case.
Wait,
You're
hold
the
on.
one who has a
Savannah.
problem in that case.
Hold on. Let her talk, dude. Come on.
Yeah, we'll let her talk. No, we'll let her talk. No, shift it. Don't worry. I'm just asking for clarification. Chill. Okay, Savannah. So you're saying that it's not irrational for the father to still disapprove of the relationship, even though the relationship is going well. Is that correct?
Of course not. That's what I'm saying. We fundamentally disagree because I still think that even if it's going great and they're happy, the father or the parent is still allowed, and I think it's. I don't think it's irrational for them to still fundamentally disagree.
they're
with the
allowed.
relationship, even if she's
Let me
happy.
explain it
she
in a better
wants
way.
it.
That's
So-
even simpler.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
By
So-
you-
He's saying
So hold on, before you go further, Pete.
Perpetual.
Before you go further, Pete, because I think you've already explained a lot, and I said I would express to my child that things will give it away that you're not happy. I think
Savannah,
they
you're
will
breaking up.
always have the
Savannah?
knowledge that I
Savannah, you were
obviously
breaking up.
expressed my disapproval, right? So they will always have that awareness. Sorry?
No, I said
Hello?
you were breaking up for here
Can you
and
hear me
there.
okay?
So, you're clear now,
Right?
Yes. So
Okay.
basically, I was just saying. So I was checking with you. So do you think that it's not irrational for a father to still disapprove of the
Hold on.
relationship of
Just
his
a moment,
daughter?
1 second.
No pressure. And I
One
shifted. Listen. Just heads up.
Hold on
I do
one second.
just a heads up, Shifter. If you don't mind, let me do the moderation, like regarding like who talks and letting people finish and whatnot. Let me take care of that respectfully.
Wait, I'm just switching headsets. 1 second.
No pressure, Savannah. We're not going anywhere. No pressure.
Yeah, TP, I got you, brother. Yep.
Thank you,
100%.
man. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back now. Can you hear me? I've just switched headsets because my battery.
You switched headsets. Are you able to just not wear a headset at all?
Can you?
Say get to the Chamber of Secrets twice, please.
1 second.
Guys, can you hear her? Okay.
Can you say something, TP?
Yeah, I can say something. Yeah. Savannah shifted
Wanna say
reality.
anything?
Perpetual pleasures burned. Okay. Get to the Chamber of Secrets. 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 Get to the Chamber of Secrets.
Just for the record, if anyone's
Savannah,
talking to me right now, I can't hear anything, and I'm sorry if I'm talking over anyone because I can't hear anything.
Okay, let me type. Let me
now.
Let me type. Okay, just leave. Let me type. Leave and come back. Leave and come back. Savannah.
So there's a really quick, fast way to simplify this even better that gets the point across even better, in my opinion. That's so basically, if I may, what I'm trying to say here is we've demonstrated, me and TP have demonstrated clearly that in that scenario, in that situation, the only problem person that exists in it is the person who has the parents, in that case, who have this weird hang up that in principle, this is still wrong, literally no matter what, or how good it is, blah, 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 blah. They're the only source of emotional issue and conflict in that dynamic because the daughter's happy, the other guy's happy, but you, the parent, or this hypothetical parent in this situation, are the only source of any type of emotional clash or problem because they're going to feel that shit from you, whether you say it or not. They're going to pick up on the fact that you don't approve of it, and they're not going to be able to feel good about that. It's going to be this weird thing. They could probably tune it out if they're that type of person. I'm just going to tune out what my parents think about it and try to focus on other things. But it's going to be, you're going to be the source of an unnecessary problem in the relationship, an unnecessary hang up, an unnecessary weird vibe in the air, an unnecessary thing that doesn't need to be there. And it's from you in that situation, not from the daughter, not from the older guy. It's not coming from them, it's coming from you. Specific, guaranteed emotional hang up and clash that's guaranteed to happen between the daughter and you, whether she says it or not, or whether you say it to her or not. It's going to be felt. It's going to be a thing in the air. Okay. And it's going to be a thick motherfucking thing in the air. And eventually it's going to come to a breaking point, especially if nothing's ever said about it. And it's all a bunch of fake politeness and shit like that. This is what I'm talking about. You need to recognize who is the only source of problem in that situation and recognize clearly what that is. The people who are happy are not the source of any problem. The people who are not happy about what's going on are the only source of problem because they're the only ones unhappy.
The ones who are displeased, yeah.
Be rational. This is how a rational person processes these things. And this is how a rational person feels about these things. You don't hold these weird hang-ups and remain bothered or disturbed if you see others are happy. You feel happy too, knowing someone else is happy. Hey, cool, they're happy. I feel happy about that. That's fucking amazing. That feels really nice. That's how you feel as a person who has deeper empathy, deeper thinking, more layered thinking into these. It's not very deep, it's not very multi-layered, and it's not very empathetic. Not very much. It's very little of those things is what I'm trying to get across.
So let me respond. So PP, well said. Let me respond. So based on what you just said about, because you made a very good point. If the relationship is going well, it's healthy, everything's going great about the relationship, but the parents are, disapproving of it, then it's the parents, disapproving. Basically, the parents are the issue in this situation. So with that being said, my question is, what would you, what do you think the solution is for the parents to not let it be known that they disapprove of the relationship?
No, the literally, this is what I'm saying. The only single solution is for the parents to stop feeling that way, to adjust how they feel. It's doable. A person who goes deeper into empathy can easily adjust how they feel. It might not be super easy for everybody, but it's doable. And this is what I'm saying. Go deeper into your empathy than you already are. Go further into that than you're allowing yourself to go, is what I've been saying this whole time, all day.
Okay, so PP.
That's what I've been saying. That's
okay. So here's the thing, PP. So I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. Once the parents let their feelings be known already, I think the damage is done, even if they do try to change their feelings and then let their daughter know that, hey, listen, we feel as though we're over it, and we're happy for you now. The daughter probably won't be convinced. You know what I mean? The daughter will probably.
It's possible, but she may be convinced. If she's very deep and knows that people can change how they feel about stuff, then she may be convinced, and that's a sign of a deeper daughter. So I would hope the daughter is also a deep person as well. But what I'm saying is, in this context, it's very easy to see that there is zero problem being caused or happening from the daughter's end or the older guy's end. There's no problem that either of them are causing in any of it. The only problem, if people are looking at it very fucking clearly, is the parent with the knot in their stomach over this shit, or the negative thoughts towards this in principle that they're just stubbornly digging their heels into. They're not even in the situation they're describing. They're not even making an exception in principle to a case where everything is going amazing. They're holding
to
so
be honest,
tightly to this in principle.
To be honest, let me say this, and then I'll let someone else. If you are a parent and your daughter is in a relationship with someone and everything is going well, everything is going right in that relationship, and you still disapprove of it, not saying you're not allowed to have, disapprove of it, but that's beside the point. The point is, in that case, you're being very selfish as a parent, to be honest. Because what reason could you possibly have to disapprove?
You can still have your views, which is that you disapprove, but this is where I was leading to finish off before my audio cut out and I had to log out and log back in. So what I was going to say is that even though I won't shift my view on this particular issue, I of course would still want to have a relationship with my daughter, and because she's in a relationship with that guy, I would obviously by extension have a relationship with him. So he may one day be my future son-in-law, and I'll have to accept that. But this is the point I was building to earlier, that I will make my view very clear at the beginning, the first one or two conversations, and then ultimately, like I said, she's an adult. She can do what I can't stop her from doing it, but I'll make sure that she still feels like she can be around me and we can still have our usual bond. And of course that will part of accepting, when you're, in my view, when I tell her that I strongly advise against this, but ultimately it's your choice. I would communicate it in a way in which she knows that she still has a relationship with me. Nothing's going to change how I see her. And part of me explaining how I feel is also accepting that she's ultimately going to make her own decision, and I have to really accept that, and I will. And that's a good way to maintain a relationship, because ultimately she's an adult and she can make her own decision. So PP made a point earlier about that, comes to that, I think it would just depend on how people communicate. Some people are they're not very good at hiding, but then even they're not very good at hiding like their disapproval, like it just seeps out. But I would go one step further and say that once the parent has communicated how they feel, but also makes it very clear that they still want to have their daughter in their life, and also still by extension will accept the 45-year-old boyfriend / future son-in-law too, then that's part of the work the parent needs to behave around the daughter and how they behave around the boyfriend / future son-in-law. So my point is that it's going to be like a holistic approach. It might take some work, but I think
the most holistic thing is to change how you feel about it.
The key point is that the parent has communicated their view from the outset. They've said they're going to support them regardless. They still want to have them in their life. So that parent or parents need to do that work to meet in the middle. It's a form of meeting in the middle. And so I think that if they can do that work right, then they can still have their disapproval inside. Ultimately, if they fundamentally disagree, but they can still enjoy their daughter, and also perhaps the 45-year-old boyfriend / future son-in-law, and just take that as what it is. But ultimately, they can go to bed at night knowing that they ultimately expressed how they feel about it, but whilst also letting their daughter know that she's still their daughter, she's still welcome, they still want to have her around, and they're willing to do the work to be at peace with her decision and really mean it and really let it show in a way that they won't even be accidentally letting little frowns appear, because it won't be what's inside, because they would have done the inner work to just
the inner work, you're saying doing the inner work to eventually actually accept it. Doing the work to specifically eventually
not change their view on the relationship necessarily. Maybe they will, because everyone's different, so maybe they will. But I know how I feel about such relationships. I probably will never ever approve of that kind of dynamic. But as I said, I would have to accept that I still want my daughter in my life, and obviously she's with him.
A lot of what you're saying is very obvious.
I will accept them because I want them in my life, but I want her in my life, and he comes with her now.
Okay, just about every parent.
I always know that I fundamentally disagree with that setup, if that makes sense.
Just about every parent who's not totally insane or insanely abusive is exactly how you describe. But that's part of the problem. It's not good enough. Meeting in the middle isn't good enough in these situations because it remains this unnecessary thing.
Well, I don't think it's unnecessary. That's the problem. This is where we disagree. I don't think it's unnecessary.
My parents are going out of their way to try and do this artificial make peace with the thing when they could just genuinely actually accept the guy and like him, for fuck's sake.
Well, that's the thing. They can. They can. That's my point. When I say that they
so that overrules the principle.
That's them accepting, because he could be a very stand-up guy. This is the point I'm trying to make. They might actually come to realize there's nothing wrong with him. He's not a perv.
Correct.
But they may
so at that point, fundamentally.
But this is the thing. This is where we disagree, because even if they learn that, oh wait, he's got a creep. Oh wait, he's cool. He's not a problem. They still, at the very core of it, may simply just disagree with a 19-year-old guy, and that's just the best you're going to get from people who hold that view.
You mean 19-year-old
Say
woman?
that again?
You mean 19-year-old woman in this case, right?
Right. Yeah, but
Yeah, because you said guy.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Did I say get on me?
You said guy.
Did I say guy? Okay, right. 19-year-old woman.
It's not simply disagreeing, though. It's lack of approval. Like, what I'm saying is it's not just disagreeing, it's lack of approval. Disagreeing is like there's some idea floating around in your head, some hypothetical. Okay, in principle.
No, I'm agreeing it's disapproval.
I've said it from the outset. About actual.
I said it from the outset. There's no
that's the problem.
Right, but
you're therefore the only source maintaining that problem. You.
No, you see, you think it's a problem. You think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem.
I've demonstrated how it's a problem. I've demonstrated how it's a problem. How? The way it's a problem.
But your demonstration of how it is.
Let me talk directly to PP, please. Let me talk directly.
Okay, go on.
So he can.
PP.
Okay. So, thought provoker. Haven't I demonstrated how this is factually an artificially created problem that doesn't need to exist? And the only problem part of it that exists at all is on the side of the parents. Based on the sexual problem source here, the only problem source is the parent who refuses to budge in terms of just, at least in that one case of that person, making an exception to the general principle, even going that far. They still won't even budge that far for whatever fucking weird reason. So, this isn't an opinion thing. So this is what I'm saying. This part of it is not an opinion thing. We've demonstrated where the source of the problem is, the only source of the problem in this thing. Okay, but you keep going on. It's an opinion. This has nothing to do with opinions. There's no problem where people are happy. If people are happy together and things are working smooth, that's not a problem. If you're going to consider that that's still a problem, okay, by not approving of it, you're still considering that there is a problem there. Wrongly, erroneously, because there isn't a problem there. Do you see? So you're thinking.
Yeah, and I disagree. I'm saying there still is.
This has nothing to do with disagreement. We've demonstrated where the problem is.
Hold on. Savannah, talk to me. Talk to me. Me and you. PP, right. Give me a moment. So Savannah, talk to me. What is the disagreement? So you disagree with what? That the parents are the problem in this case, or what?
No, I mean, I think the parents can be a problem in how they approach it. So, as I said, a reasonable parent will let their view be known, caution against it because that's what they think, and that as a parent they should be advising their child that even though it's a 19-year-old, they're still their child. But so I don't think the parents are the problem. What I'm saying is
the problem is on the parents, though.
No, I think what do you mean the problem's on the
So
parents?
Savannah, if the relationship, hang on, let me hold on a second. First Church of the Ascended. Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Hey.
Awesome. Just mute yourself for the moment, please.
Hey, dude, how's it going?
Hello. Okay, I'll mute him. Anyway, so Savannah, so basically, let me put it like this. The father, to make it simple, let's just say the father, right? Let's leave the mother out of this. So the father has a daughter who's 19, dating a 40-year-old, in a relationship with a 40-year-old man. And like I said, so in the relationship is going well. Everything, it's a healthy, great relationship, and both parties are happy. However, the father still disapproves of the relationship despite the relationship going well. What I'm saying is, if the father is disapproving of the relationship, even though the relationship is healthy and happy and nothing's going wrong, no creepiness, whatever, then the problem is on him. The problem is with him. So do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree that the problem is with him.
Okay, and why do you disagree with that?
Because as I said from the very beginning, I think fundamentally, essentially someone who's not really a fully formed adult with someone who is old enough to be their father, it's the very makeup of the relationship is exploitative in nature. So I understand, or there's an imbalance of power, and I think it's concerning that someone of that age would be interested in someone that young.
But Savannah, let me remind you.
No, but hold on. I appreciate you said that they're happy. There's no perversion happening. I appreciate
healthy
that.
relationship, no creepiness.
Yeah,
it's
happy,
going well.
healthy. It's going well. So I understand that, and I'm acknowledging that. Even when that's the case, I still think fundamentally that a person that young, especially when they're not even at least 25 odd, has no business with someone that age. So even if they're happy, because people can be happy in all sorts of relationships, and it could be quote unquote healthy, but does it mean it's okay? Does it mean it's wrong, or does it mean it's not wrong? So I think that even in a relationship where...
So Savannah, so just so I'm clear, so basically your stance is that, and correct me if, let me know if this is what you think. So your belief is that it's wrong for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman. Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is where I fundamentally disagree. That even if it transpires that she's happy and he's not a creep, I just think that it isn't right for the reasons I've outlined already.
I'm getting it now. I'm getting where you're coming from. Basically, despite the relationship being healthy, the reason why you would disapprove of the relationship if you were the parent is simply because you think, a 40-year-old man being with a 19-year-old woman, you think that's wrong.
That's fundamentally wrong.
You think it's immoral, basically. Oh, excuse me.
But why is it
whatever word you want to use, that's it basically. But what I would say is, on the disapproval point, as I was trying to explain, even if you that's always going to be the view you hold as the father, for example, that doesn't mean that you can't, because once you've expressed that, you've told her how you feel, your daughter how you feel, but obviously she's over 18, she's allowed to make her own decisions. And then from that point forward is how you approach it. So you don't have to keep bringing it up all the time. You have to, you've made it clear you want us to have a relationship with your daughter, and that means by extension you're going to have a relationship with that 40-year-old man who one day may be your son-in-law. So I think going forward, you always have it in your mind that you fundamentally disagree with that. But over time, I guess, you'll see that they're happy and healthy. He's not a creep. That's still fine. You can acknowledge that. You can even literally look at them and acknowledge that he's not a creep. But you might still fundamentally think it's just wrong, period, for someone that young to
So
be with someone
so
that
you're
old,
speaking.
that age.
So you're not. So
But
you.
you
So
can come
rather.
to be cool with them and everything.
Okay. So basically, you're speaking from a moral standpoint, and you're disregarding the lawful standpoint. Correct?
Say that again.
So when you say so hypothetically, if you're the parent in this situation, right, and your
Yeah.
19-year-old daughter is in a relationship with a 40-year-old man, the only reason why, not necessarily the only, but the reason why you would disapprove of it is because you think it's wrong. So you're thinking from a moral standpoint and disregarding the lawful standpoint, right? So you think it's wrong
Well, because the
regardless of the law.
lawful wouldn't apply here, because if she's 19, then there is no law to consider. Because
No,
she's
what
an
I'm
adult,
saying is,
isn't
okay, if she's 19, she's considered a legal adult, right?
Mhm.
Right, but you would still disapprove of it, so that means you're disregarding the law, as you still think it's wrong for your 19-year-old daughter to be with a
Yeah,
40-year-old
but
man.
my issue with the
From a,
phrasing, because there's no need to disregard the law. The law doesn't even come into play here because she's an adult,
yeah.
period. So we don't even talk about disregarding any law. It doesn't even come into play.
So
The issue is
if,
how we know that some things can be legal and still not be right. We all know this. We know there's tons of
so
things
that's
that are
why.
legal
So
but
what
not
I'm trying to
moral
figure out
for
is,
different
so
social,
when you
developmental
look,
reasons, etc.
so when you disapprove of this type of relationship between a 19-year-old woman and a 40-year-old man, as the hypothetical mother, you disapprove of it, right? Because you think it's wrong. And what is the reason you think it's wrong? Because she's not a fully developed adult?
There's that. There's the fact that there's the power dynamic. There's just a simple reality that a guy that old is going to have way more experience. He probably has more money. Even if he doesn't, he just has. He's lived more. He's experienced various different dynamics of relationships. Now look at us now. I reckon from what people have said, people on the stream so far, I don't think anyone's younger than maybe late 20s, from what I gather. I want to hazard a bet and say we've all been in some kind of relationship, right? Now tell me just one of us who can say that they're the same. Like how they were after their first relationship ended is how they were after their subsequent relationships. So, let me rephrase that. So we can all identify that how we approached our first relationships is markedly different to how we approach our subsequent relationships, because we've experienced life. We've experienced the various dynamics, the various ways in which people can behave, maybe even coercive control, which is very subtle. So many people don't pick up on coercive control until after they've left that abusive relationship. And all these things come with experience. So I can tell you that the very first boy I dated as a teenager, that versus the guy I dated in my, early 20s versus, relationships later on, it's a whole different thing. It's a whole different experience. And so when you're that young, you've not really had that chance. And on top of that, you're dating someone who's clearly most likely done that, may have even been married, may even have kids. But even if he doesn't, the point is he's much older. He's experienced work life. He knows the workings of the world way more in a practical way than you just haven't at that age. So I think even though this is an example of even though something's legal, you can see the various I guess moral and possibly I guess ethical reasons as to why people may disapprove. And I think it's very rational to disapprove on the face of it. Now, as I said, over time, if you want to still keep a relationship with your daughter, you're going to have to accept she's an adult. So with time, you perhaps will be in his company more, and you'll come to see he's fine. But then ultimately, you might still hold that view that fundamentally, for the reasons I've outlined, it's still not a balanced relationship. But one thing I want to say to you.
Let me quickly ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question. What do you think? I don't know if I've asked you this before, but what do you think the age of consent should be?
What do you mean, age of consent for what?
For sex.
So this is an interesting question, actually, because my thing is, I think that the current age of consent in the UK is 16.
16,
and that's I believe the age of consent in many countries. 16. So here's my thing about the age of consent. I think there should be an age of consent. I think that 16 is a good age to leave it at, and the reason I say that is because some teenagers are having sex way before then with other teenagers. Let's ignore.
Sorry, did you say there should or shouldn't be an age of consent?
I think there should be. I think there should be an age of consent.
Okay.
But and I'm happy. My answer is I'm happy for it to stay at 16, and the reason for that is as follows. we all know that teenagers are having sex way before 16 in many cases. And when I say having sex, I mean with other teenagers, not with abusive adults, molesters. I'm talking about teenagers with other teenagers, right? So even though the age of consent is 16, there are loads of teenagers in the UK and the world over who've had sex with other teenagers at 14, 13 even. So whether the point I'm making is whether an age of consent exists or not, teenagers are going to be fucking other teenagers. Like, it's going to happen. But I think that
it's
having
going to
that
happen
16, it's
nonetheless.
going to happen regardless, literally. Like, I remember at school, it's happening all around me. And so, like, but I think it's still important to have that benchmark for other reasons. So, for example, it protects the teenager from older people that might want to exploit them. So this is why, generally speaking, in the UK, you know, if two teenagers who are underage have sex with each other, no one's going to say, like, there's no criminal consequences for that because they're both, you know, under 16, so whatever. Whereas if someone who's under 16 has sex with someone who's over 16, then there's, you know, all manner of consequences. So I think, to answer your question, I think there should be an age of consent. I'm not prescriptive as to what it is, but my answer is that I think the current age of consent of 16, yeah, it should remain. There should always be one, and I think 16 is as best it's going to get, is my point, because either way, teenagers are going to be fucking 16, 13, whenever. So, but I think it's good to have that to protect them in other ways from, you know, older people who may want to exploit. So, but
so you don't have an exact age of consent as to you don't have an answer as to what the age of consent should be. However,
my answer is that 16 should just stay. My answer is that 16 should just stay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, however, you believe that for now, you know, the age of consent being 16, you believe that it should remain for now.
Yeah, it should remain.
Okay.
I mean,
and you also believe that it shouldn't be any lower. Is that correct?
No, because if they make it any lower, then that gets into shaky territory, because then it leaves them more open to be
correct
exploited.
that you believe it shouldn't be any lower. That's correct, right? That's what you believe.
I
You believe it shouldn't be
lower.
any lower. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So it should remain 16. Cool. So let me go to First Church of the Ascended. Hey, man. Let me unmute him.
Hey, sorry, before you do that, sorry to be rude. Sorry, apologies. The thought provoker, I don't know if you want to change course with First Church, but there's just something I want to highlight, and it kind of leads on to what we've been talking about. You mentioned this whole point about healthy, happy with the 40-year-old, and I take issue, and I raised this earlier in the live stream, with the word healthy, and I guess I fundamentally disagree with that word, because I suppose I could agree with the happy. I can say, okay, maybe they're happy, and maybe he's not.
When I say healthy, I mean it's not abusive. And go on.
But this is my point. This comes back to my original point, that the age dynamics. I think you can make the point that, on the basis of what I've said, it by default is low-key abusive. I'm not saying he's abusive. Let's not get confused. I'm not saying he's abusive. I'm simply saying the mere fact that she's 19, that in itself is in a way a form of control. So this is why I even take issue with the word healthy being used, but I'll just leave it at that. That's all I want to add there.
Okay. So you think that the dynamic of a 19-year-old and a 19-year-old woman and a 40-year-old man in a relationship, you think by default it's basically, you're saying it's automatically abusive?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying automatically abusive. I'm simply, as I've outlined already, there's automatically a power dynamic, a power imbalance for all the things outlined before. So what I'm saying is that the word healthy, I think because you said, when I asked you about healthy, you said, oh, you know, just it's not abusive, blah, blah, blah. And I said that can be one element to it. I'm not saying he's being abusive. I'm just simply saying the mere fact, because if you listen to what I'm saying, my whole point is that she's way younger. She's not lived long enough. He's much more experienced. He's fully developed, etc., blah, blah, blah. So that in itself, that out the gate shows you that there's an imbalance somewhere. So the word healthy, my point is that you said healthy means, okay, not abusive, all that kind of stuff.
Not abusive, my point is, good communication, treating each other well. No.
So the good communication bit, that can stand. They could treat each other well. So that's good. But then I think I wouldn't go as far as to say it's abusive as such. But my point is that you can make the case that the fact that there is that power imbalance in most cases where with such an age range or age gap, that by default the older person, especially when the younger person is below 25, that by default there is an automatic form of a power imbalance. So I'm not saying it's
Okay.
necessarily abusive, but
Okay.
so this is why I take issue with the word healthy, because I think by default it isn't balanced, and therefore that whole, yeah, I wouldn't say it's entirely healthy on that basis.
Okay.
But I guess
All
that
right.
again speaks to the disagreement we have with regards to that fundamental issue.
Okay. I will definitely take that into consideration. All right. Cool. I mean, there being an imbalance. Yeah. Okay. I'll definitely think about that. Simply because he's older, right? Like 40 versus her being 19. That's why you think there's a imbalance, right?
Well, generally, I mean, I'm interested to know what you think, because you quizzed me
Well,
quite a
would
bit
you
on.
say that?
But it's
Okay,
like,
just
honestly though, you can really tell me that someone who's
Savannah.
19.
No, I'm not here to. I'm not here to disagree. I'm just. I want confirmation. I want clarification. So, would you say that there's a power imbalance if it were a 40-year-old woman and a 19-year-old man?
Absolutely, it doesn't
Okay,
change
just
just because
checking.
of gender. No,
Okay. All right.
absolutely.
Cool. All right. Cool. Cool. First Church of the Ascended. Hey, man.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm chill. Yourself?
Yeah, what time is it?
Where I am, 4:42 a.m.
Oh, damn. It's like
Yeah.
2 p.m., almost 2 p.m. here.
2 p.m. over
I'm
there.
late to the party.
Oh, okay. All right. No, you can join anytime. Anyway, you were asking. Yeah. So, do you have any thoughts, or was there something you wanted to say to Savannah?
I was just gonna say, like, I don't think you can protect people from doing the wrong choices. They kind of have to learn for themselves, in my opinion. Like, you know, it's absolutely, I see the point. The 40-year-old guy, he lived. He knows life will be a lot better than someone who's 19. But you know, at the same time, like, some girls would be into that, in my opinion. Like, maybe he does have money. Like, I met a girl those years ago, like, who was 20 something, and she was dating this 40-year-old guy, and he was like a tattoo artist. You know, like, I think she thought it was cool. You know what I mean? Like, the guys that are 19 at her age, maybe they can't provide that like level of excitement.
Wait, hold on. First of all, First Church of the Ascended, could you get closer to your mic, please?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that better?
Are you closer to your mic?
Yeah.
Okay, I can. There's a lot of background, like, noise. I don't know. Are you wearing a headset or something?
So I have a headset and I have a microphone. Maybe my settings are wrong.
Do you mind taking off your headset and just using your phone?
I'm watching off the laptop.
Oh, so you're using a laptop.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear? Okay, guys. Savannah and Shifted. Is it just me, or can you hear like that background noise on his end? Like it's not silent. It's just
It's like a breezy kind of
yeah,
sound.
like a breeze. Yeah. Can you hear it, Shifted?
He's hard to hear. Yeah.
No. But I'm saying, can you hear the breeze in his background?
No, it sounds like he's far away from his mic. So it sounds like to me.
Okay, but I'm saying, like, if I were to mute him right now, right? For example, he is literally silent.
Okay.
But notice how me and you, we're not muted, but it's silence in our background. But when I unmute him, there's no silence in his background. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You hearing that sound in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah. So First Church of the Ascended, do you know why you have that sound in your background?
No, this is my first time even doing a call like this.
I see.
It's a game in microphone. Like, it's supposed to be pretty good.
Okay, I tell you what. Do you have a phone by any chance?
Yeah.
If you have a phone, I tell you what. Do me a favor, if possible. Just try and log into your phone and maybe come back. So leave and then go and log in your phone and then come back if you want, or you can just stay in the live chat. That's also up to you. It's up to you, because this won't be able to work, unfortunately, not with this audio. Respectfully. In the meantime.
Oh,
Oh wait. What did you say?
I think I know what the problem is.
Okay, but either way, for now, I'll just move you to the back, and you sort out the problem and then let me know.
Like this?
Oh, come on. Hold on. Let me add him back. Hello.
Hey, is it better like this?
Yeah, it's better like this. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, man. So in the mic setting on my computer, it was streaming off the laptop. I think now it's streaming off the mic.
Okay, cool. Well, it's better now. Anyway, you can continue. So I think you were talking to Savannah earlier.
Or even like this.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, your audio is much better. Yeah. So yeah, you were talking to Savannah.
Anyway, like the point is like I think a guy that's 40, he can provide things that someone who's younger that can't. Maybe that's the appeal. Like you said, he could have money. They could go on the trip. A guy who is 19, he doesn't have a cent to his name.
Yeah, but that very money is what he can use to exploit that 19-year-old. This is one of the factors that an older person can use.
You get exploited anyway. You get exploited anyway when you do dating. Like I got burned so many times. It's not even funny.
That's true, but at least you're somewhat on a more equal playing field if you date a fellow 19-year-old, or maybe even a 23-year-old as a 19-year-old.
But I don't think it's an equal plane, because like women have higher SMV than a guy, so they have way more options. They have higher sexual market value, so it's not even an equal playing field if it's 19 dating a 19-year-old.
Well, but then a male can have sexual appeal. There are many very attractive men out there who their girl might be hot, but he's hot too, and he slings his dick left, right, and center, cheats on her left, right, center.
Most average guys, they don't have that sort of power.
But then doesn't mean that they can't still leverage something over her. Maybe they may have something else.
That's why they grow. That's why they grow old. They get money, and then that raises their sexual market value. That's why all the guys date, younger women.
Right, because they have, for example, more money, which they know can attract younger women. Okay. But then again, that's still exploitative in the sense that, I mean, I guess they're both using each other. He's using her for her youth, her body. She's using him for his money, or she's attracted to him because he provides financial security. Then perhaps her younger males can't provide.
Otherwise,
does that mean? But does that take away from the fact that she is still? She's still the one who's most vulnerable in that situation, based on what I said earlier about the fact that she still doesn't have the world experience. She ultimately doesn't have the money. So even though she can perhaps use her body, but that only goes so far because he has the money, he's got the age on her, he's got more experience, and he's got the money. So he could easily just use her for a bit, move on to the next.
They're both doing what they want.
19-year-old. Which is exactly what happens. These young girls get used up and pushed aside, and he's still got all this money. He's still this 40-year-old with all this money. He'll just move on to the next 19-year-old and the next one and the next one. So
yeah, but the alternative is like she could be dating a 19-year-old Chad, someone like you said, someone attractive her age, and he'll just use her up and move on into the next girl. Right. Because these Chads just play. Yeah, they just play. They're players.
Right, exactly. This is the thing. You're right. Relationships can be bad, no matter the age range, no matter the age you date. But I think if we're speaking specifically to the issue of the 19-year-old dating someone who's 40 odd, that's a different dynamic than a 19-year-old dating a 19-year-old Chad or whoever.
No, but because the Chad's gonna use her up and leave.
All right, hold on. So TP and First Church, are you guys? Let me get this straight so I can move on with my life. you guys are okay with a 40-year-old dating a 19-year-old? Is that correct?
Well, I'm dating a 43-year-old. I'm 28.
So shifted.
Does that really answer
Okay.
the question? I mean, I mean, First Church is. I mean, specifically to the question
I'm
of.
not against age gap relationships.
So you're okay with a 19-year-old girl dating a 40-year-old man? Is that what you're telling me?
If she wants to do it, sure. As long as she doesn't get pregnant, because that's when the problems begin.
Okay, so you're okay with it. Got it. TP, are you okay with it?
Am I okay with it? What, with a 19-year-old woman going out with a 40-year-old man?
Are you okay with it?
To be honest, I'm indifferent. That's my answer. I mean, like, if a 19-year-old woman comes up to me and says, "Hey, I'm in a relationship with this 40-year-old man," right, and they're happy and whatever, I'm just gonna say okay. I'm not gonna tell them, "No, you can't be in this relationship because of the age gap." No, I'm gonna be like, if it's working out for you and you're both adults, then do you. That's what I'm gonna say.
So
what can I say to them, Shifted? No, genuine.
Right.
What? No, genuine question. What can I say to them?
No, well, I'm asking your, like, do you agree? So
I neither agree nor disagree with it. I just believe, okay, it's a 40-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman. They're in a relationship, and the way I see it is, okay, as long as it works for them, as long as they're happy and healthy.
So you're okay with it?
I mean, if you consider that being okay with it, okay.
That's what you just described, brother.
I mean, I'm saying that, I'm indifferent. No, but I'm indifferent. Like, I'm not.
That's why it's funny.
Yeah, I'm just indifferent. Like, if you come up to me and say, "Hey, I'm a 19-year-old woman going out with a 40-year-old man," I'm gonna be like, "Okay, do what works for you."
So you don't have
Why
don't have a personal opinion on the matter? You're just indifferent to it, like.
Yeah,
So does it really work for her? Really?
If I said if it works for her, if it depends on the relationship, Savannah, to answer your question. What is the expectation for me to say no?
This is what I'm struggling with. I don't think it ever really works for her, even if she's so-called happy. And this is I guess it comes back to my point that.
Hold on. Can I just
wait? Both of you, hold on. To answer Shifted's question, yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying I'm okay with it, but I'm not saying I'm not okay with it either. I'm just like, okay, it's working for you. We can we can only go off legality, and they're both legal adults. So, and the relationship is working out for them. Then, all I can say is do you.
No, noted. But I'm asking for your personal opinion.
That is my personal opinion. If it's working out, my personal opinion is this: if a 19-year-old woman and a 40-year-old man are in a relationship, they're both legal adults, and it's working out for them, then I say I'll tell them, do you.
So
that's my personal opinion.
So you wouldn't, if it was your daughter, you wouldn't stop the relationship.
Okay, so now this is different. So if I had a 19-year-old daughter and a 40-year-old man was in a relationship
wanting
her,
to have sex with your daughter, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, if they're in a relationship, likely they're gonna want to have sex with each other.
Right. So you're okay with that?
If they're both legal adults and the relationship is going well, right? That's assuming the relationship is going well. It's not problematic, right? I'm trying to answer your question, but I need to know because if it's not gonna go well, then I'm gonna disapprove of it.
I'm just talking about, generally speaking, that dynamic you're okay with, even if it's going bad or good. So if it's going good, you're okay with it. If it's going bad, you're not okay with it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I'm okay with it as long as the relationship is healthy.
So
as long as she's happy and the man is happy, then Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so you're okay with a 19-year-old girl dating a
Oh,
40-year-old
wait,
man?
wait. Now you said girl intentionally. What was the reason? Is she a woman or a girl? Which one?
A female, dude.
Yeah,
You
but
know, we say girl for 19-year-olds. We say We say girl for pretty
no,
much
no,
up to
no.
about
Because
22.
initially we were saying women, but now he said no, no. But in Shifted's case, it's almost like he intentionally said girl to make it sound a particular way. But go on.
No, a 19-year-old female dating a 40-year-old male. You'd be okay with it if it's healthy according to what your standards are for healthy.
Yeah, I would be. I'm not saying I'm gonna be cheering it on like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, if it's working out for you two, if you're both happy, then yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Got it.
Does that answer your question?
Yep, it does, brother. You and Perpetual seem to have the same point of view. So
okay, but Shifted. I hope you're not getting any wrong ideas of, I would like if I were a 40-year-old man, would I specifically seek out a 19 or 18? No.
Why wouldn't you?
Okay, putting him on the spot.
Okay. Hold on. You said you wouldn't. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I? Because I prefer women my own age.
But if you preferred women that were younger, you'd be okay with it?
Hold on a second. Shifted. To be honest, can I be honest with you? I'm indifferent. Ultimately, I'm really indifferent. If a woman, a 19-year-old woman, is going out with a 40-year-old man, I am completely indifferent. Well, is there an expected answer? Tell me, what's the expected answer?
No, well, I'm asking you, like, if you were a 40-year-old man, would you go after a 19-year-old female?
Personally, I would not.
Why wouldn't you?
Not interested. I want to go out with a woman my age, personally.
So only because you're not interested, but morally you think it's still okay to do that.
I don't. What do I think it's morally? I don't have an answer for that. Like whether it's morally okay or not.
Well, Perpetual had an answer to that. Do you agree with him?
What was his?
He said
I don't remember him saying whether it was morally okay or not morally okay.
His argument was that it's as long as they're happy that it's okay. Basically, is what he was saying.
Yeah, and they're both legal, consenting adults.
Do you agree with that?
Do you?
No, I'm asking you.
No. This time I'm asking you. Do you agree with that? If they're two legal consent, okay.
No,
okay.
I already made that clear. I'm asking you. What do you think?
I'm indifferent. But you won't accept my answer.
Would you bash him? Like if you saw him in the street Shifted, would you be like, "Oi"?
What do you think, First Church?
A young lady, would you bash the guy?
Well, what do you think? Would you date if you're 40 years old? Would you date a 19-year-old girl?
No, because they're fucking basket cases. They're crazy.
Okay, but like, what if you met a girl that like was not a basket case and they were just like, you guys got along and all that, but she's 19 and you're 40? Would you still date her?
But it's exactly right. She's 19. She's
okay. Well, that's been my whole point from the
crazy,
start.
Man.
Okay, yeah. So you wouldn't even look for a 19-year-old, right?
I've dated girls that are 19 when I was like 21, and fucking hell.
You're 21, but I'm talking. Right, but I'm talking. Right, if you're 40 though, we're talking about if you're 40.
Yeah, well, makes no difference. Like if you're 40 or 21, dating a 19-year-old, it's just not worth it.
No, I'm not talking about like.
they're too unstable.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, morally, would you be okay with dating a 19-year-old while you're 40, even regardless whether you get along or not? I'm saying, would you morally be okay with it?
I think it's dumb, but if you want to go for it, do it.
Why? So you think it's dumb? So okay, so you don't think it's morally wrong? You just think it's dumb.
As a guy, I think it would be pretty stupid. Like, you do want to get cheated on,
but you're okay with another guy doing it.
If he wants to go for it, I'm not police.
So you don't think it's wrong?
Is it objectively wrong, Shifted? I'm
asking First Church what he thinks.
I don't give a fuck personally. Like, you go for it.
So you're okay with it? Like if
Yeah.
You have no.
What
You
do
have
you,
no
wait,
issue with it?
shifted. Just so
Okay.
we're clear, when you ask if he's okay with it, are you implying as if it's something he would encourage?
I'm just asking if it's something that he would disagree with.
No, but I'm asking
I
if
think
you are
it's
implying.
stupid to do that.
Is your question implying that him being okay with it would therefore mean that
Morally,
it's something he
morally.
would? No. I'm saying, is there an implication in your question that him being okay with it means that he would encourage it?
If he's
Because there's
okay
a
with it,
difference.
well, okay. So you're okay with it.
Hey,
that
I'm
means-
not okay with any of it. I think the whole world is immoral. I'm not okay with
Okay.
anything here.
Okay, so TP just asked it if you're okay with it.
No,
and
you asked that.
encourage- Okay, no, but you asked me.
I
if
was
he-
asking for your what your implication was.
I'm
your
asking. Okay, the first question: are you okay with it? I'm not asking if you encourage it. That's a different question. The first question is: are you okay with it?
The answer is it's not my fight.
But like, would you disagree with it, or would you be like
I'll
indifference?
be
Is,
indifferent.
you can't be indifferent, dude.
Like,
Why?
Why?
Whoa! Stop! Why can't either of us be indifferent?
Indifference doesn't accomplish anything, dude. If you're indifferent,
That's
that means
irrelevant. Like, okay, no, but here's the thing: is it objectively wrong? Shifted. Answer that. Is it objectively wrong? Like,
yeah,
factually,
I believe it
objectively.
is. Yeah.
Okay, you think so? Shifted. You think it's factually, objectively wrong for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman?
This conversation is moot because like I can say that.
No,
but,
I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, I do think it's wrong. Objectively, I think it's completely wrong, and I don't think it should be a thing. But it's not going to affect you guys. Don't think the same way, so that you can be like, okay, he thinks
No,
it's
but
wrong.
hold on. I
He's a
think you're in
Christian.
a rush.
oh, that's
I think
my
you're in a rush.
ask.
Hold
Would
on.
you go and fucking
Slow down.
attack this guy?
Shifted. Oh no, hold on. First Church, hold on. I wanna try to understand Shifted. Shifted. What is the expectation? Because here's the thing. If I see a 40-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman in a relationship, like, I don't know these people, but if I just happen to know, oh, this man is 40 and the woman is 19, what do you have an expectation of how I should respond to the couple? If so, what is the expectation? Just so I understand.
I would think that if you were a moral man who would recognize that that's really not something that should happen. I mean, okay, so TP, what are we talking about here? Like, we're talking morally. Okay, so are your morals the same as mine? I don't know. What are your morals?
We're asking you
It's
how
funny
would you
you talk-
react.
Okay.
How would you react to a guy? You met a guy in Australia.
I
he's
wouldn't
40,
like
he's
it.
Walking
I
down
wouldn't
with
like
a
it.
19-year-old.
No, that's fine.
But you wouldn't go out
like
of
it.
your way to stop him. would
Yeah.
you?
Would you
Well,
go
I'm
out?
not going
Would
to
you
stalk a
confront them?
stranger. No.
Right. So this is how we feel.
Well, so it's
Well,
been indifferent.
But I would
Yeah.
say I don't agree with it because I think it's not the correct way to go about. I think that person who's 40 should find somebody closer to their age.
I
Not
would personally do the same. Like, if I would prefer to go out with someone my age. That's me personally. But
And
the thing
yeah,
is, as far as two strangers, where one is a 40-year-old man and the other is a 19-year-old woman, I'm not gonna confront them and be like, "Hey, this is wrong." I'm not going to confront them.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if they were to ask me about it, I would tell them like, I don't really agree with that. I'm not going to make them feel like shit about it. No, I'm not going to scold them about it. But if they ask me how I feel about it, I'm going to say, I don't really think that's the right option for you, to be honest, for both parties, not just the teenager, but also the adult. I'll be like, dude, you should meet somebody more closer to your age who can relate to you better and not a 19-year-old teenager, dude. And I tell a teenager, like, dude, you have your whole life ahead of you. Why don't you look for dudes that are more in your age group so you can relate to them better? And it's just why is this even a conversation? Like, why don't we?
Because age of consent differs from country to country. So I
Right.
made this live stream so that we can all come to an agreement of what the age of consent should be worldwide.
Right. And yeah, so that's fine.
But if that's their will, that's what they both want to do. You're going against their will. You're
Okay, so
saying
somebody
they can't do something.
Don't take
Okay.
it extreme, Shifted. Don't take it to the extreme, because I know that's not what First Church is implying. Just want to stop you there. I know for a fact, we all know for a fact, what you're about to say First church is not implying. But go on.
Well,
Like, we're not talking about 9-year-olds. We're not going to the extreme.
no, I
9-year-olds
wasn't
to-
going there. I
We're not
wasn't
going
going there.
Prophet Muhammad extreme. Nah.
No, I'm not Muhammad, dude. I'm a Christian.
We
bro.
know
I'm
you're
not
not.
gonna,
We know you're
I'm not gonna
We know
talk
you're
about Muhammad, bro.
That's fine.
like-
That's fine.
But what I'm saying is the will of somebody doesn't necessarily mean it's right. So like somebody can
I
will.
don't necessarily think that Christians are right, but I'll let you do your
Oh
thing.
God. Okay. All right.
But shifted. No. Here's
Never
the thing.
Never
Who
mind.
says, right? And I'm not here to defend big, this age gap relationship. Like, quite frankly, I'm indifferent. I mean, I swear to God, whether you believe me or not, I'm indifferent. What I'm trying to say is this. Who says that it is? You say it's morally wrong for a 40-year-old man
So
to be in a relationship. Wait. Hold on. You said you say it's morally wrong. That
yes, it is.
You say. Wait, let me finish. You say it's morally wrong for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman, correct?
Yes.
So I'm saying, who says? And I'm. This is a genuine question. Who,
Okay.
according to who decides that it is? Who decided that it was immoral for a 40-year-old man to go out with or be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman? Who
So
said
who
that?
who
I'm just
decided
asking.
that?
I'm not even being disingenuous. I'm just asking.
No,
I'm
so-
coming to an understanding.
Yeah,
Was it Christianity? Was it what?
So no. You said okay. Who said it's immoral for a 19-year-old to be a 40-year-old? Is that your question?
Who said it was immoral for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship
Okay.
with a 19-year-old woman? Yes. Who
Okay.
said that? Was
Who
it
said-
the Bible, the Quran? What?
Okay, no. My question is, who said it's immoral for a 14-year-old to be with a 30-year-old? Who said it's immoral?
Answer my question. Tell me.
No, answer
Tell-
my question.
No.
Didn't
That's
you
not how
say
it works.
that?
I asked
Didn't
you the
you
question.
say it was
dude. You
immoral?
answer my
So
question.
you're asking me for my morals, but I'm asking you about
No,
your
not your
morals.
morals. I'm saying this moral because you're saying it like it's a fact, like it's this objective,
Okay.
this objective fact. You know what I mean?
I-
So I'm trying
yeah.
to find out who said it.
Okay, so tell me who said it's immoral for a 14-year-old to be with a 30-year-old?
Shifted. If I'm the one who asked you first, then please answer my. In fact,
Dude.
answer both of them. Answer both of them. Answer
Okay,
both
but
of those questions.
Answer my question. I'll answer your question if you answer my question.
Or we can just end this conversation. Because I'm being
Hey,
genuine. I'm not trying to
didn't
play
they
with you.
date like 12-year-olds in the Bible
I'm
and
genuinely
shit?
curious. Like certain things that some people say, they may have gotten it from the Bible. Some people may have gotten it from this place or that place. I'm asking you where you got that from. I'm not saying this to be disingenuous. Who told you that it's or where did you get this information that it is immoral or morally wrong for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman?
I'm going from basic human experience that those two age groups probably shouldn't be in a romantic relationship together. I just think that it's not the right way to go about
Okay,
this.
so
Yeah.
when it comes to a 40-year-old man, what is the youngest age that you think is moral enough for him to date
Okay,
or be in a relationship with?
if it respectfully, can you answer my question? Who said
Okay.
it's immoral for a 14-year-old to not date a 30-year-old? Who said it's immoral?
I don't know.
Right? Okay. So why is it immoral though? Because I know TP, I know you don't agree with it, but tell me why don't you agree with it?
No, what? Why don't I agree with what?
Why shouldn't a 14-year-old be with a 30-year-old, but a 19-year-old can be with a 40-year-old? Why is it okay for that, but not the other one? Why do you believe that a 14-year-old should not be with a 30-year-old, but a 19-year-old can be with a 40-year-old?
When did I say that?
No, I'm asking you why
Yeah,
should
but but about the
14-year-old
14-year-old part.
Yeah, why?
Where did I even make that statement?
I'm
during this live stream?
I'm not saying you did. I'm asking you the same question you asked me. I'm asking you the same question. I'm just changing the age.
Okay.
Why shouldn't a 14-year-old be with a 30-year-old?
Why shouldn't? I have no answer.
Hey, can I cut in?
Yeah, you can cut in. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I
so-
wouldn't do it if I was a 30-year-old man. I would never date a teenager. That's
Hold
just
on.
me personally. I could never.
But where's that moral compass?
It's a question for a question for a Christian. There's a story in Genesis 19 about Lot and his two daughters after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot and his daughters fled to a cave after the city was destroyed, and both daughters slept with him. That's in the Bible.
Every time you guys go to a lot. That's fine. I'm
Is
just
that
used to it.
okay?
Every time somebody attacks Christians, they go to that. But all right, are you a Christian First Church or are you not?
X.
Okay, so you're coming at me with Genesis Lot. Okay, I've already heard this a million times, but go ahead, dude.
How is that okay?
Oh no,
I've
It's in
continue.
the
heard this
holy
argument.
book.
I've heard
It's in
this
the
argument
holy
a million
book.
times. Every time I make an argument, everybody deflects to that. It's like
What's the answer though to that?
Lot. God didn't say it. Lot said it, not God, dude. Lot said it, not God. Lot said it. Lot is not God.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
God's creation. It's
No,
possible
no,
inside
no.
of God's creation.
No. You can't go there. No. Lot has his own. See, that's what I'm saying. Like free will, brother. Like, anyways, it's fine, dude.
Oh, free will, exactly. So you're imposing your judgment upon other people's free will.
When it comes to
So
what?
if two people want to do what they want to do, it's their will, and you're basically saying they can't do that. That's going
Okay,
against
so
their will.
a 14-year-old can be with a 30-year-old then, right? If that's their will, it's okay.
It's not my will, is it?
Okay, so whose will is it? You don't. Obviously, you don't think
It's
it's okay.
their will. Their
Shifted.
So
will.
you're okay with
Shifted.
it.
There's a difference between being okay with
Oh,
something
my
and
God.
saying something is moral or immoral.
You
There's a
guys aren't
difference.
answering the question.
No,
You're
no,
not
no. You're
answering the
forcing.
question.
You're being forceful. Shifted. There's a difference between saying I'm, whether you're okay with something versus saying something is immoral. All right, they're not mutually exclusive.
I know, but who says it's immoral? And apparently, you
I'm
abide by
asking
that.
who says all of this is immoral. That's what I'm asking. So we're
That's
both
the- well,
asking the
that's-
same question. So
TP. Dude, you're 100% right, and that's what I'm asking you. Where does your morals come from?
What does that mean?
Where do your morals come from? Why do you think certain things shouldn't be and certain things should be? Where does that come from?
Give me an example.
Why shouldn't a kid have sex with an adult? Where does that come from?
Personally, so not everything's about morals. For me, I would think that's a bit odd. That's all.
Right.
It's odd. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
No,
It's
just the
fucked up.
image is odd. The image is odd.
Well, I mean, a kid having sex with an adult is morally wrong, correct?
You tell me, is it morally wrong?
And
When I
illegal.
was like in high school,
Yeah.
I had crushes
Well,
on
there
my
you go.
teachers,
There's
man.
your answer.
Well, I'm asking you though.
No, but Shifter, what are you trying to pull here?
I'm trying to figure out where your morals come from.
Okay, but can we not talk about like 14-year-olds and whatnot? Ask me a different question. Por favor.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to make it relevant.
Because I
to the
don't want the well to be poisoned here. You know what I mean? So
Okay,
let's come up with a different question.
Well, I mean, that was relevant to the
Well,
conversation.
no, because
but
you were
I
talking about
understand.
morals. You want to know where my morals come from. It doesn't have to be solely about having sex. So let's talk about morals. So ask me a different question that's morally related.
Well, morally, why shouldn't somebody go rob a bank and kill the teller?
Stealing is wrong.
Okay, who said it's wrong?
You tell me.
I can tell you. God
It's just
said
my
wrong.
opinion. It's just
But
my
you tell
opinion.
me.
I think it's wrong. It's just my
God
opinion.
created like the most fucked up universe possible. How can you take moral compass from God?
No, okay. God said you shouldn't steal, but I'm asking TP why he
God's
thinks
like
people shouldn't
God's
steal.
on the same level as a pedophile, man.
No, come on, dude. Hold on.
He created a world where all this fucked up shit is
Shifted.
possible.
I could say something is morally wrong, and someone could say, "Who told you that?" or "Where did I get this from?" I won't be able to answer them.
Right, because you have morals, but you don't recognize where
My
they come from.
yeah, we all have personal morals. Like
They come from God, dude.
You think they come from God? Okay.
The reason
So
TP,
that's your answer. It comes
because
from
you're
God.
TP, because you're a good person and you're not you have respect and you're a good person. You recognize that you should not go to your local bank and rob them, right? You shouldn't do that. Morally, you should do that. So what I'm
okay.
So what I'm saying
why
is
would
those
God-
morals came from somewhere, dude. They didn't just magically
why would
appear.
God create a place
your
where
head?
you can do moral
Okay,
things?
here we go. That's where it goes every time, dude. Every time. Why would
Can I
God
can I give a
Why would God do
clarification?
that?
I want to give a clarification to the audience in case, because people like to take shit out of context.
Yeah, that's true.
I am not, for anyone who's watching, all right, I'm just the host, and I'm completely indifferent to so I'm neither for nor against a 40-year-old man being with a 19-year-old woman, right? I'm neither for nor against. I'm literally I'm completely indifferent. Would I
So
personally do it? Would I personally go out with a 19-year-old if I was a 40-year-old man specifically? No, I personally wouldn't do it.
okay, so why wouldn't you?
I'm not interested in 19-year-olds.
So not because so okay, no, I understand you, and I'm with you. I'm
Yeah,
not
you're
either.
too young for me. Too young for me.
But
Like
if somebody else were to
different
do it,
stages.
you'd be. So what I'm
But
saying
if
is,
someone else,
yeah,
okay, and this is why I ask where you would draw the line. You know what I mean? Do you think it's immoral because you feel like a 19-year-old is too young? So this is why I would ask, where would you draw the line? 25?
what are we talking about? Like a consenting woman with a consenting
You
man?
think okay, well, whatever it is you're talking about, you think it's wrong for a 40-year-old man to be in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman. And
Yeah,
I believe you say that
absolutely.
because she's too young for the 40-year-old man. So I'm asking
Yeah.
you, what should the age what should be the youngest that a 40-year-old man should date
Oh
or
yeah,
be
I
in a
already told
relationship
you.
with?
Like
What
28, right?
okay,
28.
28. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I think at that point she's old enough to know what she's doing, and but still, even still, even I'm not gonna scold them for it, but I'm gonna say like even still, a man of that age, I'd be questioning why. Maybe 28. Okay, I can give him some slack there. Okay,
Okay, 28 is your cutoff point
I'll give
for a
him some slack.
40-year-old
Yeah,
man. All right,
but
cool.
even still though, I'd be like, you can't find somebody your own age, like,
Yeah,
but
that's fine. That's an
you
okay question to
yeah,
ask.
that'd be a question. I wouldn't
Listen,
scold him though. No.
You wouldn't throw stones at him, be like, why date someone your own age, you know? Anyway.
No, I wouldn't throw stones at him. No.
Okay, cool. Savannah. I wonder if she's sleeping.
Hey, I was literally about to head out as well, but yeah, you caught me.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
right.
Yeah, I'm all right. So from one Brit to another,
Mhm.
did you see the rally? No, I'm joking. No, that's off topic. Anyway, Savannah, my question is, when it comes to a 40-year-old man, what should be the youngest he should be allowed to date or be in a relationship with?
40-year-old male.
Yeah, 40-year-old male. 28?
I would agree with Shifted. I'd say 28 is probably
Cool.
the lowest to go. I wouldn't. Yeah, 28 is really. I think, to be honest, 30 even, but 28, I could look past that. I could look past 28, but yeah, I think 30 makes, and even then, but yeah, that's it generally, because at least then she's at an age where she's experienced enough.
Okay, so you both say that the youngest age a 40-year-old man should be allowed to date is 28. Youngest, nothing less. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's a 12-year difference. All right, cool.
I think generally speaking, I think when it comes to age gaps, I think any more than 10 years is a bit iffy at any range, if that makes sense. I think so. This is why I'm saying 28 is the absolute youngest, but I would even say 30 should be 32 even. But
okay,
my point is, I wouldn't comment on 28. I'll just be like, oh, do you know what, whatever. She's off the. But I just generally speaking, I think anything past 10 years, just I question how. Anyway. But
okay, but before you go, let me clarify. People, I wouldn't. There's a difference between being okay with something and encouraging. Would I encourage a 40-year-old man to go out with a 19-year-old woman? No, I wouldn't encourage it. I just want to make that clear. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, come on, everyone, let's date 19-year-olds. Like, no, I want to make that super clear. And if a 40-year-old man were to date a 19-year-old woman, I don't know what I would say. I would just be indifferent, because what can I say? You know, it's their relationship. I'm not going to throw stones at them or whatever. You know what I mean? Just want to put that out there. What would you do, Savannah, if you saw a 40-year-old man and, you know, a 19-year-old woman in a relationship? Would you, like, confront them, and, like, what would you do to them?
Oh no! Like, what if they're just random people on the street?
Yes,
People I
and
didn't know
you
personally?
knew that one was a 40-year-old man, the other one was a
Oh no! It
19-year-old.
wouldn't be
What
my
would you
place to
do?
say anything. It wouldn't be my place to
That's
say.
how I feel. I feel
Yeah,
like
it wouldn't be my
I
place to
I
say
wouldn't
anything.
confront them or anything. I would just mind my own
No.
business. Not because I'm co-signing it. It's just I can't say anything.
Especially if you don't know them at all. I think it's one thing if you know them somewhat, and
Mhm.
you know, and even then, I think you'd have to be at least on some kind of speaking terms with them in some kind of way, you know, to even go there. I think if she was 15, 16, then I would bloody say something, probably even if they were strangers, just because, I mean, you know, that's a whole nother dynamic, because that's not even adult yet. But I think but yeah, in any
Well,
event,
I can express if I think something is weird, but as certain things, you know, like this, you know, a 40-year-old man being with a 19-year-old woman, I feel as though I personally, and I'm only speaking for myself, I feel like I personally can't say whether it's right or wrong. I can only express if I find it weird or not. Do you know what I mean? There's a huge difference. Just because you find something weird doesn't mean it's necessarily right or wrong. Some things aren't necessarily right or wrong. Do you know what I mean? You can look at it and go, oh, this is weird, or oh, this is gross, or whatever. But that doesn't equal right or wrong. You follow me, Savannah?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think
Yeah.
it also depends on words as well, like how we
If it was
express our words.
objective, if there was an objective fact that it was wrong, then I would have no choice but to agree. You following me?
Interesting. So you'd have no, yeah. I mean, I think
Like if it was set in stone, like if it was an actual fact, like this is wrong, like objective fact, then I'm not gonna argue with it. I'll be like, yep, it's wrong, and I'll just go with it and be like, yep, this is wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Who would? Okay, but who would say it's wrong?
Yeah, I think I could still make that call when it comes to this. I think I can say that. I think I could say whether it's wrong.
Yeah, that's
and I don't
fine.
think that's too strong of a word to use personally. I see how some people might think it's too strong a word to use, but I think
I think a
probably could use that
40-year-old
word to
man, you know, be in a relationship with a 10-year-old, I would personally think that's wrong.
That's not even a case of personal. I think everyone would think that's wrong. Everyone certainly should.
Everyone in this world? Savannah, do you?
Well, let me not even go there, because there's certain
exactly.
people who, as we know,
who are
think
literally in jail
differently,
right
but
now. Yeah.
and,
Everyone, be careful, Savannah.
in certain cultures, for example, some certain backwards cultures still,
yeah,
you know,
religious cultures. Religious.
Well, but then it's not even. I don't want to attach religion to it necessarily, because it's not even. I mean, I guess
God
you
said so. Right. God said you could. God said you could do that.
I'm just going to say some. because the reason why I say that is because even with this whole religion thing, it's not always an agreed consensus across everyone in a particular religion. So even though people might associate a certain thing with one particular religion, right, it still may not be something that is a consensus with everyone, and you know, every sect and denomination within that particular religion. So I think it's because, and even sometimes this is where you get disagreements amongst, for example, Muslims. There's different types of Muslims. Some will say this, some will say no, that's not right, we don't practice this, and some observe the hadith more, some observe the Quran. You know, there's all the different disagreements. So, and some themselves would even say that it's cultural. It's like the whole headscarf thing. Some Muslims have said, "Oh no, it's a religious thing." Some have said, "No, it's more of a cultural thing because, you know, not all Muslim women wear it, right?" So this is why I feel like I prefer to, in terms of this context as well, I prefer to say it's more of a, I guess, cultural thing. Maybe that might not be the right word, but I personally would avoid using the word religion on this instance. But nonetheless, I think 40 and a 10-year-old, that's, you know, I think we can all agree that's not even up for discussion. But yeah, this has been an interesting conversation. It's interesting to hear people's views, and I think one thing I'm going to take away from this is that as with all these kind of discussions, debates, and discourse, it's interesting how something that might seem like a no-brainer to one person isn't so clear-cut to the next person. And it's interesting to hear the different nuances and views. So yeah, thanks guys, it's been cool to talk to you.
Oh yeah, thanks for coming
And
back.
also
Onto the
to
panel.
Reality, and also First Church of the Ascended, and Patsy and PP earlier. It was cool to chat with you as well.
Absolutely,
So I'll be heading
absolutely.
out now.
Oh yeah, before you go, I just want to say,
Alright.
in the future, in my future live stream, because I didn't get to talk about marriage and prenups and whatnot, so we'll do that in the future live stream, and hopefully you can come on the live and we can talk about
Oh,
prenups.
okay. I
and
see that's in the
alimony.
title as well.
Yeah, I'll change the title after this is done, but yeah,
Right.
for the future live stream, it would be great to have you on.
Okay, yeah, sure. No,
alimony
it's
and
pretty
whatnot.
cool.
Okay. Yeah, man. So take care, Savannah, and all the best.
All right. Bye, guys.
All the
Bye.
best. See ya.
Bye, Savannah. Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So yeah, shifted. My position is when it comes to right and wrong, I'm very careful with what I consider to be right or wrong. Like I can say whether something is weird or it's gross and whatnot, but certain things, it's like, okay, when it comes to God's existence, right? I could be like, God exists, he exists, and then someone will say, prove it. At that point, I don't know how to respond. Like, well, shit.
I know
How
how
do
to
I prove it?
respond.
Like, how
I can
would I
prove it.
respond to that? I don't know.
I can prove it.
I'll be right back. Let me use the toilet, but then I'll come back. You guys can chat amongst yourselves.
Okay. Cool, TP.
All right,
No
man.
problem.
I can prove it. I can prove that they exist. There's spirits. You have to look into near-death experience, and if you really want to prove it to yourself, you have to take psychedelics. That way, you can literally connect to these higher states of consciousness where the spirits do exist.
So, First Church, I imagine you're not Christian, right?
Ex-Christian.
What made you leave?
Well, I could just see the basically gaslighting you into thinking the world is what it is because you're a sinner. But the whole mechanism of this place, why it's so fucked up, is because we're trapped in human bodies, which, cause pain and suffering. And I didn't create these bodies. God created these bodies.
But you just say you don't believe in God.
I believe in God, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm confused. So you believe in God, but you're not Christian. So what are you?
I would say maybe a Gnostic.
So you believe there might be a God?
I know there is a God, 100%.
I don't know if that's agnostic, right? Isn't that something else?
No, not Gnostic.
Oh, I
Not
thought you said
agnostic,
agnostic.
Gnostic.
I'm sorry. You
No,
said
not
Gnostic.
Gnostic.
Oh, okay. I got you. Gnostic. Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
But not Gnostic Christian, just Gnostic. I'm aware that there are spirits and someone did in fact create this place. Like, I'm on board with that whole
Right.
thing. I think it's
yeah.
a simulation, to be precise. Like
Really? Why do you think that?
Well, because everything is like a holographic illusion. That's where I'm coming in with, psychedelics. You can literally take psychedelics and it'll be blasted into other dimensions that are, generated accordingly to your belief system. So you could, for instance, believe in Jesus. It's possible that you smoke DMT or take magic mushrooms and you would see Jesus.
Yeah, but Jesus never said to smoke DMT, dude.
Hey?
Jesus never said to smoke DMT to see him.
Well, I smoke heaps of it.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'm just telling you, Jesus never said to do that, to know him. He said to know me, accept my sacrifice on the cross, and know me, get to know me as your heavenly Father. That's all he wants.
Yeah, but I don't care. I don't care what the church says. I want to find out for myself, and this is the only way to find out.
I don't think drugs are the way, brother.
Well, it's the way to break out of the reality.
Yeah, but what reality are you going into?
Going into the place where these spirits exist.
Yeah, but what makes you think they're all good spirits?
They're not.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly
I'm back,
right.
but
Exactly right.
That's what I'm saying. You're going into the spiritual realm with
Yeah,
spirits
and
that
it makes perfect sense why these spirits are evil and the creation is evil. It's because evil spirits created the place like this.
It's nothing to do with the creation. If you're opening yourself up by taking drugs, you're opening yourself up to the demonic realm. Drugs aren't good.
I'm already in the demonic realm.
What do you mean?
This place is the demonic realm.
What place?
Earth.
Earth is a demonic realm?
Yeah.
Why is Earth a demonic realm?
Because of all the pain and suffering going on here.
So so you're saying Earth is
Don't forget rape and torture, but anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. It makes sense why it's a demonic place and there's demons outside of it. Clearly, because if I was a good god, I wouldn't have demons freely roaming around everywhere. But it makes me believe that because these demons are out there in the free, it makes sense that they roll together with this god who created it.
No, okay, let me ask you a question. Would you choose these demonic entities that cause us humans to do really wicked stuff? And furthermore, humans make their own decisions. So you can't blame God for another human being doing something wicked to another human being on their own accord. Nobody's forcing them to do that. But I'm saying if you were first church, if you're given the option between the demonic realm or God who just wants to
hold on. This God created a place where you can do evil things onto other beings here.
How would he know if you truly loved him if he didn't give you free will?
Where's the free will? Like my will is not to go to work tomorrow, but I have to.
So you're blaming God because you have to go to work?
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
Really, dude?
As a spirit, I wouldn't have to be, worrying about survival. I would be free. But here I'm not free. I'm stuck in the body. I have to survive. That's God's creation.
No, God's asking you to either choose Jesus and go to heaven or follow the devil.
I'm asking God to fuck off. Like I've had enough.
Well, that's why he's not helping you, because you're telling him to fuck off.
No, he's not helping me. He's the one that imprisoned me in the body.
He didn't imprison you, but okay.
What do you mean he didn't?
I already know. This is a losing conversation. I already know where this conversation's going, where it's like, God did this, God did that, and God sucks, and God's evil.
Yeah, but Shifted, he created everything, as people say, right? No, but that's what. Listen, religious people told me this, that God created everything. So we're taking their word for it. He did create everything, good and evil.
So let me ask you a question. When you guys and I'm not trying to go to here. I hope you guys.
Yeah, I know you're not being spiteful or malicious. Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, I hope you guys live to be a really old age and have a really good life. And I'm not trying to say anything, but I'm saying and I'm talking for myself. When the time comes for me to pass away, I know where when I die, I know where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be with Jesus Christ in heaven. So, like, I would ask you guys, when you die, where do you think you're going?
Okay, good question. Where do I think I'm going after I die? Well, obviously, I don't know, but hopefully, hopefully
as far away from this God as possible.
Okay.
I hopefully, I'm in eternal bliss or in a state of non-existence.
So when you die, you're banking on the fact that either you'll be non-existent or you're going to go to eternal bliss.
I'm hoping that I either go, I get into eternal bliss or non-existence.
Okay. So eternal bliss would be heaven, right?
Is it? Is heaven eternal bliss? No suffering whatsoever?
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Okay. If that's heaven, then yeah. Either heaven or non-existence.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You show up to God's door and you knock on his door and you're like, hey, God, I want to be in eternal bliss with you.
Is that how it works?
No, I'm asking you.
Who said that this God created the souls? For all we know, you could have created just a simulation. and you're literally like a player playing
Okay, so
in this
you guys,
sandpit.
okay, so you guys are taking the risk that when you die, you're going to end up somewhere either you want to be or don't want to be. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I understand that this god is evil, so if by me
All
not
right,
going
all
with
right,
this god is literally protecting me from more harm done to myself.
Okay.
Shifted.
Like if you fall for that illusion, thinking that this
Okay,
god's
dude.
a good guy and he's
Okay.
actually a bad guy, he's gonna fuck you over.
Okay, if you say so.
Shifted. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you think God would send let's assume hypothetically, right? Just for the sake of conversation, let's assume that I am a confused individual who is unsure of God's existence, right? My question is, would he send me to hell for being confused about his existence?
You didn't take the time to get to know him, man. So like,
No, but
Well-
I don't even know if he exists or not. So would I go to hell just
there's
for
no
not knowing?
excuse. Everybody's heard about the Bible, dude. Everybody.
What's the Bible got to do with whether I know God exists or not? Are you saying
what
I
I'm-
have to read the Bible in
Okay.
order to know he exists?
What I'm telling you is when I hope it's not long. I hope you have a long life, brother. I hope you live to your 100. I really do. But when the time comes for you to die, and when I
Mhm.
die, you're gonna be face to face with God, and you can talk to him. You can ask him these questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
ask
I'm-
him the questions. Ask him
I'm
all
telling
about
you, you're
suffering
gonna-
and shit.
You're
If
gonna
that-
be okay. Go ahead and
if
ask
that
him.
if that comes, I will ask him as many
Okay.
questions.
Go ahead. And I really, TP. I really hope that you.
How is someone like this god has any authority to judge you on what you've done
Okay.
when you
Okay.
literally created a place with fucking
Okay.
pedophiles and serial killers
Okay. Ask him when you
and
die. Go ahead,
suffering
go
and
ahead
shit
ask
like
him.
that?
Okay, when you first church again, I hope you live to be a really old age, and I hope you have a good life. But when the
I
time
hope I
comes,
don't live till
Okay,
till old age.
whatever you want to do, I hope that you achieve it. And when the day comes when you pass away, you can ask God these questions yourself, because I guarantee you're going to be face to face with Him. And
Already seen.
Go ahead.
Already
Go
seen
ahead.
the
Ask him
judgment.
these questions. Go ahead.
I've seen the judgment on psychedelics. Like I said, it's
Psychedelic
literally
God,
a fucking AI. It's
Dude,
an AI that's
God doesn't. Psychedelic doing drugs does not get you close to God. Come on, dude. Seriously.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Drugs are-
It's
dude.
literally where you go to when you die.
So you're promoting drugs, like, oh, you should do drugs so you getting close. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Drugs
Yeah,
are
so
not
you can
good,
know.
dude.
You know why they this god gatekeeps knowledge. Like it was a sin to eat the apple of knowledge. You know why? Because this god doesn't want you to know, but you should know.
Is that really your stance, bro? You're gonna tell
Yeah.
God that? You're gonna tell God that when you die?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell him. Let me know how that goes. I won't be there, but you let me know how that goes.
Well, I'm not going to go with a god who is literally a serial killer.
You can tell God that, hey, God, I smoked DMT and I saw these things and I want to go to heaven. Okay, let's see what he says to that. All right.
No, he's not going to be happy, that's for sure. Because I'm
My
calling him
point-
out
my
on the
point
bullshit.
exactly. No, he's gonna tell you, son, I love you. Why didn't you come close to me instead of doing drugs? That's what he's gonna say.
Because he fucked me up.
How did he fuck you up?
All the suffering I've been through, that's because of this god.
Why are you blaming God?
Because he's the one that put me in this body.
So you're blaming God for giving you life.
Yeah.
Wait,
in this planet. I never
let's get
wanted
something
to
Anyways,
be.
okay, I already know where this is going. I already know where this is
Hold on.
going.
Shifted.
I already know where this is
He gave us life, all right, but do you think that's him doing us a favor by him giving us life?
Jeez.
That's a genuine
Of course-
question.
of
Is
course
that-
not.
Do you view that, Shifted? Do you view him giving us life as him doing us a favor?
Apparently you don't. I do, but apparently you don't. So go ahead.
I don't know because that
Okay,
you forced
that's
us
fine.
into this one. No, listen.
Okay.
Whether you're satisfied with that or not, it doesn't change the fact. Hey, Patsy Cline. Welcome back, Patsy Cline.
Yes, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Um,
you
Hey,
can-
Patsy.
Hey, shit, doing. I'll go back to my original thing I always said, and I always go back to this. The bottom line. God could create anything he wanted to as he wanted to create it. All powerful, all knowing, omnipresent. In that regard, he is all powerful. He could have made us. He could have made us, created us in a perfect state from the very beginning without the ability even to do evil or to make the wrong decision that made the suffering inevitable that he gave us because we made a mistake. He could have made us perfect in the beginning, very beginning, so there wouldn't have been any of this complication, suffering, pain, struggle, sorrow, anger, all these negative things that go over in our life, death. He could have made it perfect and new from the very beginning, but no, he had to make it where there was some complication in there where we would have the option of screwing up.
Yeah,
That's
it's the
the
human
main
body. The
problem
human
I
body.
have. That's the main problem I've got right there.
Patsy,
That's
what is true love?
You didn't hear what I said.
I heard what you said, but I'm giving you a rebuttal. I'm asking
True
you,
love is
what is true love?
happy.
But you have a
True love
choice.
is happiness.
choice. But
True
you have a-
love is peace.
Okay, but you have
That's
a
what
choice.
true love is.
But you have a choice.
I don't have
Right.
a choice because he made me the way he made me.
No, come on, no.
No, I don't have a choice.
The choice
because
is
he
not
made
to be in the
me.
human
He
body.
created me with the ability
God.
to make the wrong decisions according to his will.
He's
If
giving
he
you
wanted
the
me to act
option.
according to his will, he
He's
should
giving
make
you-
me act according to his will.
No,
He
that's
should
not
created me in that condition where I
true
wouldn't have
love.
to. It was a setup. I'm saying it again.
True love gives an option. Either you
Again, it
love
was
me
a
or you
setup.
don't.
Church,
It's not a
first
setup.
church,
It's not a
first
setup.
church, please. First church.
Okay.
Please
Okay,
tell
hold
me.
on, Patsy.
You
Patsy,
understand
I
what
get,
I'm saying? First church or this in it? Do you
I
understand?
was just saying that he created the human body and he trapped our spirits in this human body, and that's why we suffer because we're trapped.
Wow. Okay. If you want to believe that, that's fine. But Patsy,
As a pure spirit, I wouldn't have to suffer. And also, you can't hurt other spirits. Other spirits are eternal
Okay.
beings. There's no such thing as death, hunger, suffering.
dude, no.
This creation, this earth, is an evil creation.
So what do you choose? You want to choose God or you want to choose Satan? What's your choice?
I don't choose this God of this planet, and I don't
So you
believe that
choose
he's
Satan.
the ultimate creator.
Okay, so you choose Satan.
No, I don't choose your God.
Okay, so there's no, you can't hang on the fence, dude. It's one or the other. Either you choose God or
Yeah,
you choose Satan.
I don't believe in Satan. I don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, well, take it up with God when you meet him, brother. That's all I can tell you. But Patsy,
Yeah, I'll
Patsy,
take it up. I'll stick up for myself.
First
Yeah, go
church,
ahead.
you need to
take it up with God,
understand that.
brother.
First church, you need to understand that it's not. I understand exactly what you're saying about the body and all. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But it goes further than that. God could have created you perfect in the beginning.
That's not true love, though. That's what
Yes,
I'm
he
saying.
could have. Yeah, it is true
not-
love. I can't
that's
think
not-
of more true love in the world than that.
It's not giving them
I
an
can't
option,
think of a
though.
truer love in my capacity of mental thinking.
True love is an option. I can either choose to
True
love my
love
wife
is
or I
not
cannot
forced,
love my
man.
wife.
True love is not forced. You shouldn't force.
I'm
things
not
to
saying
love
it's
you.
forced. That's why he gave us the option.
It is
I can
forced.
either-
You're saying I should love God. That's
No,
forcing me
you don't
to
have to
this
love God. You don't have to love God. He's given you the option. Just like I can choose to
Yeah,
love
and
my
the
wife,
other option is
or I
to
can
burn
choose
in
to not love
hell.
my wife. It's as
And the
simple
other
as that.
choice is to burn in hell as an alternative.
Okay, so if you don't love God, if you hate God and you think God is a piece of shit, then go ahead and do the other option, brother. And
Yeah.
let me know how that works out for you, dude. Like,
If I find you in the astral
Go
plane,
ahead, dude.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. You can curse God. Go ahead, curse God. Call him names. Do whatever you want to do. But when you die and you face him, he's gonna bring all that shit back up to you, man.
That's a belief. That is a belief.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
a
well then
belief
go ahead,
system.
roll with it. Roll with it. You guys,
It's a belief.
we're all gonna die, right? So we're all gonna face God. So you guys go
Right.
ahead and
And
do
we know that. We know
Okay.
that for sure. But we
Okay,
don't know
go
what's
ahead.
going to happen beyond the grave. We don't
Go
know
ahead.
what is going to
Go ahead.
happen beyond the grave.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to take that risk, go ahead and take that
I'm
risk.
not taking a risk. I'm saying we don't know.
I think it's taking a risk to
Okay.
roll with this
Fine.
God.
Fine. Okay, go ahead, dude. Fine. Go ahead and do what you want to do. You can deny God. You can hate God. You can spit in his face. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can do
That's
whatever
fine.
you want to do. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, you know,
Curse
there's no
God.
reason
Go
to.
ahead.
And this Pascal's wager thing that people come up with, that is like sick. That's
Okay,
a sick
go ahead.
thing.
Curse God. Go ahead. Do it. Curse God. You can
Anybody
do it
that
right now.
would take a Pascal wager on that is stupid, number one, because
Okay.
what God would want you to
Okay.
take a bet
So God's stupid.
and just
Yeah,
say,
go-
hey, let
yeah.
me finish talking. What God would want somebody to say, oh, okay, I believe in you. I'm going to force myself to believe in you just in case, you know, that's lame, number one. What God
Okay.
would love a child that says, just in case I get thrown into hell,
Okay.
I force myself to believe in this God. That's what
Okay.
you're saying when you take Pascal's
Go
wager.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead.
exactly what you're doing.
Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead.
exactly
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Okay, go ahead. Curse God. Go ahead. Do it. I don't care. Do it. Curse.
It's true.
curse him. Go ahead.
That's what you're doing if you take Pascal's wager.
Okay, go ahead and curse God and do it right now. That's fine. I'm not going to stop you.
I'm not cursing. I'm not cursing anything. I'm not doing a thing. I'm just stating facts.
Okay. Well, I can't help you with that, Patsy. All I can tell
I'm not
you.
cursing anything.
Okay. Well, what I'm telling you is I believe in Jesus Christ and he died for my sins on the cross. And
That's your belief.
Okay. If you don't believe that, that's fine. Go ahead and not believe it. That's your choice. Go
But
ahead.
I wasn't even
Okay,
even
go
fucking
ahead.
born back then for
Okay.
him to die for my sins.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Again,
Do
I
what you want.
say, if
Do what
you
you
know,
want, dude.
you can't be all loving and made in an imperfect world.
Okay, fine.
Hold on. I have
Fine.
a question. Why
Imperfect
would-
creation,
why-
imperfect world, imperfect circumstance.
Why would this good God lead his own son to crucifixion? That's a human sacrifice.
Apparently you haven't studied the Bible, dude.
I did. I read it many times.
Why did he send Jesus Christ to die on the cross, dude? Do you know why?
Yeah, I don't know why. Why?
Because he died for our sins, dude.
What
He
sins?
died.
I wasn't even
He
born.
suffered.
I wasn't even
He-
born.
It doesn't
I
matter,
wasn't
dude.
even born then.
Dude, he died for humanity. He died. He suffered the most painful death you and I could ever imagine.
Yeah.
Times-
so this
times a
God
thousand.
sent his own son to
But he
suffer.
did it for us so we can be saved and go to heaven. Why wouldn't
You
you?
didn't have to do that.
Saved from
Anyway,
what?
okay, fine. Don't accept it.
Didn't
Saved
have to
from
do
what?
it. He could have done
Okay.
it some other way. He could have done it some other way.
Okay, don't accept it. It's your choice. You don't have to accept Jesus. That's
You're
your
just saying,
choice.
why did he do it? I'm
He did it because he loves us. But if
Another
you don't
way.
believe that, then that's your choice. That's fine.
If
He's
you
all
loved
powerful.
us, he
He
wouldn't
could've
have
done
to
it
create
any way
a
he
place
wanted
like
to.
this.
Okay, well, take it up with God then. Go ahead and take it up with God. It's not my business. It's your business, not my business.
all right. Well, case closed.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. It's funny. He sent his own son to die. That's the kind of father he is.
What, dude? If you don't believe it, then just forget about it. Forget about Jesus. Forget about God, and go ahead and live your life the way you want to live. And then when you die, you can figure it out. Okay. If you don't
Well,
want
he
nothing to do with
sent
God,
he sent his human form.
okay, then he's
Okay, and
okay.
for only 3 days, and then he came back to heaven to live
Okay.
for us.
okay.
So what's the loss?
Do what you want, man. If you don't want to accept Jesus, don't accept
You
him.
know, for a
It's your,
weekend.
it's your choice.
I mean,
It's your
think
choice.
about it. Just think about it. For a weekend.
I've already thought about it, and I accept Christ. You guys can do what you want. I accept Christ.
I don't think you thought deep enough.
You're not gonna. Well, so you're trying to change my point of view. You're not
I
gonna do
think
it.
you haven't thought deep enough about it.
You can judge me all you want. Okay, that's fine. Do what you want. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe in the Bible. And you guys have the option of either doing that or not doing that. If you don't want to
And
do
just
that,
like I say, I
go ahead and
believe
not do it.
over 50 years, I had that same mindset.
Okay, well then fine. Patsy, live your life, and then when you pass away, you can see what happens. Okay? That's all I can
But-
tell you right now.
But I started to critically think about it, and I reconsidered.
Would you reconsider?
The logic of the whole thing, the whole thing, that the meaning of it, understanding why he did what he did, which doesn't make any logical sense in the name of love.
All I can say is a human sacrifice in the name of God.
I don't know, man. I would encourage you guys to really understand what Jesus did, because he really did it out of love. And if you don't want that love, that's fine. You can do what you want. Like I'm not judging you. Like I respect Patsy. I respect you. I respect you guys. I'm just saying I accept Christ on the cross because he died for my sin.
I respect you.
And I love him. I love him because he's worked in my life. I've seen him work in my life. I can't deny it. It's like me denying that I have my cat sitting right here. Like I can't deny it.
You can't explain why innocent people die.
I don't have the answer.
Christians in his name, children that were swept away in that flood about a month ago.
I wish I could answer
Texas.
All right, I'm back.
Christian children that were swept away in the flood as they were praying to their God.
I wish I could answer that question, Patsy, but I'm not God, and I can't answer that question.
And no, that's the thing. You can't answer it, can you?
But it doesn't deter my faith.
There's not much of anything you can answer.
Okay, well then believe what you want. Okay, God's evil. Go ahead, believe it. Fine.
But until you can answer a question like that, maybe I'll change my tune. But I can't see that's a loving God at all. That would one of his children.
What I would recommend is
let that child drown while she's praying to him.
Okay, Patsy, I understand what you're saying. I can't answer that question because I'm not God. But what I would encourage you to do is to go to God in prayer and ask him for direction and see what happens.
Let me ask you a question. I've gone to God in prayer more times than you ever thought about going to God.
Everyone, hold on.
I'm 66 years old.
I respect that, Patsy, and I understand. I know.
Don't act like I haven't been praying all my life. Okay.
Shifted. Let me ask you a question. My question is, do you think? No. Is being gay immoral?
Is being gay immoral?
Yes. Is it immoral?
So, what book do I believe in, brother?
You believe in the Bible.
Right. What does the Bible say about that?
You know about the Bible more than I do. I'm asking you, I want you to state, is it immoral to be gay? Well, he's more educated than me about the Bible.
Well, you're asking me that question, but I'm trying to give you my background of you should know my answer to that question.
Yeah, no,
so
you
it's
told
immoral.
me.
It's immoral. You think it's immoral?
I don't read the Bible.
It's a sin. It's a sin being gay.
I would encourage you to read the
Bible or Quran.
So let me. Okay, hold on, TP. You've never read the Bible. Is that what you said?
I've never read the Bible.
But yet you actively disregard the Bible, but you've never read it.
Wait, hold on. I haven't read the actual book, but you guys have shared verses. True or false?
I'm talking about Bible front to back.
Yeah, no, not front to back. No.
Okay, well that's what I've done a million times, and I'm telling you, do that and then come talk to me.
No, but I want you. But okay, so are you refusing to answer the question? If so, I don't mind if you refuse.
No, I'm not refusing, but I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and not just you, TP. I'm talking in generally speaking. People, TP. To answer your question, it's immoral. Yes, that's my answer to your question.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I
apologize.
Is it immoral? No, don't apologize for anything. Okay. Why is it immoral for someone to be gay? I'm just trying to understand.
Because, like if you're asking me, like I don't know about everybody else. Like if you're asking me, first off, I think it's not right. It's just you talking about being homosexual. Is that you're asking me?
Yes, gay, lesbian, whichever.
Okay, so without religion in mind, I think that's really not something I'm interested in. So I mean, if you want to do it, that's fine. Go ahead and do it. So it's just not something I'm interested in. I would never do that. And on top of that, the Bible specifically says that that's an abomination to God. Like the Bible tells us we shouldn't do that. But regardless of the Bible, my personal opinion is, and that's not something I would partake in.
Okay, no, but okay. So you say the Bible. Okay, is that what it says in the Bible, that it's immoral? That being gay is
Yeah.
immoral?
Well,
Okay.
God's against it. Yeah.
Okay.
Homosexuality? Yeah. No, he's not for that.
Hey, Patsy,
But I
can
mean,
you confirm
yeah.
this?
Sorry, what was the question? What were you asking me?
Is it true that in the Bible it's confirmed that being gay is immoral?
Well, it said that it said in one of the, I can't tell you the verse. I don't have a Bible in front of me, but it said that there are certain people that will not be in the kingdom of heaven, and one of them is the effeminate. They call it the effeminate.
Hey,
So what?
he
What if?
literally burnt the city of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's how much he hates the gays. He burnt the city of Sodom.
Okay. So what if the gay? What if there's a gay dude, but he's not effeminate?
No, the Bible specifically
All gay dudes
says
are.
a man should not lay down with another man. It's in the Bible. Like, it's-
Patsy, is it in the Bible?
Right, it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. Cool. All
But I
right,
mean,
yeah.
regardless of the Bible, like my own personal opinion is like, I don't think it's something that we should do. I don't. If somebody's gay, I don't hate them. You know, I will talk to them. I will be friends with them. That's fine. But I don't approve of their lifestyle.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna be mean to them or hate them. No.
Okay.
I
You don't-
personally think, I think it's against the laws of nature itself. I mean, animals don't even do that.
Okay.
Animals don't do it.
What do you think, TP?
What do I think?
Do you think it's okay to be gay?
Okay. Do I think it's okay to be gay? Indifferent. I don't think there's anything right or wrong with it. That's how I would put it. I don't think there's anything right or wrong. It's just if you're gay, you're gay. That's how I look at it.
I think it's against the laws of nature. I mean,
Okay.
So you don't think it's right or wrong? It's just like
I don't
whatever.
think it's a right or wrong thing when it comes to sexuality. In the same way that it's not right or wrong for me to be straight.
So it's just like do
It's
whatever
just what
you
it
want.
is.
So
It's
basically,
not,
do
no,
whatever.
wait, hold on. Look at this. Andrew says at the Thought Provoker, ask him if he thinks people are born gay or if they use their quote unquote free will to be gay, lol. So Shifted. Do you think people are born gay? Or do you think people are born gay?
I don't think they're born gay. I think maybe like because this world is so screwed up that they might like we all fall into different types of things. Like, we all make mistakes and our brain can take us into really dark places. And I think that being gay might be like a form of a mental illness. Maybe I'm not saying they're fucking stupid. I'm just saying like, I think that it's a distortion of how it should be. And maybe like I don't think they're born that way per se. No, I wouldn't say they're born gay. I would say like they come to be that way due to different situations in their life.
Do you think it's an influence?
yes.
Yeah, I would say there's somewhat of an influence there.
Yes,
Maybe.
that's what I was going to say. Influence.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you think they're influenced to be gay. All right.
Somewhat,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, somebody of the opposite sex could actually get around you. Okay. That's your same sex as you are, and influence you somehow. Depending on what kind of mental state you're in.
Yeah, it's all mental state. Yeah.
How weak you are mentally or emotionally or whatever, they could influence you to that point, like you're in a state of deep depression or something. I don't know, whatever it may be. Just screwed up at that time of your life, kind of not knowing what's going on, and you're kind of messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, I
they
mean,
could definitely influence you
yeah.
to
There's a lot of
swing
things.
their way,
Yeah, I mean, there's many reasons why that can happen. I mean, I'm not a psychologist, so that question really is above my head. But I mean, why? Who asked it?
The
I would
Shifted. I'm thinking along your lines, see. I mean, I'm definitely with you on a lot of the stuff, you know. But I've
Well, I mean,
dug
they're
so
asking,
deep.
you know, they're asking me questions like, you know, because I'm a Christian, I have all the answers. I don't have all the answers.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
I don't.
We don't expect you to have all the
I don't.
answers.
You know,
But what
I'm trying.
what I'm trying to say is that I'm online with you in a lot of things, you know, like we've talked about. But like that one we just talked about. Now I don't agree with it, it's just not right. But I've dug so deep into the other part of that Bible. I don't know. I've just
All right. Well,
thought I guess maybe I thought too deeply. Maybe that's my problem.
I don't know,
Maybe I
Patsy.
thought too deeply.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's between you and God. I really can't answer that question. I mean,
Because I think God wants you to be naive, like a child. The mentality of a child. In order to, because they said, such as these is the kingdom of heaven, children. Such as these is the kingdom of heaven, children that don't have much of a mind to think.
Well, I mean, that's up to you, Patsy. Either, you want to get to know God more, or if you're good the way you are, then just stay the way you are. I mean, it's your choice. Nobody's forcing you. So, I mean, I don't have all the answers. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus, but I don't have all the answers. So I can't answer all these questions. Like,
That's
Oh,
fine.
I have a
No one-
theory. If you guys want to hear.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So my theory, right, is I believe in reincarnation. So, in my opinion, someone who lived a life as a woman for many lifetimes, and they're so like into guys, they could potentially reincarnate as a guy in the next life, and they still like guys.
Are you talking about reincarnation?
Yeah, so someone who lived many lifetimes as a woman, for instance, and they only dated guys,
Okay.
and then in the next lifetime they reincarnate as a man, and because they're so used to, liking guys, they're a guy that likes guys.
Huh? Where'd you learn that from, or where'd you hear that from?
I just thought of it.
Oh, you just thought of it?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. I mean, that's a pretty good. I mean, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, that's. I mean, I don't believe in.
It makes sense.
Well, yeah. If you're not a Christian, like if you don't subscribe to Christianity, then yeah, I can see how that would make sense. Yeah. I don't believe in that, but I mean, I can see why you would. Yeah. So yeah, before I found Christ, I might have believed that. Yeah. I mean, I believe a lot of things, dude. It's like, holy crap.
Same with the, like transgenders, like they feel like they're born in the wrong body. Like,
yeah.
Probably because they lived another lifetime as somebody else.
Huh. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah.
Something tells me when it comes to sexuality, like so being straight, being gay, etc. This is just a theory of mine, but it's just a current theory of mine. I think that no one was born straight or gay or with any other sexuality. I think all sexualities are influenced. That's what I think currently.
Dead air. Everybody's thinking.
Hey, look who's back. It's Miss L. Rose.
TP, can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry. I had to step away from my cat. Sorry, dude.
You lot are jokers. No, it's fine. It's fine. This is allowing you allowed to. That's fine. That's fine. I was saying that currently I'm of the belief that no one was born with a sexuality. Like that includes all sexualities from straight to gay, etc.
Huh.
I
So
think
you
I
believe,
think all sexualities are influenced. That's what I currently believe.
so you think we're born just without a sexual preference?
Yeah, unless you think there's some kind of gay gene or straight gene or whatever. But currently think that we were influenced to have certain sexualities. I think sexuality is influenced.
So what made you eventually liking women then?
Shit. Good question. I don't know. Probably just influence.
Well, I mean, like either you could like women or you could like men, but you chose
Like,
women.
like, let me put it like this: let's say there was a world full of just, let's say you have a son, and then you just put him in an environment where it's just men, and they grow up in that environment. Would you say that they're more likely or more inclined to become gay?
That's individual based. It all
Yeah.
depends on the person.
No, of course. But I said, do you think it's likely? Like, do you think it's more likely that he's going to turn gay if you just put him in an environment where it's just men?
Well, you're talking about prison, right? Like if
It could be prison, it could be an old boys' school, or whatever.
So okay, do they have the knowledge of? So you're telling me they have their sexual urges, but there's just men?
What was my original question? At this point, I forgot my original question. Never mind. We move on. Let's move on.
You're saying like, is it all influenced by environment? So if you're
I made the statement.
A child growing up with only boys, so would you be into boys, basically?
I'm saying, is it likely that he's going to be gay if you put your hypothetical son, just in an environment with just boys or men?
Yeah, probably.
I want Shifted to answer. Thanks for answering though, First Church. But yeah, Shifted, what do you? And I'll ask Patsy as well.
These hypothetical questions, like what purpose do they serve?
Entertainment.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
Everything we're doing on this live stream is for entertainment purposes.
Gotcha.
But don't get me wrong. That's not to say that people who are watching this won't learn something.
So
what if you put your hypothetical son with only cats?
Who are you asking?
Bestiality. Now you're talking about bestiality, right?
Holy crap. Oh yeah, Shifted's got cats. I just realized. I remembered. Holy shit. No comment. So Shifted, do you want to shift the reality of this? I'm joking. Anyway.
Yeah, well.
Hey, Shifted, if you don't mind me asking.
It's all good, man.
How tall are you, man? You can say prefer not to say.
How tall am I?
Yes.
5'10".
Oh, okay. That's tall. Patsy Cline, how tall are you?
5'2".
I was gonna say 5'2". Man, I'm good.
How tall are you?
6'1".
You're 6'1"?
Yeah, I'm 6'1".
Damn.
Oh, legend.
Thank you.
You're a tall motherfucker.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You see how I own these compliments? I encourage more people to be like that. Just own the compliments. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. And Shifted.
Yes, sir.
I'm
here, brother.
Nice.
I'm present.
Nice. Would you say you are satisfied? And I'm going to ask each and every one, like on this panel. Would you say you're satisfied with being 5'10"?
I would say so. Yeah, it's been good to me.
Okay. It's been good.
Yeah,
to me.
it's been good. It's been good. It's worked out for sports and music and women.
All right.
I'm not. I'm not saying I'm like a fucking. A fucking whatever. Like I'm just saying it's worked out for me. Like
yeah. Hey,
yeah.
It's worked out for you. more power to you.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
First Church of the Ascended. How tall are you?
5'9".
All right. And are you satisfied with being 5'9"?
No, I don't like it, to be honest.
You don't like being 5'9"?
No, I'm a fucking manlet.
Say that again.
I'm a manlet.
A
5'9" manlet.
What's a manlet?
Like a man that's tiny.
Oh, okay.
5'9" manlet.
5'9", tiny.
That's not too bad though, man. 5'9" is not bad.
It's not horrible. Could be smaller. Like I
Yeah.
work with a lot of like Vietnamese and Asians, and like I'm a giant in comparison to them. But
Yeah, right.
you know, but I'm pretty tiny. Like Aussie guys, they're pretty tall, man. Like
Yeah.
I go out to a nightclub, and it's very common that people are like taller than me by like an entire head. Like they're looking down
Really?
on me all the time.
Wow. If you don't mind me asking, what country are you from?
So I'm from Russia originally, and I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay,
Right
I
now.
got you. Okay. So in terms of Russians, are they typically taller or shorter?
I think it's just my genetics personally. I think like my grandfather, he's pretty tall, and my brother is tall, and I got
Yeah.
the 5'9" frame.
That's not bad though, dude. That's really not that bad.
That's literally why I do gym. Like I wouldn't do gym otherwise. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, don't
Kind
let
of like
anybody
if you can't grow taller, so you can grow wider.
That's true. Yeah. Hey, don't let anybody tell you otherwise, dude. That's 5'9" is not bad, dude.
Patsy
You're
Cline.
yeah, you're an inch smaller than me, dude. Which I'm not saying I'm tall, but I'm saying you're not that short. So.
Patsy Cline.
Yes, sir.
I like the way you said yes, sir. Nice. So Patsy Cline, my question is, are you satisfied with being 5'2"?
I can live with it, but I'd rather have about at least 3 more inches.
Oh, okay.
That's what she said.
5'5" or 5'6".
That's what she said. Well played, Shifted. Well
I'd
played.
rather be about 3 or 4 inches taller
Okay. Nice.
if I had short.
So that means you, by definition, you're not satisfied with it. You say you can live with it, but you would prefer to be taller.
I prefer it, but I'm definitely not. I'm not gonna complain about it because
Yeah. No. I mean, for me,
it's
for me-
okay. It's fine.
Mhm.
I'm neutral on it, but
for me, I'm 100% satisfied with being 6'1". I don't want to be 6'2" or 6 foot, if that makes sense.
So TP, does height help you out with football?
You're talking about the real football, right? Not the hand egg, right?
Not hand egg. No, I'm talking about football.
Real football.
Football.
Yeah, it can. I mean, height doesn't matter in football as long as you're good. You're good, but it is advantageous for me.
Okay.
It does help.
What position do you play?
I'm a center back.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Hey, Patsy.
yes.
I'm a center back.
You keep fucking with Patsy, dude.
Nah.
Quarterback.
Yeah, Patsy. I'm a center back.
What does that mean?
Well, look at your profile picture.
You're off the wall.
You need to TP. Have you been to America, man? You need to come over here, dude.
Dude, as long as they get rid of the gun laws over there, I'm not going.
Yeah, is that right? All right.
Oh, excuse me. I phrased it wrong. I'm basically saying, as long as there are gun laws over there, I'm not going.
You ain't gonna get shot, man.
Yeah, not yet.
I think it's a good thing having guns.
Okay. The thing is, you got to be careful. Like, some people may shoot you for stupid reasons.
That's true. Yeah, that's
For
true.
stupid. Certain people shouldn't own guns. Certain people.
Yeah, it does happen. Yep. Unfortunately, it does happen. Yeah.
But over here in the UK, I don't have to really worry about that. Not to say that someone can't smuggle a gun in the UK. I'm not saying that, but I never worry about someone having a gun on the street in the UK.
Is marijuana legal there, dude? I'm just curious.
No, it's not.
Really? Wow. Okay.
It's not legal over here.
Interesting.
Is it true that it's legal in Amsterdam?
It's legal over in my state. I don't know. Answer.
What, San Diego, California?
Nah, brother. Maryland, brother.
What? No. Okay. Okay. Oh, Maryland.
Maryland, yeah.
Is that near Virginia?
It's a beautiful state. Yeah, it's near Virginia. Yep.
Oh, wait, hold on. The DMV. DC, Maryland, Virginia. Is that what it stands for?
No, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia.
Oh, come on. Seriously? Let me look this up for confirmation.
Delmarva is what we call it. You're talking about DMV. That's the Department of Motor Vehicles. But if you're talking about
No, I know about
Delmar,
that. But... Yeah, it says District of Columbia, which is DC, Maryland,
Yeah.
and Virginia. I was correct.
yeah, so DC is in Maryland, but it's its own thing.
I'm so... Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. It says it can also refer to Washington, D.C. metropolitan area.
Right.
So this... Wait, so are you saying... I thought... Are you saying that D.C. is in Delaware?
No, DC's in Maryland.
Sorry, you said Maryland.
Yeah. So it's in
Wait.
DC and it's in Virginia.
Wait. So D.C. District of Columbia, you're saying it's in
Yes.
Maryland and Virginia, or just
Yes.
Maryland?
Maryland and Virginia. Yeah.
I thought
It's
there were
odd.
3 different states or something.
So no. So Washington DC is our capital, and it's in Maryland and Virginia, but it's not connected to. It's not DC. Washington DC is not a part of Maryland or Virginia. It's just located geographically where Maryland is.
Okay, so it's just close to Maryland.
It's in Maryland, but it's its own thing.
Huh.
Like it's-
like Hong Kong in China.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. God
Yeah.
damn. Noted. The more you know.
Yeah.
Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, dude. That's where I live, brother. Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
all
Virginia is
right.
I have a
Beautiful.
question.
Go on, mate. What's your question?
So let's say your government gets corrupt to the point it's, basically dictatorship. Wouldn't it be a good thing if you had a gun?
Yes, absolutely.
That's yeah. I think that's my reasoning for it. Like, our government's getting pretty fucked up over here.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point of us having our amendment, our Second Amendment right, the right to bear arms.
About this, all this stuff that's going on with the, the shootings, the mass shootings, and the ones that are isolated, like what happened with Kirk and all that. Kirk. I think just in general, definitely you should have handguns available readily. But this deal of having a gun just to knock out I don't know how many people at one time, that's definitely got to go. Okay, it's got to go. I think that's the main problem right there. This AR-15, these rifles that can, shoot off ammo at a, over and over again, and keep out all, pick off all these people at one time, mass. That's what's got to be addressed now. Now, not yesterday.
Could take out a bunch of cops as well, though.
Take out what? I couldn't hear you.
Cops, police.
Yeah, you could take a, there's a lot of things you could do with that kind of ammo. A gun that has that kind of ammo in it.
I'm not saying
Jesus
I'm doing it, by the
Christ.
way. I'm not saying I would do it.
I'm just saying, everybody needs some protection. Definitely, gotta have it. But this deal of those type of guns, rifles and AR-15 or whatever they are, automatic shit like that's got that's got to be addressed. Or I'm telling you, it's going to keep on happening and happening and happening. It's not going to stop. This will not stop.
We have a bunch of people running around with machetes and like killing people in shopping centers and shit like that.
Mhm.
So even if you don't have a gun, it doesn't stop people from like, going out and killing people.
Right, but that's
And-
like
and
one-on-one. That's more like one-on-one. I'm talking about this mass, large numbers of
Yeah.
people at once. And also you're talking about, a rifle is going to shoot a lot further than a pistol will. If you had like that long distance crap with Kirk, 200, how much was it? 200 yards away or whatever. I forgot how long it was. The distance he was shot at, but he had to have a rifle to do that. I don't think a handgun's gonna do
Did
that.
they find the shooter? Did they find the guy?
Oh yes,
They
Yes.
did.
yeah.
Who was it?
What, he about 20-something years old? Is that what he was? About 20-something years old? Yeah.
Was he what's the word? Leftist.
Well, actually, he was originally from the right. And
I was.
but he got messed up with a guy that decided to transition. Okay. And it got him thinking toward the left because of that. And
Interesting.
Kirk was definitely talking against transitioning and transgender people, among other things that probably didn't agree with too. But he was originally from the right. But
I just can't take all these I can't take politics seriously. Like, how can you take something so seriously that you would go out of your way and go and kill someone?
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I don't either. But no.
Do you guys think I should do a live stream on Charlie Kirk?
If you want to.
Would you guys want to see a live stream based on Charlie Kirk's situation? Or are you indifferent?
I'm indifferent. I kind of well, not to talk shit, but I think that
No, of course not. Just to talk about the situation.
Hold on. I think in PP, he was kind of like white knighting, and I don't have anything against PP, but like I thought it was kind of funny that he was like ranting about his death. Like, to me, like, it didn't even, I don't know, bother me that it happened. And, like, there's so much crazy shit going on. I just tune out of everything.
Okay. So what are you implying, that you are indifferent to the Charlie Kirk situation?
Yeah, I don't know why people again, I don't take politics seriously.
Okay. All right.
So it's crazy when I see someone like going off about like, oh, they killed this figure. Well, if you're so big, into politics, I'm not surprised that like shit like that can happen.
Okay. Noted.
I'm not saying that, killing that guy, I don't agree with him at all, his views, but going out of your way to kill him, it's pretty, out there.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. But nonetheless, Pamela Riddick says guns are a warning, even for a small person who's confident and prepared. No one dies. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end this live stream. But
Yeah, it's time.
thank you all for joining Shifted Reality First Church of the Ascendant and Patsy Cline. Thank you for joining.
Patsy Cline.
Thank you everyone for
All
joining.
right, brother. Yep. Take care, brother.
All right.
Take care.
See you
Take
guys
care.
later.
Au revoir.
All right.
Thanks for having me here.
No problem. Take care.
Later.
See you.
Later, Patsy.
Later.
All right. Peace. Peace, everyone. My stance, just for clarification, once again, when it comes to a 40-year-old man dating or being in a relationship with a 19-year-old woman, my stance is this: if they are two legal adults, they're happy with each other, and it's a happy, healthy relationship, it's not toxic, there's great communication, etc., then honestly, I don't have an issue with it. I'm not saying I would encourage 40-year-old men to date or being in a relationship with 19-year-old women. I'm just saying, I wouldn't have an issue with it. It doesn't affect me. And again, they're two legal consenting adults. That's my stance. I'm not going to confront them and say, hey, what are you doing? If it works for them, then it works for them. Who am I to tell them, oh, you shouldn't be, oh, you, a 40-year-old man, oh, you shouldn't be dating a 19-year-old. Who am I to say that? And this is why I have these live streams, so we can come to an agreement as to what, for example, the age of consent should be, and age gaps, this, like, what age gap, what's the youngest a 40-year-old man should be allowed to date, etc., etc. It's good to have these conversations so that we can universally come to an agreement. Great talk. As for like what what's his name Shifted said about, do I think it's wrong or immoral for a 14-year-old to date a, I don't know what age, or 40-year-old or something like that, a 14-year-old dating a someone over 20. Now obviously legally that is wrong. Now if I were to answer if it's wrong or not, like legality aside, I can't answer that. That's the truth. I can't answer that. I can only answer it from a legality standpoint, from a legal standpoint. It's absolutely wrong. Minus legality, is it wrong? I literally cannot answer that. All I can say is I personally wouldn't do it, and I think that a 14-year-old is too young. That's my stance. Anyway, goodbye everyone. Au revoir. And oh, by the way, if you are feeling generous, please donate to my PayPal. You'll find it in my description. Au revoir.